Chapter 2557. Snatching the Harvest. The ancient burning moon garden was said to be the back garden of the great Azure divine dynasty. After entering, the second generations realized that it was like a moon palace. A cold light shone down from the sky, giving people a feeling of loneliness and indifference. Vines could be vaguely seen on the ancient earth. Above the vines, a burning moon floated, appearing extremely sacred. Many of the vines also had moon-like fruits. Those were the burning moon fruits. 80,000 second generations began to fight in the orchard. On the ground below, countless people looked up at the sky. Everything about the burning moon garden was revealed. "Who is that guy? He's so strong," someone exclaimed in shock. A young man wearing the Heavenly Saint Institute's long robe was floating half a meter above the ground. He then floated forward like a ghost, killing all the moon-twisted divine beasts he encountered on the way. Moreover, those divine beasts died strangely, as if they were sleeping. Soul extraction: anyone who gets close to him will have their soul extracted. What a mysterious talent! That's the strongest second generation of the Sky Saint Academy, Meng Lu. Many people said solemnly. That second generation could easily kill a half-step true immortal realm expert. Moreover, when others entered the burning moon garden, they avoided the moon's strangling divine beasts, but that guy slaughtered them. That guy over there is also heaven-defying. His speed is so fast. With one claw, the moon's strangling divine beasts were killed. Someone looked at the other side and saw a figure moving like a leopard in the mist. His domineering aura quietly spread out. Moreover, that figure would occasionally roar as if it was a beast king. It actually made people tremble in fear. Songling Academy's Tian Kuang, his talent is Berserk. He was the one who destroyed the Iron Pillar. It is said that after Berserk, his speed can reach the speed of 3 realms. Moreover, the power of his realm energy is doubled. What a heaven-defying guy! Some of the powerful ancient martial artists exclaimed in shock. As for the Tsongning Academy, they were cheering as if they had already won the first place. Darkness, that's Genji. Someone stared at the strongest second generation of the resplendent academy and exclaimed. As long as he was shrouded in darkness, Genji was like a god. It made people suspect that ever since his talent erupted, he had never failed before. This time, the students of Resplendent Academy began to cheer. Without a doubt, the 3 strongest second generations were the most eye-catching. Of course, the reason why these 3 second generations attracted so much attention was because they had been famous for a long time. Some of the second generations who came after them were not weak either. They actually gave off the feeling that they were not weaker than the 3 strongest second generations. For example, there was a second generation who carried an ice coffin on his back. Wherever he went, the world froze. Another example would be the second generation with the mountain in his hand. When he encountered the moon-twisted divine beast, he would use the mountain to suppress it. The mountain seemed to be able to suppress everything and was extremely powerful. All in all, this third elimination test had given everyone a rough idea of who the strongest second-generation heirs were. It could be said that each of them had their own unique abilities. On the other side, Lin Ling was extremely low-key. He was walking with Yu. He looked ahead and said indifferently, Yu, in this pride tournament, if I meet Si Xuanmei, I will definitely kill her. Si Xuanmei had made a move on Inyuer, which was equivalent to killing Inyuer. With Lin Ling's personality, he would definitely seek revenge. Last time, because there were too many strong ancient warriors, Lin Ling spared her life. This time, Lin Ling would not be lenient. Most importantly, because all the second-generation heirs were on the stage, Si Xuanmei could not be compared to those ancient second-generation heirs. Therefore, if she wanted to kill her, those strong ancient warriors would not appear for her. I heard that she had asked her master to teach her a sword technique. Her strength has greatly increased. She will definitely kill you. Brother Ling, if you meet her, you should end it all. Yu said with a frown. Si Xuanmei used to be her senior sister, so at first, she could not bear to kill her. However, she knew that Si Xuanmei also wanted to kill Lin Ling, so she would definitely side with Lin Ling. Okay. Lin Ling nodded immediately. The two of them chatted as they walked. It was as if they were strolling through a garden. Along the way, they killed all the moon-twisted divine beasts they encountered and collected the flaming moon fruits. Gradually, they were getting closer and closer to 200 flaming moon fruits. Along the way, Lin Ling also encountered people who tried to snatch the flaming moon fruits. Of course, they failed in the end, so Lin Ling did not show any mercy. As long as he saw a flaming moon fruit, he would immediately snatch it. Although he did not care about this test, he still prioritized safety. After all, time was of the essence. This flaming moon fruit is mine. After walking for an unknown period of time, a huge flaming moon fruit appeared in front of them. The second generation of the two academies were competing for it because there were hundreds of flaming moon fruits on the tree. If they could get it, at least they would be able to pass smoothly. What a joke, we saw it first. The second generation of the Tsang Ning Academy formed a small team and sneered. On the other side were the second generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy. For a moment, the two sides were tit for tat. Sunlei, you are only ranked 35th among the second generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy, and I am ranked 29th among the second generation of the Tsang Ning Academy. Shouldn't you get lost when you meet me? One of the leaders said indifferently. What a joke, that's your academy's ranking. You may not be my opponent. Fight. The leader of the Heavenly Saint Academy said tit for tat, causing the other second generation's fighting spirit to rise. The two leaders were not weak among the second generation. As long as they made a move, the battle would start. Unless there was a second generation ranked in the top 10, the flaming moon fruit would be born in one of their teams. You guys fight slowly, I still lack 50 flaming moon fruits, so this vine I want it. Sigh. Just as the two sides were about to draw their swords, a lazy voice suddenly sounded, causing the crowd to go silent. A handsome man and a beautiful woman slowly walked over from the lonely land in the distance. Under the bright moonlight, they were undoubtedly extremely attractive. The man was handsome and was tall, wearing a blue and white robe, with an ancient sword on his back. He looked like a proud swordsman. The woman was wearing a gorgeous purple dress, elegant and refined. Between her eyebrows, there was a charm that could cause the downfall of a country. So beautiful. Sigh. Someone subconsciously said, Beautiful my ass, what's the use of being beautiful, they are here to snatch our harvest. Someone immediately shouted angrily, causing everyone to react. Then they all stared blankly. The two people from before seemed to have said that this vine belonged to them, and they said it in front of two powerful teams. Crazy enough. Kid, do you know what you are saying? The leader of one of the teams frowned. He suspected that the youth was stupid. Two people dared to snatch their harvest. If they were not idiots, then what were they? I don't want to say the words I said a second time. Yes. However, the youth who walked over smiled as if he was saying something very normal. Chapter 25:58. The third round was over. Let me remind you, if you attack me, both your teams will regret it. Yes. But before that person could make a move, the youth in front of them smiled and spoke. But the feeling he gave them was that his smile was cold. Of course, this coldness didn't affect the powerful second generations of the two teams. The two leaders laughed. What will we regret? Yes. You will all be eliminated. Yes. The youth enunciated each word. His voice was calm, but it contained the domineering aura of an emperor. Once they attacked, they would all be eliminated. How domineering! I only need 50 fruits. As long as I take enough, the rest will be yours. So, you should discuss this properly. Don't do anything you will regret. Yes. While everyone was still in shock, the youth spoke again. It was as if he was treating this group of people as lambs. In truth, ever since the opening of the Burning Moon Garden, snatching the fruits had been a common occurrence. But to do so, one needed to have the corresponding strength. And this youth wasn't famous at all. He wasn't even at the peak of the World King realm, so what qualifications did he have to speak so arrogantly? But just as they were about to attack, a dignified voice sounded from the distance. Following that, a large number of figures arrived. Sunlei, If you don't want to be eliminated, you'd best stand there obediently. If it weren't for my good relationship with your brother, I wouldn't have sold you this favor today. Yes. The voice reminded the two leaders, causing their hearts to tremble. They subconsciously turned to see that the speaker was the number 2 of Radiant Academy's Flame Dao department, Jin Feiming. This person wasn't weak at all. He was ranked in the top 10 of Radiant Academy and was clearly stronger than the two leaders. You're saying that we should let him collect the fruits first? Sun Lei couldn't help but ask. Jin Feiming slowly walked over with a large number of Flame Dao department's second generations, but his eyes were fixed on the indifferent youth in front of him, a dignified look in his eyes. Yes. He nodded. Is he your friend? Or does he have a great background? Sun Lei was even more confused. Neither. In truth, this is only the second time I've seen him. Jin Feiming lightly said. Bang. Everyone was even more confused. They couldn't understand why Jin Feiming would give face to this indifferent youth. I didn't think we'd meet again. Ignoring the confusion around him, Jin Feiming looked at the youth. His eyes focused because the youth was the mysterious youth who had defeated him in the Flame World fragment. You look familiar? Oh, so it's you. But, are you planning to stop me? Don't think that I'll go easy on you just because we're both from the Resplendent Academy. Those who provoke me will be eliminated immediately. The young man looked at Jin Feiming indifferently. The calmness in his eyes was not an act. I wouldn't dare. Jin Feiming nodded directly, causing the pupils of the two leaders to dilate even more. This young man was really arrogant. That's good. The young man didn't pay attention to everyone's surprise. He held the woman's hand, collected the fruit, and turned to leave. Throughout the entire process, he was fearless. The second generations of the 3 great academies were all staring at him, but no one dared to move. It was as if they were waiting for the arrival of the Son of Heaven. As for the two leaders, they looked at Jin Feiming with puzzlement. However, Jin Feiming smiled bitterly and ignored them. He continued looking at the young man. Now, can I know your name? What? The two leaders exclaimed. After such a long time, Jin Feiming actually didn't know the young man's name. What the hell was he doing? Lin Ling. A calm voice drifted out from the young man's mouth. He walked further and further away with the beautiful woman. So it's him. Hearing this, Jin Feiming's heart rumbled. In the Flame World fragment, he was defeated by Lin Ling in a single move. However, at that time, he didn't know who Lin Ling was. And now he finally knew. So, he was one of the most monstrous second generations of the Resplendent Academy. Jin Feiming, what the hell are you doing? Why did you let him go? As Lin Ling walked further and further away, the two leaders spoke with unwillingness. He defeated me in a single move. Jin Feiming didn't explain anything and led the people behind him to collect the fruit. However, his words caused the two leaders to feel as if they were struck by lightning. One had to know that Jin Feiming was ranked in the top 10 among the second generation of the Resplendent Academy. Yet that young man defeated him in a single move? That was too terrifying. Could it be that the young man was ranked in the top 10 of the second generation of the Resplendent Academy? Thank you for the reminder. The two leaders immediately bowed. If it wasn't for Jin Feiming's reminder, they would have already made a move and would have been eliminated immediately. And now, although their fruits had been snatched, the time wasn't over yet. As long as they worked a little harder, they still had a chance. So domineering. The two groups immediately left to collect the fruits. However, when they thought of the young man who had appeared before them, they couldn't help but admire him. This is what a cultivator of our generation should be like. Whatever I like belongs to me. Just one word, and gods and demons will make way. Lin Ling held Yuyu's hand and walked forward. He had also successfully passed this round. However, along the way, he was also looking for stronger second generations. It was a pity that the majority of them disappointed him. Unknowingly, the test was completely over. There were only 10,000 people left. No, I can't accept this. I only lacked 10 fruits. This time is too fast. What is this? I only lacked 1 fruit. Heavens, who gave me a fruit? I didn't even obtain a single fruit. I was fighting with the Moon Twist Divine Beast for 2 hours. How did these guys pass? Resentful voices rang out one after another. These people were obviously eliminated. The previous 3 rounds were just warm-up rounds. If they didn't even pass the warm-up round, they would be eliminated immediately in the next round. This also allowed others to see that even though they were all second generations and were at the same cultivation level, there were still differences in strength. On Lin Ling's side, Ancestor Dragon was extremely happy because Lin Ling and Yu Yu had both passed. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others were also the same. Out of more than 200,000 people, only 10,000 were left. Lin Ling and Yu Yu were among them. This was extremely difficult. At this moment, they were all proud. They didn't know that the 3 rounds were very difficult for others, but for Lin Ling, it was very simple. Lin Ling also passed? As expected of the most dazzling monstrous genius in the history of Radiant Academy. Next will be the battle between the second generations of the 3 great academies. I wonder how far he can go. Not far from Lin Ling, many second and third generations looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Lin Ling had just become a second generation, but he had already reached such heights. They couldn't help but admire him. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes and voices around him. Instead, he was looking for 2 figures. One was Si Xuanmei. The other was Gu Ji. He knew that the warm-up round was over. Next was the main event. And he, Lin Ling, was looking forward to meeting Si Xuanmei. Chapter 2559. Lin Ling entered the arena. Lin Ling, if you meet me, you will definitely regret this. Her voice floated out, causing the eyes of many second-generation juniors to flash. They were well aware of the grudges between Lin Ling and Si Xuanmei. Would Lin Ling be the one to suppress her in the end? Or would Si Xuanmei wash away her previous humiliation? Although Lin Ling was strong, geniuses like to do things that exceeded the norm. It wasn't impossible for Si Xuanmei's strength to rise during this period of time. The remaining 10,000 people immediately began the first round of the preliminaries. Because there were so many people, each person only had one chance. If they lost, they would be directly eliminated. And now that the competition had reached this point, the crowd became even more excited. This was because they were about to enter the main theme. Pride of the world, let's see who could reign supreme. The number 1 genius stepped onto the stage and began drawing lots to choose his opponent. It had to be said that to be able to obtain the number 1 number out of 200,000 second-generation juniors, this was a very good stroke of luck. Unfortunately, his luck soon came to an end. This was because he had chosen a second-generation junior that was ranked around 40. Without any suspense, this number 1 genius was directly defeated. Number 1? The first person to be eliminated in the preliminaries, no wonder he is called number 1. The winner disdainfully smiled, causing number 1 to grit his teeth in anger. But there was nothing he could do. Next was number 2's turn to draw lots. His luck was quite good. He had drawn an opponent of similar strength. The 2 of them were both at the 9th level of the World King realm, and their talents were similar. They fought in an abyss of suffering. In the end, number 2's skill was a level higher and he barely won. And although their battle was fierce, the truth was that not many people cared about it. This was because a 9th level World King cultivation was the weakest in the competition. Thus, there was a limit to how strong they could be. In the preliminaries of 10,000 people, there was definitely a difference between ordinary and intense. This caused Lin Ling to feel a bit drowsy. Up until now, an opponent that could move him had yet to appear. Number 15329. After an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly sounded out, causing Lin Ling's eyes to brighten. It was his turn to go on stage. This was because someone had drawn his name. The voices of Yu Yu and the others immediately rang out beside him, causing Lin Ling to smile and walk onto the martial stage. He was obviously confident that he would pass the first round of preliminaries. However, when he came to the martial stage, he found a delicate girl standing there. Her entire body seemed to be boneless, and she was extremely charming. And this woman wore the robes of Blue Ning Academy. Her cultivation wasn't weak. She had reached the 10th level of the World King realm. This was his opponent? At the same time, the surroundings were in an uproar. Many people were attracted by the woman's beauty. The woman was charming and pure, and she was able to make it this far. This undoubtedly moved the hearts of many young men. That's Luo Xinxiang, ranked 36th in the Zhongling Academy. She's also one of the 4 great beauties of the academy. She is indeed beautiful. Look at her eyes, they seem to be able to speak. She is so cute. She is cute, but her strength is not weak at all. She is ranked 36th, but that was her ranking in the past. Now, she might even be able to make it into the top 10. That boy on the other side is going to suffer, but losing to a beauty is also not bad. The geniuses of the various academies were all excited. The 3rd generation and last generation youths were all staring at Luo Xinxiang in awe. Of course, there were also many people who were staring at Lin Ling with a strange look in their eyes. For example, the people of the 4 great commanderies, the 2nd generation youths of Bright Academy, and so on. They obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to fight. In my opinion, he can block at most 5 moves. At this time, a confident voice sounded out, causing many people to look over. The one who spoke was the vice president of Zhongling Academy. Is that so? That is Lin Ling we are talking about. It's not like you haven't seen him in the last battle on the drill ground. However, someone immediately retorted. It was the vice president of Bright Academy, Gong. In the Pride tournament of the 3 great academies, these presidents would definitely oppose each other. How long has it been since the last battle on the drill ground? This Lin Ling is at most in the 2nd generation of the 2nd generation. He doesn't have the qualifications to threaten the top 50. In my opinion, in 3 moves, Lin Ling will be defeated. The vice president of Zhongling Academy immediately said. Wait and see. The vice president of Zhongling Academy sneered again and again. When Lin Ling is defeated, let's see how he will raise his head to face others. In fact, the vice president of Zhongling Academy was still a little apprehensive about whether Lin Ling could win or not. After all, the time between the last battle on the drill ground was indeed very short. On the stage, Lin Ling looked at his opponent and then introduced himself. Lin Ling. Yes. I am not interested in hearing your name. You can leave by yourself. Leave. To Lin Ling's surprise, the pretty girl opposite him didn't even look at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling frown. The reason why he introduced himself was because they had met by chance, so he was being polite. Who knew that she would be so arrogant? One must know that although Lin Ling hadn't dominated the 2nd generation yet, he had a small reputation. Yet she wasn't even interested in knowing his name? I hope your strength is as good as your words. Lin Ling didn't intend to give her any face because he had to fight for it himself. I am only interested in the first 12 generations of the 3 great academies. Maybe you think I am not famous, but I am a dark horse, much more powerful than you. Luo Xinxiang said again. Stupid woman, don't raise your chin so high. Be careful that it doesn't rain and fill your nostrils with rain. Lin Ling's words were even more impolite. Who is this guy, to humiliate Senior Luo Xinxiang like that? He's courting death. That's Lin Ling, number 1 in the drill ground battle, number 1 in the 2nd generation. No wonder he's so arrogant. To put it bluntly, he's a rookie. A rookie dares to be so arrogant? Senior Luo Xinxiang, beat him up. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't even give face to the delicate girl, many young men were eager to protect her and immediately shouted angrily. In the crowd, a handsome man's face was extremely gloomy. His name was Qian Su'a, and he was Luo Xinxiang's boyfriend. Lin Ling, right? After your defeat, you will know the price of humiliating Luo Xinxiang. He muttered to himself, obviously angry. On the martial arts platform, Luo Xinxiang's pretty face was covered with frost. Lin Ling actually mocked her most prideful appearance? She didn't waste any more words and immediately attacked. Plucking Thousand Mountains palm. This was an advanced 3rd-grade martial art, which she had cultivated to perfection. And her talent was a 2nd-grade talent. Although the grade wasn't high, it had a heaven-defying power, which was the ability to comprehend. The sky was filled with palms, and they came at Lin Ling from 8 directions. It was beautiful, but no one dared to underestimate the power behind it. A third-grade martial art. Within the World King realm, Luo Xinxiang is one of those who have cultivated it to perfection. That plucking Thousand Mountains palm is truly strong. It has defeated a fifth-grade martial artist before. That second-generation rookie Lin Ling will be defeated in a single move. The Vice Dean of Tsongling Academy confidently said. He was well aware of Lin Ling's strength. Although Luo Xinxiang's talent was ordinary, her martial arts were fierce, making up for her weakness in talent. Vice Dean Gong, your academy's rookie is about to be defeated. Chapter 2560. Giving him a taste of his own medicine. You can't block it. At the same time, on the stage, a delicate voice rang out. Terrifying plum blossoms swept across the stage like a storm, causing waves of cheers to ring out from afar. This scene was also telling everyone that talent didn't represent everything for the strong. Powerful martial arts could also overturn rivers and seas. Boom! Almost at the same time, the martial stage that was floating in the sky began to vibrate. Voila! A large number of dazzling plum blossoms danced in the air. They looked weak, but they could cut through anything. At this moment, Lin Ling had already disappeared. No one thought that Lin Ling could still stand under the plum blossoms. Even Si Xuanmei squinted her eyes. Although a third-grade martial arts couldn't compare to a fourth-grade martial arts, if a third-grade martial arts reached a terrifying level, it could still defeat a fourth-grade martial artist. This Luo Xinxiang was even stronger than her in the past. As expected of a veteran's second generation. Lin Ling couldn't have been blasted into pieces, right? Suddenly, someone voiced out his doubts. In response, the Tsongling Academy's people cheered. The number 1 second-generation rookie, although his reputation wasn't weak, wasn't he still going to be defeated? This time, the Tsongling Academy's face was lifted. Ha ha ha. On the giant lotus, the vice principal of the Tsongling Academy laughed out loud. Although he didn't speak, it was like a silent slap to the vice principal's face, leaving him speechless. As for the resplendent academy, it was silent. The number 1 second-generation Genji gloated, "What a waste." In the past, Lin Ling embarrassed him, but he didn't think that Lin Ling was his opponent. It was just a fluke. Died without a complete corpse? Then he said another sentence, which caused many geniuses to be puzzled. Lin Ling was blasted into pieces? But there wasn't anything left behind by Lin Ling on the stage. Look at the corner of the stage. At this moment, someone exclaimed. At the corner of the stage, a figure stood there, unmoving like a mountain, unmoved even if the sky collapsed. It was Lin Ling. No one knew how Lin Ling had dodged those plum blossoms. Could it be that his movement technique had deceived everyone's eyes? My 1,000 plum plucking mountain palm, even a fly couldn't dodge it. How did you succeed? Luo Xinxiang exclaimed. Her martial arts had no blind spots, so she didn't know how Lin Ling's doing. You don't. At that moment, Lin Ling spoke faintly and moved his feet. He also moved. Heavens, hands, the plum blossoms. You are courting death. A 9th stage world king is actually fighting against a 10th stage world king. Of those who didn't know. Heaven hands of his strength, of his strengths of his strengths. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's fist collided with Luo Xinxiang's palm. Rumble. To everyone's surprise, Luo Xinxiang's figure retreated as if she had been struck by a hammer. This fist proved everything. Bang bang bang. The more Luo Xinxiang fought, the more shocked she became. She never thought that Lin Ling's realm was lower than hers, but his strength was so terrifying. Could this be Lin Ling's trump card? She thought that Lin Ling had already erupted with his full strength. She didn't know that Lin Ling hadn't even used 50% of his strength. Since you've used your trump card, then it's my turn. As Luo Xinxiang retreated, her pretty face turned icy cold. Voila! Astral winds immediately fluttered out and danced wildly, turning into a vortex that was controlled by Luo Xinxiang. I'll let you see what a 4th-grade martial art is. Profound light plum shadow palm. The entire stage was filled with her voice, giving off a domineering and magnificent feeling. Her hands were like the Tai Chi in a painting, finally slamming down heavily. In fact, there were many people in the second generation who knew a fourth-grade martial art. Some even knew that Lin Ling also knew such a martial art. But Luo Xinxiang was different from others. The martial art she displayed was twice as strong. Moreover, her perception was monstrous. This was brought about by her talent. And this was her capital for participating in the competition. 3 rounds. Someone shouted in horror. The profound light plum shadow palm was dazzling and powerful, so there were many people who learned it. But it could only release 1 round of plum shadow while Luo Xinxiang could release 3 rounds. This showed the gap between them. That palm seemed slow, but in fact, its speed was extremely fast. It reached the speed of a world. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling was sent flying by the force of that palm. Lin Ling couldn't block it. Many people had this thought. Lin Ling was about to lose. This was the first round of preliminaries. This was also his end. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling was the monster with the fastest cultivation speed. Everyone knew that his foundation was unstable. Moreover, the number 1 rookie of the second generation was indeed not qualified to dominate the Pride tournament. Lin Ling. Even Xian Yuanguo was secretly sweating, but Yu Yu and Tang Yue were smiling. Only they were not worried about Lin Ling at all. They were just curious. Would Lin Ling break out the sword principle or the flame principle in the face of that palm? Where do you think you're going? Luo Xinxiang saw Lin Ling retreating. She immediately smiled and chased after him. Xiang, trample this rascal who humiliated you under your feet. Luo Xinxiang's boyfriend, Qian Suo, said in a cold voice. The second-generation rookie of the second generation, Lin Ling, must give him a fatal blow. Being trampled on by a woman, this humiliation was enough to make people laugh at Lin Ling for 100 years. It was possible that Lin Ling would leave the martial god realm. At this moment, the thousands of plum palms were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not make any move. Instead, his hands danced in the air. It was extremely strange. But soon, someone's pupils contracted fiercely. It was because both hands were drawing circles. That was the martial art that Luo Xinxiang had used before. It was the mystic light plum shadow palm. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to give her a taste of her own medicine? Even Luo Xinxiang's eyes lit up. This Lin Ling was really stupid. He actually chose to use the same martial art as her. However, when it came to the mystic light plum shadow palm, who could compare to her? However, when her attack was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, her pupils flickered. That was because the mystic light plum shadow palm that Lin Ling had used had already begun to draw a circle of plum blossom light. Moreover, the second round followed closely behind. Even as the crowd exclaimed, the third round appeared. 3 huge plum blossom light circles appeared. It was a shocking sight. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped. However, this was not the end of their astonishment. The 4th round appeared. The 5th round. At this moment, Luo Xinxiang's expression changed drastically. Her mystic light plum shadow palm was actually taught by a certain senior. That was why she had 3 rounds, surpassing all the people who cultivated this martial art. However, Lin Ling had 5 rounds? This was fake. Chapter 2561. Dark Horse Si Xuanmei. Boom. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling also struck out with his palm. The 2 plum blossom palms collided violently. In the next moment, a figure was blasted flying. Moreover, her clothes were torn, and a dazzling expanse of snow-white skin was revealed. It caused the pupils of many young men to constrict, and they secretly drooled. This was because the person who was sent flying was Luo Xinxiang. Moreover, her clothes were torn. Furthermore, his hair was disheveled, making him look extremely wretched. Most importantly, she had obviously suffered heavy injuries and seemed to have lost the ability to fight. Of course, compared to being eliminated, Luo Xinxiang was still angry at Lin Ling for not giving her any face. Face is not given by others, but by oneself. At this moment, Lin Ling was already walking towards the edge of the martial stage. His figure was indescribably confident and at ease. It fell into Luo Xinxiang's heart and caused her heart to rumble. One had to know that within the 3 great academies, there were many people who could defeat her. However, Lin Ling was the first person to defeat her using the method she was proficient in. Wait, who taught you the mystic light plum shadow palm? Luo Xinxiang shouted, unwilling to give up. Do you need someone to teach you this kind of martial arts? Of course, if there is one, it might be you. Unfortunately, Lin Ling replied disdainfully, causing Luo Xinxiang's expression to change drastically. Could it be that Lin Ling had learned it after seeing her use it once, and had even surpassed her? One had to know that her innate talent did not have any offensive abilities, but it allowed her to have monstrous perception. In the past, some senior had given her some pointers, and she had learned those martial arts. However, Lin Ling's perception seemed to be higher than hers. At that moment, Qian Sua rushed onto the martial stage and covered Luo Xinxiang with his clothes. This Lin Ling actually made you lose so much face. I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Qian Sua's voice was extremely cold. However, Luo Xinxiang did not respond. Instead, she looked at the back of the arrogant man and said, "He's right. It's not that I don't want to lose face. I'm the one who loses it." Qian Sua looked at Luo Xinxiang in disbelief. He realized that the woman who used to worship him didn't even look at him anymore. After Lin Ling left, cries of surprise rang out one after another. Although Luo Xinxiang wasn't a top 2nd generation, she was at least above average. Even she had been defeated. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had already reached such a level? Even some of the geniuses who didn't know Lin Ling were constantly asking about Lin Ling's name. At this moment, Lin Ling's reputation soared among the 2nd generation. Furthermore, he had successfully passed the 1st round. Ha ha ha. Vice Headmaster Gong laughed heartily from the giant lotus. He did not say anything, but his laughter was like an invisible slap that ruthlessly landed on the old man's face. Lin Ling had given Resplendent Academy a lot of face. The Vice Headmaster of Zhongling Academy beside him had a gloomy face. He did not say a word, but he had already secretly sent out an order. Any 2nd generation who met Lin Ling was to beat him to death. Of course, while he was angry, he was also puzzled. How did Lin Ling know the mystic light plum shadow palm? Moreover, he was even more powerful than Luo Xinxiang. According to what he knew, Luo Xinxiang was the most powerful person in Zhongling Academy. He was filled with doubts. He never would have thought that Lin Ling's 10,000 elephant devil eyes and ultimate martial path had reached a level beyond his imagination. The 1st round passed. Very good, I hope you will meet me in the 2nd round. Genji sneered. He was actually excited about this. The following battles were getting more and more exciting. The weaker 2nd generation were most afraid of meeting a strong 2nd generation because it would cause the battle to be one-sided. Of course, the weak would definitely be eliminated in the face of great waves. Finally, it was the turn of a tit-for-tat battle. Moreover, both of them were from Resplendent Academy. Bullshit, Vice Headmaster Gong said in anger. Because the one who appeared in this battle was Si Xuanmei and the other person was Red Enchantress. Si Xuanmei and Lin Ling were both 2nd generation newcomers. Red Enchantress was a veteran 2nd generation, but she was also the number 1 person in the Fire Dao department. When the 2 women appeared, the entire martial stage fell silent. This was a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Moreover, both of them were 1st-class beauties. Who would be the winner? Si Xuanmei, you're the number 1 rookie of the 2nd generation, but if you want to challenge me, you're still a bit lacking. I can tell you that in this year, my strength has greatly increased. Red Enchantress had absolute confidence. If Lin Ling can defeat a veteran 2nd generation, why can't I? A sword appeared in Si Xuanmei's hand as a cold aura spread out. Use your 5th grade 10,000 star unparalleled body. Let's see if your talent is better or mine. Red Enchantress was very familiar with Si Xuanmei's strength. Boom! The 2 quickly clashed. On one side, terrifying flames soared into the sky. On the other, soared light crisscrossed. This battle was the most intense battle so far. Many people held their breaths as they stared at the battle. Red Enchantress, that is Blue Enchantress's older sister. Can she win? Tang Yue frowned as she looked at the arena. She seemed a bit worried. Lin Ling's expression was calm. After carefully watching for a while, he finally shook his head. See, Xuanmei's talent can absorb other people's talent. It is very heaven-defying. Unfortunately, she only used it crudely in the past. But now, she can already fuse that talent into her own sword path. What does this mean? Tang Yue was even more worried. It means that she has already used the swallowing talent as nourishment to increase her realm. Lin Ling said word by word. The battle on the arena shook the heavens and earth. Red Enchantress's flames dimmed as she cried out in shock. Your strength has definitely reached the half-step true god realm. In the past, Si Xuanmei was at the peak of the World King realm. Now, her strength had doubled. In the past, I didn't know how to use the power of my talent. But now, because of someone I understand, Si Xuanmei quietly put away her sword and turned to leave. She was indescribably confident. The crowd immediately stirred. Talent, every genius had it. But to be able to display the advantages of one's talent and know their weaknesses, this wasn't something that just anyone could do. And Si Xuanmei seemed to be able to display the advantages of her talent. Lin Ling, if you meet me, you will die. Just as she was about to leave the arena, Si Xuanmei drew her sword and pointed it at Lin Ling. Her beautiful face was filled with a sinister look. Lin Ling immediately replied. This was related to an Yuer, so he wouldn't be lenient. Red Enchantress's face was ashen. She thought that her strength had greatly increased, but who knew that Si Xuanmei was even more fierce? She also left the arena and came to Lin Ling's side. She warned, Lin Ling, don't underestimate her. Her strength has reached the half-step true god realm. Moreover, I have a feeling that she still hasn't erupted with her full strength against me. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Ling smiled and replied, I will defeat her for you. Indeed, the world was fair. Lin Ling had 2 dantians and the evil flame transformation. He could crazily increase his strength, but others could do the same. Moreover, Si Xuanmei had defeated Red Enchantress. This meant that her strength was much greater than Lin Ling's. This also meant that her strength had risen to a terrifying degree. Chapter 2562. The second round of preliminaries. The first round of the preliminaries continued, and the strongest second-generation disciples of the 3 great academies also participated. Unfortunately, their opponents were too weak, causing them to not use their full strength. On the contrary, other than Si Xuanmei, there was another person who was also shining brightly, becoming a dark horse just like Si Xuanmei. That person was shockingly Qiansu. This person's talent was also a 5th awakened divine body. Coupled with the corresponding martial arts, he was actually very powerful. He didn't even need to lift a finger to defeat his opponent. With a twitch of his brows, his opponent was bound by the vines and admitted defeat. His talent was indeed heaven-defying. It was as if he could grow plants anywhere in the world. As for his martial Dao, it was the true realm of the wood Dao. Lin Ling, I'll wait for you in the second round. After he left, he immediately declared war on Lin Ling. The crowd was in an uproar. As of now, there were 2 dark horses who wanted to challenge Lin Ling, Si Xuanmei and Qianxia. What made people surprised was that Lin Ling actually made 2 dark horses challenge him. Lin Ling had defeated Luo Xinxiang. He was not qualified to be a dark horse. In an instant, Lin Ling's reputation soared again with the help of the 2's reputation. If you meet me, you will feel very unlucky. Lin Ling had no idea why Qianxia wanted to fight him, but he was not afraid in the slightest. Boom! The hearts of the cultivators of the 3 academies and the large number of cultivators rumbled. Lin Ling was still as arrogant as ever. As expected of Lin Ling. Although I feel that he's too insolent, he's still given face to the Resplendent Academy. This is what a martial artist should be like. In the Resplendent Academy, all the geniuses admired Lin Ling because Lin Ling represented the Resplendent Academy to accept the challenge from the Zongling Academy. As for those people from Tating Commandery who were hiding in the dark, they sneered at this moment. They could not wait to see this scene. Of course, There were only 5,000 geniuses in the second round. Lin Ling would also begin to meet the people they invited. Not long after, the second round of preliminaries began. For Lin Ling, there was still no opponent who could move him at the beginning of the preliminaries. But soon Yu went on stage. Wow, another beauty. TSK, she's comparable to Luo Xinxiang. I heard that she's Lin Ling's woman. No one else has a chance. What's going on? How can such a beautiful woman be taken by Lin Ling? Many people's eyes lit up when they saw Yu. And Yu's opponent was a scholarly youth holding a fan. He smiled as he looked at Yu. Very good. I am Tong Xiushan, a peak world king with a 4th grade awakened divine body and a high 3rd grade martial skill. But I've also touched upon the threshold of 4th grade martial skills. Compared to Lin Ling, how do I fare? Yu frowned. She did not understand why the other party would say that. Tong Xiushan smiled. Lin Ling has already fought 2 dark horses. He's bound to lose. So, why don't you follow me? My strength is much better than that trash Lin Ling. Moreover, I'll treat you well. He was openly tempting Yu, causing Yu's beautiful eyebrows to furrow even more. Wow, Tong Xiushan is so bold. He's actually tempting such a beauty. If he succeeds, Lin Ling will be so angry that he'll smoke from his 7 orifices. The geniuses of Heavenly Saint Academy clamored. How about it? I can tell you one more thing. I'm about to become a 1st-generation genius. That's a height that Lin Ling will never be able to catch up to. Tong Xiushan said. As a 2nd-generation genius, he naturally had absolute confidence in himself. But Yu suddenly smiled and nodded. Tong Xiushan couldn't help but be overjoyed. Even the clamoring around him became louder. But you have to defeat me. However, Yu's next sentence made the surrounding voices disappear in an instant. Was this the only condition? Defeat him, senior brother Tong. It was human nature to watch a show. Many people were looking forward to Lin Ling's woman being snatched away. Isn't that simple? From now on, Goddess Yu will leave that trash Lin Ling. Tong Xiushan was wondering what kind of condition it would be, but it turned out to be so simple. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a colorful light bloomed in front of him. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Moreover, it was accompanied by the melody of the ultimate martial path. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. In the next moment, people saw that Tong Xiushan had been slapped in the face. It was Yu. Tong Xiushan was stunned. What a fast speed. And what were those multicolored lights? Not bad, but I like it. Tong Xiushan didn't feel embarrassed. The rarer the beauty, the more he liked it. He muttered to himself, now it's my turn. Don't worry, I won't destroy you. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another crisp sound of a slap was heard. It was so fast that he couldn't even detect it. Slap. Tong Xiushan was still in shock when another slap was heard. He was hit until he was dizzy. What was happening? He had been paying close attention to Yu, but it was still useless. That speed has surpassed the speed of a realm. Only the strong cultivators on the high platform were muttering to themselves. That was why Tong Xiushan was being hit. Slap. The crisp sound of slapping continued to be heard. Yu didn't use any tricks. She just slapped his face. Wait, can you not hit my face? Slap. Enough, I'm a man. I won't do it more than 3 times. Slap. You've gone too far. Slap, slap, slap. I won't do it again. I admit defeat. Then, something that made people not know whether to laugh or cry happened. Tong Xiushan was slapped in the face, and he admitted defeat. When the crowd came to their senses, they saw a pig head standing on the martial arts platform. Was that the polite Tong Xiushan from before? This guy wants to compete with Lin Ling for a woman? Yu's temper is getting worse. Lin Ling, who was below the martial arts platform, wasn't worried about Yu's situation at all. He shook his head helplessly. Beside him, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were stunned. Yu is so powerful? Moreover, her methods were too harsh. She slapped Tong Xiushan's face and made him admit defeat. That was a disgrace to men. Seeing Tong Xiushan leave, many people looked at Lin Ling enviously. Because they could see that Yu Yu was so angry because she stood up for Lin Ling. It was every man's dream to have such a beautiful and powerful woman protect Lin Ling personally. I hope I'll meet him in the second round. I'll defeat him and make that woman leave him. Lin Ling's strength can't be underestimated. To defeat him, one must at least be in the top 10 of the 3 academies. Let's wait and see. Many rich second generations were eager to fight, as if Lin Ling was a soft persimmon. Of course, this was normal. So far, Lin Ling hadn't encountered a tough fight. Even Lin Ling was a little depressed. He hoped that his opponent in the second round would be stronger. Not long after, it was finally his turn to fight in the second round of preliminaries. The geniuses of the 3 academies were all silent at this moment. The deans of the 3 academies also narrowed their eyes. They all hoped that there would be a good opponent this time. Unfortunately, the person who appeared was Lin Ling's acquaintance. After the drawing of lots, the 2 figures on the martial arts platform breathed heavily and then smiled bitterly. Because the opponent was Tang Shu from Square Commandery. He and Lin Ling had traveled together in the 9 Dragons realm and had known each other for a long time. Chapter 2563. A Dark Horse. When Tang Shu's voice came out, the whole world seemed to be silent. Behind Tang Shu, the geniuses roared again and again. What the hell is senior brother Tang Shu doing? He is the second-generation genius of the academy. I heard that Lin Ling and Tang Yue are very close. I didn't expect that in order to help his sister, Tang Shu would even throw away his reputation. Lin Ling is really fucking lucky. Angry voices could be heard everywhere. Lin Ling had easily passed the second round, which made many people feel very unsatisfied. On the martial stage, Tang Shu did not care about the dissatisfaction around him. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling with a wry smile. Because he and Lin Ling had already fought, he was not Lin Ling's opponent at all. Lin Ling also smiled bitterly. He also wanted to meet a strong opponent to fight, but unfortunately, the heavens did not comply with his wishes. After Tang Shu left the martial stage, more curses floated out. Tang Shu was stunned. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. He disdained to explain anything. However, Lin Ling frowned. Tang Shu was already his friend. How could he be humiliated by these short-sighted people? Shut up. If you are not convinced, come and fight. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked around indifferently. His words undoubtedly caused a huge uproar. The geniuses did not expect that Lin Ling would be so arrogant after getting a bargain. Just you wait, the third round will be your end. Some powerful geniuses reprimanded loudly. Did Lin Ling not know that he relied on luck to pass? In this regard, Lin Ling only sneered. What will come will come. He was looking forward to an opponent that could move him. The second round was still intense. The strongest second-generation geniuses also fought, but unfortunately, their opponents were too weak. They still could not display their ability. It would be very difficult to encounter a strong opponent in an elimination battle with 5,000 people. However, the spectators were still in high spirits. Even many first-generation geniuses were watching from afar, their faces very solemn. It was because they saw a resplendent new star. It wouldn't be long before he would definitely step into the ranks of this generation, threatening their positions. The difference between the first generation and the second generation was the amount of cultivation time. The first generation had a longer time to cultivate. The number 1 dark horse, Si Xuanmei, is fighting. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Even the vice deans of the 3 great academies were filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, Si Xuanmei's opponent was not strong. He was only ranked 33rd among the second generation, so she won easily. Seeing this, some people felt regretful, while others were shocked by Si Xuanmei's power. Si Xuanmei had been defeated in the past, but she had made a comeback today. Looking at Lin Ling again, he seemed to be stuck in the same spot. He was bound to be washed away by Si Xuanmei. However, the next battle caused everyone's mood to soar once again. That's Luo Wanjie, the 7th generation of the Heavenly Saint Institute. He's fighting. That was in the past. It is said that his strength has increased greatly and he is going to fight for the first place. Overall, his battle prowess is probably in the top 3 of Heavenly Saint Institute. This guy who doesn't show his strength is really powerful. Is he from the only commandery? Curious voices were heard. Until now, there were no powerful geniuses in the only commandery, except for the top 10 geniuses in Qingzhou. Therefore, Luo Wanjie attracted a lot of attention. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes also lit up in the distance. Brother Ling, is Luo Wanjie very powerful? Yu Yu noticed Lin Ling's gaze and could not help but ask. Up until now, there were not many second-generation geniuses who could move Lin Ling, so Yu Yu was curious. It's not him, it's his opponent. Interesting, this battle will be very interesting. Lin Ling suddenly laughed. Hearing this, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was more curious about Luo Wanjie's opponent. At this moment, Luo Wanjie's opponent appeared. It was a short and strong young man with slightly dark skin. He looked extremely ordinary. I, Luo Wanjie, am the son of a concubine in the only commandery. I was bullied since I was young. The prince's mansion threw me into the 10,000 demon realm, wanting me to be doomed forever. However, I was tough. I drank the demon king's milk and killed countless people. In the end, I returned to the only commandery and killed all the young princes who bullied me, regaining my mother's dignity. Luo Wanjie was the first to speak on the martial arts platform. He grew up in the 10,000 demon realm? Was he brought there by the demon king? Hearing his words, many people's faces changed slightly. No wonder Luo Wanjie always gave people a tyrannical feeling. It was because of this. No wonder no one had heard of his name. It turned out that the only commandery did not recognize his existence from the beginning. However, after his strength increased, the only commandery started to pay attention to him. Brother Luo is really powerful. On the opposite side, the short and strong young man bowed and said, he looked very honest. I won't let you go, Luo Wanjie said lightly. He took a step forward and a powerful attack burst out. Peak of the World King Realm, 5th grade talent. His first attack was a high-grade 3rd grade martial art. At present, the World King Realm could only cultivate 3rd grade boundary origin martial arts. However, some monstrous people with strong perception could cultivate 4th grade martial arts. Of course, having a 4th grade martial art might not be as powerful as a 3rd grade martial art. In the end, it was affected by the level of cultivation. Therefore, it was just right to use a 3rd grade martial art. Brother Luo, I won't admit defeat so easily. The short and strong young man on the opposite side also moved. He threw out an ordinary punch. It was also a high-grade 3rd grade martial art. As for cultivation and talent, he was also at the peak of the World King Realm. However, his talent was only at the 3rd grade and he had no advantage. As the preliminaries went on, every genius had their own advantages. The short and strong young man seemed to have no advantage at all. Demon-resistant divine body. At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Then, he saw the doubts of the people around him and explained, this talent is very ordinary. The only advantage is that it has a strong defense. It can pour boundary origin energy into the body and its demon resistance is very good. It looks very ordinary. Falling flowers and flowing water said. Sometimes, the more ordinary something is, the more powerful it is. Lin Ling shook his head. Boom, boom, boom. On the martial stage, deafening sounds continued to resound. No one was optimistic about the short and strong young man. However, what was surprising was that he was extremely difficult to deal with. What's your name? Luo Wanjie couldn't help but ask. His opponent was unknown but had blocked many of his moves. It was impossible for him not to be surprised. In all fairness, his opponent's strength could enter the top 10 of the academy. Black stone. Black stone. The short and strong young man gasped for breath. Okay, I'll remember your name. However, you should have reached your limit. Lose for me. Defeat. Luo Wanjie attacked again. He turned into a sand fog and pressed down from all angles. Bang, bang. The battle became more and more intense. Everyone thought that this time, Black Stone would be defeated. Chapter 2564. The third round had arrived. What? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Could it be another dark horse? 100 miles profound sky drum. Luo Wanjia's face became more serious. He knew that if he did not use his trump card, he could not win. A war drum appeared in his hand, and he beat it fiercely. The sandstorm swept over Black Stone like a gust of wind, turning the martial stage into a desert. 100 miles profound sky drum, a first-grade immortal treasure. An ancient expert exclaimed. That treasure, combined with Luo Wanjia's talent, could make the attack unstoppable. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes also lit up. Was it another unstoppable attack? In the past, when he was fighting a half-step true immortal realm expert in the Nine Dragons realm, there was one who had such a heaven-defying attack. It could be said that unless the gap in strength was very big, Luo Wanjia would definitely win. In fact, people also felt that Luo Wanjia would definitely win. Only Lin Ling shook his head lightly. It's over. Sir, what do you mean? Beside him, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword exclaimed. Wasn't Luo Wanjia going to win? Unstoppable attacks can definitely suppress opponents of the same strength. However, if the opponent suddenly explodes with a stronger strength, those unstoppable attacks will become useless. Lin Ling said lightly, Black Stone, the situation is set. Ultimate Stone Path, Stone Heart, descend. Stone Heart. Stone Heart was the same as Sword Heart. Only those who had the true realm of Tao could comprehend it. At this moment, Black Stone maintained his punching posture. The terrifying thing was that his surroundings were quiet, as if the chaos in the universe was affected by him. He punched out, and there was nothing he couldn't destroy. The sandstorm was blown away. A fist was like a meteor, piercing through 10,000 worlds and arriving in front of Luo Wanjia. Senior Luo, you lost. Stone Heart. When the voice sounded, Luo Wanjia's face froze. He finally left helplessly. Without any suspense, exclamations sounded from all around. This unknown short and strong youth was actually so strong. He could be called a dark horse. In this way, 3 dark horses were born. Ultimate Stone Path? Powerful indeed. Worthy of being a monster. Above the gigantic lotus, the Imperial Censor exclaimed in admiration. A genius who possessed the true realm of Tao was obviously stronger. Most importantly, the Black Stone gave him a good feeling. He was as steady as a mountain, and he took one step at a time. He clearly didn't have a powerful talent or weapon, but he relied on his willpower to create a world. This also showed that talent was sometimes not everything. Lord Lin Ling, you're amazing. You actually knew that he would win. At this moment, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others were looking at Lin Ling with admiration. His martial arts experience is truly terrifying. I'm afraid he has already cultivated tens of thousands of Grade 3 martial arts, and Grade 2 martial arts are definitely over 100 million. Sometimes, cultivating more martial arts is also an advantage. Lin Ling solemnly said. He Shi was a good opponent. Moreover, He Shi had relied on perseverance and diligence to rise up. Such a martial artist deserved even more admiration. In the second round, other than He Shi's battle, everything else was ordinary. However, apart from the 3 strongest second-generation heirs, there were 3 more dark horses that attracted the most attention at the moment. Who would be able to dominate the world in the end? Undoubtedly, this made people very curious. Next, the Pride tournament began to have a short break because night had fallen. Everyone was resting in place. As martial artists, they had long been accustomed to sitting cross-legged to recover. You're Lin Ling. When Lin Ling and the others were resting, an uninvited guest came. It was He Shi. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others immediately panicked. He Shi was a dark horse. His status and strength were far beyond them. They hurriedly bowed and said, Brother He Shi. Seeing this, He Shi panicked and said, I can't bear it, I can't bear it. I'm here to see Brother Lin Ling. It could be seen that in the past, he was a small character. Even if his strength had greatly increased, he still didn't look down on everyone. I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling had a good impression of He Shi and immediately smiled. I saw your battle on the martial field. You are the only one who dared to practice a 5th-grade martial art. He Shi immediately bowed to Lin Ling. He had practiced many martial arts, so he knew how fierce Lin Ling was. After all, a world king who could practice a 4th-grade martial art was a monstrous talent. But Lin Ling had a 5th-grade martial art. Many people believed that Lin Ling's 5th-grade martial art was only scratching the surface, and its power couldn't even compare to a high 3rd-grade martial art. However, He Shi didn't think so. He believed that Lin Ling's Ashura sword array was absolutely extraordinary. I hope to fight with you. I don't know if I will have the chance. He Shi said, if there is a lucky chance, then there will be a chance. Lin Ling nodded. He was also looking forward to fighting with this martial arts maniac. Good, I will wait for you in the 3rd round. He Shi was very excited. Although there were many geniuses in the Pride tournament, he didn't know why, but he felt that Lin Ling was the fiercest. This was because Lin Ling was also a rising 2nd-generation talent. His cultivation time was the same as his. You might not meet him in the 3rd round. By the time the 4th round arrives, he might have already been eliminated. Because the next 2,000 people are all true monstrous geniuses. You can't rely on luck to pass. At this time, a voice came from the distance. The speaker was one of the dark horses, Xianxia, and beside him was a woman, Wuxia and Xianxia. At this time, she was looking at Lin Ling with a strange look in her eyes. Get lost. This is the territory of Resplendent Academy. Do you want to be chased away by us? In response, Lin Ling lightly smiled. His words caused Xianxia to coldly snort and turn around to leave. As for Wuxia and Xianxia, she looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally left. Lin Ling, why do I feel like she is interested in you? Seeing this, Yu frowned and said, she believed in a woman's intuition. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. Lin Ling was speechless. You didn't do anything? You defeated her with Wuxia and Xianxia's proudest move and tore her clothes. You have already left a deep shadow in her heart. Yu said with jealousy. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. What was this? The night passed silently. The next day, the highly anticipated 3rd round arrived. Currently, there were still 2,500 2nd-generation talents. And there was no doubt about the intensity of the following battles. Especially the geniuses who had experienced tough battles, they were even more eye-catching. Even the experts of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty were looking forward to it. And the drawing of lots continued. After an unknown period of time, it was finally Lin Ling's turn. And this time, he was the one to draw lots. Many people immediately looked at Lin Ling. So far, Lin Ling had not fought a tough battle. Regarding his strength, some people were curious, while others were disdainful. Number 87,572. After the voice resounded, many people looked around. However, when a figure leaped onto the martial platform, the surroundings immediately quieted down. The disciple of Qingzhou's top 10 sword celestials, Mu Yang. Chapter 2565. A tough battle. It's actually him. Falling Flower Flowing Water immediately cried out in alarm, his face turning ugly. Isn't Si Xuanmei the strongest of the 10 great sword immortals of the Azure State? He shouldn't be that strong. Xian Yuang also frowned. In terms of talent, Si Xuanmei is indeed the strongest. But in terms of strength, Mu Yuyang is stronger. This is because Mu Yuyang has cultivated for almost 2,000 years. It is said that if he doesn't break through to the World King realm, he will be stripped of his title as the 2nd generation of Heavenly Saint Academy and become the 2nd generation of the past. Falling Flower Flowing Water solemnly said. He was no longer a genius, but a genius that was about to age. Although he was old, his strength could not be underestimated. The surrounding crowd also knew of Mu Yuyang's strength. They all cheered. Lin Ling was about to be eliminated. Crush him. The vice president of Heavenly Saint Academy coldly sneered. There was no suspense in this battle. Unless Lin Ling's strength greatly increased after the battle on the martial field, he would lose without a doubt. You are the one who bullied my junior sister? On the martial stage, Mu Yang didn't make a move. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling, his words mixed with anger. Bully? When she harmed others, why didn't you say she bullied others? Also, what does this have to do with you? Mu Yang's attitude made Lin Ling extremely unhappy. It was as if he had already eaten him. Si Xuanmei and I are both disciples of the 10 great sword immortals of the Azure State. You bullying her is the same as slapping my face. Do you understand? Mu Yang slowly drew his sword. His sword was black and a wisp of Azura energy filled the air. I will give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to my junior sister. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I will spare your life. If you refuse, I have 100 ways to torture you. Of course, I won't kill you. In this moment where everyone is watching, I will only torture you properly. Clang. As his sword came out, an indifferent aura filled the martial stage. Kneel down and apologize to Si Xuanmei? And then be killed by Si Xuanmei? Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. This person was so arrogant that he had lost his mind. Then speak with your sword. Lin Ling was also too lazy to talk nonsense. The aura around his body rose steadily, like the Akalanatha. Are you still not going to draw your sword? Seeing this, Mu Yang frowned. He seemed to be very familiar with Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling was an expert with the sword. I don't need it for you. Lin Ling shouted mockingly and also began to attack. He took a step forward, causing the martial platform to shake. Without using any martial arts, he simply threw out a punch. Sometimes, when dealing with someone weaker than you, the simpler the trick, the more effective it was. Arrogant! Mu Yang roared. He was ranked 7th among the 2nd generation of the academy. Since when was it Lin Ling's turn to be arrogant? If Lin Ling doesn't use his sword, then let him never use it. He immediately unsheathed his sword, and his Omega Sword Dao roared. His cultivation level was incredibly high. However, Lin Ling's fist didn't change. It was as if he was going straight for the enemy. Mu Yang was at the peak of the World King realm, and his talent was 4th grade. As for his martial arts, he was currently using high 3rd grade. Against such an opponent, he didn't need to use his sword Dao or fire Dao. Clang. However, Mu Yang's sword was indeed amazing. It was as fast as lightning and it was sharp. In his eyes, his sword was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling's chest. One move is enough to defeat you. He seemed to see the light of victory. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling's waist twisted like a top, and he actually dodged the fast sword. His fist smashed into the sword from the side. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out, causing Mu Yang's expression to change drastically. The crowd's pupils constricted. Up until now, Lin Ling hadn't used any powerful trump cards. It seemed that he only relied on his fists to deal with his opponent. It was extremely simple. That's all. Only. Mu Yang was slightly shocked, and then he slashed out with his sword. Fast. Incomparably fast. However, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than Lin Ling's myriad demon eyes. His entire body leaned back, narrowly avoiding the slash. Then, like a carp jumping up, he stood up straight and his fist chased after the sword. What a powerful reaction. Clang! At this moment, even the 3 vice dean's pupils constricted. It was very dangerous to engage in close combat with a swordsman, but Lin Ling had succeeded, dodging the fatal sword strikes one after another. One had to know that the speed of those swords was the speed of a world. Ordinary people couldn't avoid them at all. Clang. Lin Ling's fist smashed into the sword again, causing Mu Yang to fly into a rage. However, in his rage, he didn't realize that Lin Ling's fist had struck out again. Bang! Before the 3 ferocious punches, under countless gazes, the sword was actually broken by Lin Ling. Although the sword wasn't an immortal treasure, it was still a top-grade treasure. You! Mu Yang held the broken sword, and his expression changed drastically. Then he roared, and a black sword suddenly floated behind him. The black sword split into 2, then 4, and gradually, there were 49 swords. Azura chi permeated the air at this moment. Are you surprised, Lin Ling? You didn't expect me to know this sword formation, right? After the swords floated out, Mu Yuyang's face was filled with pride. Because this was the Azura sword formation. This was a 5th grade Emperor grade sword technique, and he had actually learned it. One had to know that until now, he was the only one who had revealed a 5th grade boundary origin martial art. Of course, if you counted the battle on the drill ground, Lin Ling was also one. No wonder he was so confident. The 7th generation of Heavenly Saint Academy, he really lived up to his reputation. Good, senior brother Mu, defeat him. On the Heavenly Saint Academy's side, many of the 2nd generation were proud. Even their vice deans nodded in satisfaction, as if they had already expected this result. He also knows the Azura sword formation? On the Radiant Academy's side, everyone exclaimed. The Azura sword formation was practically Lin Ling's name, and now there was another name. This was the battle of the kings of the Azura sword formation. Draw your sword. The moment the sword formation appeared, Mu Yang's aura became even sharper. I still say the same thing, you're not qualified. At the same time, flames spread out from Lin Ling's body, and those were multicolored flames. Flame Dao Descent. Demonic Flame Transformation. This cultivation technique came from the ancient era, so no one knew its grade. However, many people knew that Lin Ling possessed this mysterious martial art, and its power seemed to be pretty good. Not drawing your sword? You're going to lose. Mu Yuyang never expected that Lin Ling would still not draw his sword. He immediately pointed forward. Shio. Shio. Ding. Ding. However, the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling used his fists to block the Azura sword formation. This guy was crazy. That kind of momentum left many geniuses speechless. They had to admit that the current Lin Ling was indeed very impressive. Of course, facing the fierce Azura sword formation, Lin Ling's fists were obviously not strong enough. Although he could smash the sword, it was obvious that he could not change the trajectory of the sword. Chapter 2566. The battle between the 1st and 2nd place. It seems like your reputation is undeserved. You only know this move. Mu Yang let out an arrogant voice. Lin Ling was on the verge of defeat, but he still did not use his other trump cards. This meant that Lin Ling had no more trump cards left. His strongest trump card was his current move. Of course, many people had the same thought. Victory and defeat were about to be decided. If it was anyone else, they would have used a stronger move. If they didn't, then they had nothing left. Playing the Ashura sword formation in front of me. At this moment, Lin Ling sneered. Compared to the Ashura sword formation, who could compare to him? Mu Yuyang thought that he had reached his limit. He didn't know that Lin Ling could block 49 swords with his fist. This was a very difficult thing to do. It's time to use 30% of my strength. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Of course, while he was thinking, he was still entangled by the 49 swords. His body kept retreating, and it was obvious that he couldn't block them. Some soft-hearted martial artists even broke out in cold sweat for Lin Ling. Is that all? This is giving him a taste of his own medicine. In the distance, Qian Suo revealed a disdainful smile. Using the Ashura sword formation to defeat Lin Ling was a good idea. It seems like the 3rd round is his limit. Compared to me, he's strong in the early stages, but lacking in the later stages. On the other side, Si Xuanmei nodded secretly. At this moment, everyone had their own thoughts, but no one thought that Lin Ling could win. Boom 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 boom. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The Azura swords that were chasing after Lin Ling were all blasted away. How can this be? He obviously couldn't block my swords before. The sudden explosion caused Mu Yuyang to cry out in alarm, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. After the Ashura swords were blasted away, they once again shot towards Lin Ling, but the result was the same. They were blasted away again. After 3 consecutive times. Bang bang bang. The sound of glass shattering resounded. Under countless gazes, all 49 Azura swords shattered. His sword was broken again. Moreover, Lin Ling only relied on his fists. Could it be that this guy's strongest point is his fists? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, and their breaths were like bellows. Obviously, they were all frightened. In fact, Mu Yang was the one who was scared the most. His body trembled as he looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Why were you unable to do anything to the Ashura sword formation before, but now you can destroy it? Bang! Lin Ling was like a giant with flames burning all over his body. Step by step, he walked towards Mu Yang. His long hair danced in the wind like an evil god. In truth, I've improved my Fire Dao martial technique to the second transformation. His voice was faintly discernible, but it was like thunder. He was currently at the 9th stage of the World King realm. After using the first transformation of the Evil Flame transformation, he could reach the 10th stage of the World King realm. And before this, when he used the second transformation, the Heaven-Shaking transformation, his strength had instantly surpassed the World King realm. In addition, he was far too familiar with the Ashura sword formation, thus he was able to use his fists to strike the swords and destroy them. You think you can stand up for Si Xuanmei? After a moment, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of Mu Yang, overlooking him. You think you have the qualifications to play with the Ashura sword formation? You think you have 100 ways to make me helpless? These 3 questions were overbearing and overbearing, all directed towards Mu Yang. Mu Yang looked up, unable to refute. Lin Ling's words were like a silent slap that ruthlessly fell on his face. Do you see this fist? You only have the qualifications to make me use my fist. Lin Ling lifted his fist, flames burning in his palm. He ruthlessly punched out, "Get out of my way." That fist caused Mu Yang to bend over like a shrimp. He was sent flying backwards, smashing off the martial stage. He had thoroughly lost. In the 3rd round, Lin Ling smoothly passed. As for the crowd, they were shocked as they watched Lin Ling leave. Now, Lin Ling had finally experienced a tough battle. It had to be known that Mu Yang possessed the Ashura sword formation and his strength could not be underestimated. This was just like how Lin Ling had defeated many opponents in the past with the Ashura sword formation. But even such a powerful second generation had been defeated. This meant that Lin Ling's strength was truly terrifying. It looks like he is also a dark horse. It was unknown who shouted this out, but the crowd fell silent. Another dark horse had been born. Not really. He should have erupted with his full strength before and only barely managed to defeat senior apprentice brother Mu Yang. That's right. Compared to Si Xuanmei, Thousand Lock, and Blackstone, he is still a bit weaker. Even so, he was able to defeat the powerful second generation. His strength is not bad. He is indeed a dark horse. Although many people did not want to admit Lin Ling's position, they could not deny that Lin Ling was indeed a dark horse. In this way, apart from the 3 strongest second generation and 3 dark horses, there was also Lin Ling who had hopes of competing for the position of Pride's #1 seed. As for the giant lotus, Vice Principal Gong nodded his head in satisfaction. Lin Ling did not disappoint him. Their resplendent academy finally had another dark horse. As for the other 2 vice principals, their faces turned ugly. This was because there were 2 dark horses in the resplendent academy. What an interesting kid. That must have been the demonic flame transformation. No wonder he was so strong. The Imperial Censor who had been silent all this while laughed. Beside him, the Grand Secretary nodded his head. In the previous battle on the drill ground, that kid used the space-time divine steel. Although it was said that it was controlled by another person, he still has a lot of secrets. This kid has the qualifications to enter the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Of course, the other geniuses also have their own secrets. They cannot be underestimated. The Imperial Censor said. Every genius had a powerful trump card. Lin Ling was not the only one who had such a trump card. Therefore, he only slightly valued Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling was not very famous before. Now that he had gained the attention of the Imperial Censor, it could be said that he had shocked the world. But what makes me curious is, did he use his full strength before? The Grand Secretary suddenly said, causing the Imperial Censor to be stunned. He was also looking forward to it. The demonic flame transformation was very difficult to cultivate. Currently, Lin Ling was able to use the second transformation, which was amazing. He should not be able to comprehend the third transformation. The following third round was much more ordinary. What was surprising was that the most dazzling battle was still Lin Ling's battle. 2,000 people were reduced to 1,000 in an instant. The fourth round was about to begin. This round was an intense battle. Resplendent Academy's number 1 second generation, Genji, against Song Ling Academy's number 2 second generation, Sima Bubi. Number 1 against number 2, this was no doubt the most eye-catching battle of the fourth round. Genji's strength was not to be doubted. Sima Bubi's strength was not weak either. But could he challenge number 1? I can defeat a half-step true god, Sima Bubi said confidently the moment he entered the arena. Genji was not a weakling. Therefore, he did not need to use any tricks. He could just use his full strength. Is that so? Then have a taste of my darkness. Chapter 2567. Dark Horse against Dark Horse. Genji's talent was a 5th grade, but he was able to display his talent to the limit. He was even more powerful than Si Xuanmei. A mighty black fog filled the air, so dark that it seemed like it could absorb any light. Seeing this, Sima Bubi's face turned solemn. He waved his right hand and an ice coffin appeared. He slapped the ice coffin and countless icicles shot out. His martial arts weren't too strong, but his talent wasn't weak either. Most importantly, he had displayed his talent to the limit. It had to be known that a true monstrous genius would either have powerful martial arts or a talent that specialized in bitter cultivation. They could each display their own abilities. So powerful! Countless people stared at the stage, their blood boiling. This battle could be considered the most powerful battle since the Pride tournament began, because both of them had the strength to defeat a half-step true immortal. And they were only at the peak of the World King realm. From this, one could see how terrifying they were. Pung ping pung. Terrifying icicles pierced through the sky, freezing the skies of Three Ring City and causing the black fog to slow down. Profound ice rain body. Lin Ling also stared at the ice coffin, his eyes flashing. This talent was a bit heaven-defying. Brother Ling, is this talent very powerful? Yu Yu immediately asked curiously. And Yuer's talent was also of the ice attribute. She didn't know how she compared to Sima Bubi, specialized in breaking true realm of Dao martial arts. Lin Ling only said a few words, but it caused everyone's faces to freeze. Specialized in breaking true realm of Dao martial arts? This meant that against Sima Bubi, martial arts were useless. This talent was heaven-defying. No wonder he's called Sima Bubi. He really is undefeated. It seems that at their level, they still have to compete with their talents. Is Sima Bubi's talent that ice coffin? The chess boy exclaimed. These were all geniuses he had to look up to. He didn't know when he would be able to reach such heights. Yes, that's an ice coffin left behind by an ancient. He was lucky enough to obtain it. Lin Ling nodded. Speaking of which, he had fought an opponent in the past. His talent was also obtained from an ancient's corpse. It was also obtained from the chaos of the universe. Will Sima Bubi win? Yu Yu asked curiously. Hard to say. Lin Ling shook his head. Genji is obviously familiar with Sima Bubi, that's why he didn't use any martial arts, but used his innate talent. Those icicles couldn't stop the black fog from spreading. Indeed, not long after he spoke, the black fog still spread to Sima Bubi. Seeing that, the crowd clenched their fists and became even more nervous. It was rumored that no one had ever been able to escape from Genji's black fog. Would Sima Bubi be able to create a miracle? Of course, there was an exception, and that was Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling was also drowned by Genji's talent, but he walked out unscathed, and even embarrassed Genji. However, only the people of Resplendent Academy knew about this. In the darkness, Sima Bubi's face turned solemn. His body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the ice coffin in the next moment, like a corpse in deep slumber. He knew that the darkness wanted to absorb his realm essence, but he would not let the darkness succeed. What a powerful innate gift. He actually fell into a deep sleep. He must have cultivated the ice slumber technique. No one could see the battle in the darkness, but the 3 vice presidents could. Someone laughed. Ice slumber technique. Could it be that undying and indestructible cultivation technique? After awakening, one's strength will increase by 30%? Someone exclaimed. Obviously, they had heard of this cultivation technique before. It was said to be a 5th-grade realm essence martial art. This was the third genius to possess a 5th-grade realm essence martial art since the start of the Pride tournament. Of course, a 5th-grade realm essence martial art was too difficult to cultivate. Sima Bu Bai had only scratched the surface. However, this was enough. With the words 5th grade, the power brought about by scratching the surface was extremely terrifying. It seems like he will be the first to walk out of the darkness. Someone else said, looking forward to it. At this moment, Genji's eyes flashed. At this moment, the ice coffin opened and a transparent giant walked out. His strength was extremely terrifying, surpassing the World King realm. My strength surpasses the World King realm by 3 realms. An ancient voice floated out from the crystal giant's mouth. Moreover, it floated out of the darkness, shocking the entire audience. Could it be that Sima Bu Bai was going to turn defeat into victory? Huh, you think you can surpass it? However, Genji sneered, I forgot to tell you. My darkness is actually nourishment. It can store realm essence and can be used by me for a short period of time. After speaking, the darkness around Genji's body surged even more violently. It was like a hand of darkness, spreading out in all directions. As for his cultivation realm, it was even more unfathomable. It actually surpasses the World King realm by 4 realms. I'm afraid he can defeat 70% of the half-step true god realm powerhouses. On top of the giant lotus, Vice President Gong let out an excited laugh. His voice caused everyone to go silent. There was always a higher mountain. One had increased by 3 realms but the other had increased by 4 realms. No one expected Genji to be so powerful. Surpasses 4 realms? Heavens, is he still human? The World King realm and the half-step true god realm is a huge divide. But he can defeat 70% of the half-step true god realm powerhouses? What a terrifying talent. The increase in strength is too great. The crowd discussed animatedly. As for Sima Bu Bai, he stood there stunned. Finally, the ice on his body disappeared, revealing his true body. I admit defeat. There was no need for him to continue fighting. In the battle between the first and second place, the first place Genji still reigned supreme. This caused Resplendent Academy's side to erupt into cheers. Genji also enjoyed the limitless glory, and as he left the stage, he said indifferently, in truth, I didn't use my full strength before. When I wanted to use my trump card, that was when the 3 strongest second generations were competing. Surpasses 4 realms and he still didn't use his full strength? If he used his full strength, he would surpass 5 realms? What a monster! I'm looking forward to the battle between the 3 strongest second generations. Everyone's mood was even higher, and even some of the ancient martial artists' faces were solemn. These rising stars were indeed scary. Even if a half-step true god realm senior met Genji, he would have to lower his voice and lower his head. On the other side, the eyes of Heaven Saint and Song Ling Academy's 2 strongest second-generation disciples were twinkling and smiling. Gang Ji wasn't weak, but this was what made it more interesting. They were looking forward to the battle between the strongest second-generation disciples. Pervert. Beside Lin Ling, falling flowers and flowing water swords' faces were pale. Especially when they thought of Genji challenging Lin Ling, they were secretly worried for Lin Ling. That's all. However, Lin Ling's face was as calm as an ancient well. No matter how many realms Genji could raise, he had 2 dantians in addition to the evil flame transformation. In terms of raising realms, he wasn't afraid of anyone. After experiencing the battle between the strongest second generations, the following battles were obviously much dimmer. Just when the crowd thought that there wouldn't be any more exciting battles in the 4th round, an extremely anticipated battle had arrived. Chapter 2568. The King of Plants, Slender Light Rui Vine. 1,000 Locks against Lin Ling. At this moment, countless people's breathing quickened. 1,000 Locks, his talent was heaven-defying. He was the king of plants and could slaughter enemies from 1,000 miles away. He was a true dark horse, equally famous as Si Xuanmei and Blackstone. Lin Ling, his fists had broken through the world. He was later recognized as a dark horse. Now, these two people had collided. Most importantly, many people could see that Thousand Locks hated Lin Ling. And this was indeed the case. At this time, Thousand Locks' eyes looked towards the martial stage and fell on Luo Xinxiang. Xiang, I promised you that I would teach him a lesson for you. Now, the heavens have received my request. At the edge of the martial stage, Luo Xinxiang had a complex expression. She didn't respond. I will let you see just how much trash he is. Thousand Locks said again. He knew that after Luo Xinxiang was defeated by Lin Ling, a knot had been left in her heart. And only he could untie this knot. As long as he beat Lin Ling into a dog, Luo Xinxiang would know just who was more worthy of her attention. At the same time, atop the giant lotus flower, the three vice deans were also looking at the martial stage. Two dark horses. I wonder who will be darker. Old Gong, how about we make a bet? Let's play for 5 million divine crystals. Let's see if you, Lin Ling, or my Blue Soaring Academy's Thousand Locks are stronger. The Blue Soaring Academy vice dean laughed. Lin Ling had humiliated Luo Xinxiang in the first battle and given their academy a ruthless slap to the face. Now, he would take back what he had lost with interest. Interesting. I will also participate in this bet. The vice dean of Sky Saint Academy laughed. He stared at Lin Ling and Thousand Locks. One is at the 9th level of the World King Realm and the other is at the peak of the World King Realm. As for Thousand Locks, his talent is 5th grade. Lin Ling's talent shouldn't have reached 5th grade yet. It's 2nd grade. He already displayed it in the last battle on the martial field. The Blue Soaring Academy vice dean immediately replied. Since that's the case, I will bet 5 million divine crystals on Thousand Locks winning. I believe that he is the dark horse. You have a good eye. Would the other lords like to play as well? Hee, the 3 vice presidents are in a good mood. Then the Imperial Censor, will also play. Grand Secretary, you won't miss this bet, right? For a moment, the interest of the ancient experts on the giant lotus was piqued. At this moment, Vice Dean Gong smiled and said, if you want to play, then play. 10 million deity crystals is too little. I'm too lazy to play. Are you sure? The others looked at Vice Principal Gong in disbelief. I can afford to gamble with this small amount of divine crystals. Vice Principal Gong said with a faint smile. This matter concerned the reputation of the Resplendent Academy. How could he lose face? All right, straightforward. 10 million it is. Several experts had placed their bets. What was surprising was that other than Vice Principal Gong, the only other person who had placed their bets on Lin Ling was the Grand Council Minister. When experts like them started to gamble, the others naturally followed suit. For example, there were also people from the 6 divisions who started gambling. The Martial God Battalion's Red Jade Tiger also placed a bet in support of Lin Ling. Lord 8th had a good relationship with Red Jade Tiger, so he naturally placed his bet on Lin Ling. As for the experts like the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, they all placed their bets on Chen Sua. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The geniuses of the 3 academies also started placing their bets. Yu and the others looked at this scene in shock. Then, their faces turned ugly. This was because these people had treated Lin Ling as a bargaining chip to win money. Many of them were even analyzing the strength of Lin Ling and Chen Sua. 2 dark horses. I wonder how many moves it will take to decide the victor. In my opinion, they will be evenly matched within 300 moves. After 500 moves, the victor will be decided. This evaluation is not bad. Although Lin Ling doesn't seem to be as good as Chen Sua, he is still quite strong. Many people analyzed seriously. Even the ancient martial artists of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty were doing the same. They were extremely excited. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the 2 dark horses stood a few hundred meters apart on the battle stage. Smoke floated around them, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Did you see that? Did you hear that? Because of us, everyone has placed bets. We are the biggest dark horses in the Pride tournament. Of course, it's a dark horse against a dark horse. You can only be outshined by me. Xianxia didn't immediately make a move. Because the bet started because of him, it made him feel extremely heroic. Therefore, he opened his arms and said, "Everyone, let's party to our heart's content." His aura was extremely arrogant. However, he was a dark horse, so he had the right to be arrogant. After he finished speaking, Xianxia immediately made his move. He stretched out his left hand, and a mysterious plant grew and curled around his body. This was his 5th grade talent, the slender light Rui vine. With this talent, he didn't even need to use martial arts to defeat many second generations. One had to know that even if awakened divine bodies were of the same grade, there were differences in strength. Some awakened divine bodies were extremely heaven-defying, while others, although reaching the 5th grade, looked very ordinary. This Rui vine is the same as Genji's talent. It's also an awakened divine body that can't be underestimated. On the lotus, the vice president of the Zhongling Academy said lightly, "If it weren't for Qiansu's short cultivation time and late rise to fame, he would already be the 2nd strongest of the 2nd generation in the Zhongling Academy." The chess path unhindered defense of Heaven's Prime, first move of Heaven's Prime. Qianxia muttered to himself, his words mixed with holiness and power. According to legend, the slender light Rui vine was the vine that connected the realms. It was like a broken lotus root that connected the realms together. There was once a year when the eastern border's demonic vines moved unhindered, growing in the chaos of the universe. They actually entangled the 3,000 realms, making it impossible for any martial artist to leave. For a time, it alarmed the 9 states. Later, experts were dispatched, and the demonic vines were cut off. Those demonic vines were the main body of the slender light Rui vine. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at Qianxia indifferently. He had to admit that this guy's strength wasn't much, but his talent was very strange. However, the universe was fair. There was no difference in strength between 5th grade talents. It depended on who used it and how it was used. For example, Qiansu's talent seemed powerful, but he lacked the most basic aura of a 5th grade awakened godly body. That's right, he didn't have any aura. If a 5th grade talent fought against a 2nd grade talent, the aura alone could suppress the opponent's strength by 50%. Moreover, some 5th grade awakened godly bodies seemed ordinary, but once they grew up, they would be even more powerful. Of course, although the slender light Rui vine didn't have the aura of an awakened godly body, and its future potential was very ordinary, it had its own uniqueness. It was a plant that could grow anywhere. All around Lin Ling, a large number of vines suddenly sprouted out without warning. Moreover, their speed was extremely fast. Most importantly, the moment the vines appeared, they emitted a blinding light that could cause a martial artist to momentarily lose focus. Think about it. If these vines suddenly grew in a fight between martial artists, it would definitely affect the opponent's strength. After all, these weren't ordinary vines. The vines immediately entangled Lin Ling, binding Lin Ling tightly. In one move, Lin Ling seemed to have been defeated. Just this bit of strength? Although Qianxia wasn't surprised by the situation, he still laughed disdainfully. Both dark horses? Shouldn't they have exchanged 500 moves? In one move, Lin Ling lost the upper hand? Sigh. Chapter 2569. The Ashura sword formation attacked. Boom. However, at this moment, flames burst into the sky, as if countless bombs had been ignited. It was magnificent and colorful. The space-time fire. Moreover, the pressure was extremely strong. It was obviously not a 2nd grade awakened godly body. 4th grade. On the lotus, the 3 vice deans exclaimed in unison. If they remembered correctly, during the battle on the drill ground, Lin Ling only had a 2nd grade awakened godly body. In such a short period of time, this guy actually broke through 2 grades. Break for me. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. At this moment, he had already erupted with the path of fire. His talent was not inferior to his opponent's. In addition, he had also activated the evil flame change, the 2nd transformation, shocking change. In this way, his cultivation realm was not inferior to his opponent's. Therefore, the vines were all broken by Lin Ling. Damn it! Damn it! Qian Suo did not expect such a scene. He originally wanted to defeat Lin Ling in one move, but unfortunately, it had become a dream. However, he immediately sneered, "You have some skills, but that's good too. If you lose too quickly, there will be no value in this battle." Chain chess pieces, Thousand Eyes kill, mysterious one-color chess. A terrifying thing happened. Around Lin Ling, a large number of vines suddenly burst out, like countless tentacles reaching for Lin Ling. Qian Suo had obviously used a martial art, and it was not weak. An elementary grade 4 martial art complemented his innate talent, allowing his attack power to increase by one-fold. Such fast speed, when did those vines appear there? Those vines are not formed by realm essence, they are real vines. They are very difficult to cut, and there are so many of them. How is Lin Ling going to block them? Qian Suo's talent is too heaven-defying. Many people were shaking their heads because Qian Suo's people were far away, controlling the demonic vines to attack Lin Ling from a distance. Lin Ling was helpless. How will he deal with it? Even the three vice deans revealed looks of curiosity. They guessed that even if Lin Ling could block it, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries. However, as they spoke, they discovered that Lin Ling actually stood there unmoving. Is this guy crazy? Perhaps he has no other choice. The vice presidents all let out cries of surprise, unable to understand Lin Ling's actions. One had to know that those vines covered the sky and blocked the sun. If Lin Ling didn't move, the space he could dodge would become smaller and smaller. As for Lin Ling, he indifferently looked at the incoming vines as if he were looking at countless hands. However, he knew that when facing the dark horse Thousand Locks, he had to erupt with an even greater strength. Otherwise, he would definitely lose. Whoosh! Just as the vines were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, the sword flew out. The ancient sword soared into the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black shadow of the sword danced in the air. 49 swords, showing off their sharpness. Compared to Mu Yang's Ashura sword formation, Lin Ling's Ashura sword formation's aura was even more terrifying. Get lost! Still standing on the martial arts platform, Lin Ling waved a single hand. The dazzling 49 swords were sent out, either stabbing, slashing, or lifting, as if 49 swordsmen were using their swords. Looking from afar, Lin Ling was like a sword sage. His every move was pleasing to the eye. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. What was terrifying was that those vines were actually slashed away by the 49 swords. The 49 swords actually formed an airtight sword formation. This was the true Ashura sword formation. So powerful! Far away from the martial arts platform, Mu Yang let out a solemn voice. He finally knew why Lin Ling didn't use his sword against him. It was because he really wasn't qualified. One had to know that the Ashura sword formation that he controlled only used brute force to break through the enemy. Of course, the Ashura sword formation also had this kind of power. Once the sword formation passed by, it would be as easy as crushing dry weeds. However, the Ashura sword formation that Lin Ling controlled was like his left and right hands, agile and flexible. It was as if every sword was a sword in his hand. Impossible! Come again! Qian Suo's pupils constricted. He controlled countless vines to attack Lin Ling from afar. However, it was useless. The sword formation sealed everything. This is Lin Ling's trump card? This sword formation simply came to life. The crowd looked at the shocking scene on the martial arts platform. Only now did they know how strong Lin Ling's strength was. It seemed like the battle between the two dark horses would only be decided after 500 moves. You should be exhausting a lot of your soul to activate that kind of sword formation. I'll see how long you can block it. Qian Suo also didn't expect that Lin Ling's sword formation was even stronger than the rumors. A flower immediately appeared in his hand. He looked at the flower tenderly and muttered to himself, 12 jade palaces emptiness, an inch of yearning, an inch of ash. That flower looked rather stunning. It was completely white. After hearing Qian Suo's flower, it actually turned to look at Qian Suo, giving people a strange feeling that made them tremble with fear. Yearning flower. Seeing this, the vice deans on the martial arts platform exclaimed in surprise. One had to know that although the slender light rui vine looked like a plant, it was actually a monster with a male and a female. Once the yearning flower was activated, the slender light rui vine would become even more frenzied. Because the yearning flower was female, the male who could activate the slender light rui vine would be much more powerful. Sure enough, when the flower appeared, the ground on the martial arts platform was covered with terrifying vines. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as if they were dominating everything. What's the point of this battle if you use such a treasure? Vice Dean Gong said coldly. If Qian Sua used his strength to crush Lin Ling, he would have nothing to say. He had to accept his loss. However, Qian Sua seemed to be unable to break through after a long time. He actually used a treasure, and it wasn't an ordinary treasure. That was too despicable. There's no rule against using treasures. Although the vice deans of Zhongling Academy felt that face was irrelevant, they couldn't care less at this moment. Vice Dean Gong immediately snorted and looked at Lin Ling. He couldn't help but worry. What's the use of your Ashura sword formation? It's only 49 swords. Let's see how long you can block it. After taking out the god's flower, Qian Su's aura surged as he snorted coldly. He didn't think that using treasures was unfair at all. In his opinion, he was the dark horse. As long as he defeated Lin Ling, he could make Luo Xinxiang change her mind. Then what's the use of using a foreign object? What was surprising was that Lin Ling was still calm as he looked ahead indifferently. It's enough to defeat you. Qian Sua urged the acacia flower. It was like an aphrodisiac, causing the surrounding vines to soar into the sky and grow crazily. However, at the moment of urging, the vines had a momentary pause. It was as if the process of transporting nutrients had to go out of control for a short period of time. Of course, this was normal. After all, relying on a foreign object wasn't one's own strength. It was naturally difficult to control it. This short period of time was useless to other martial artists, but Lin Ling caught it. With his 10,000 demonic eyes, a moment was as long as a century. At this moment, Lin Ling moved. He took the initiative to attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 49 swords shot forward like lightning. They actually shot through the crisscrossing vines. Moreover, they didn't touch a single vine. This showed how terrifying Lin Ling's Ashura sword formation was. What's that? Chapter 2570. The strongest 6 were born. One had to know that Qian Sua's innate talent was heaven-defying. The fine light rui vine could both attack and defend, and could kill enemies from 1,000 miles away. But now Lin Ling's sword had actually arrived in front of him. The advantage of killing enemies from 1,000 miles away no longer existed. Strangle! At this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. The 49 swords fiercely rushed towards Thousand Locks. Sensing this terrifying sword array, Qian Sua's complexion changed. He never imagined that a sword would appear in front of him. In an instant, he activated his vines to protect his entire body, as if he were protecting an entire world. However, he'd underestimated a 5th-grade emperor-rank sword Dao. Rumble! The Ashura sword formation swept out like lightning. It didn't look like a sword at all. Instead, it looked more like a thunderbolt. The vines were immediately sent flying, their branches and leaves fluttering down. Clearly, the vines that had been hurriedly activated were not very strong. Most importantly, if Qian Sua used the yearning flower, the vines would definitely go crazy and defeat Lin Ling. However, he didn't have the time. The Ashura sword formation was like a crazy sword that chased after him relentlessly. He didn't even have time to breathe. Damn it! Thousand Locks roared furiously. Unfortunately, what he got in return was a frenzied sword formation. He had no choice but to continuously use the boundless sky to block. And around the martial platform, when the crowd saw this terrifying scene, they all opened their mouths wide. They thought that Lin Ling wasn't weak, but he would be defeated within 500 moves. However, the result before their eyes told them that the one being suppressed was Thousand Locks. Lin Ling, it was fine if he did not draw his sword, But once he did, the wind and clouds surged. Is this the real Ashura sword formation? Mu Yang's face paled. If Lin Ling had attacked him earlier, his Ashura sword formation would have been crushed like paper. Bang bang bang. The crazy sword was like a fly, staring at the cracked egg and biting it madly. It was even to the extent that the vines around Thousandlock had been chopped into pieces. Leaves fluttered in all directions, and it was in an extremely sorry state. Moreover, they saw that Qian Suo had no chance to use the yearning flower in his hand. Even they could clearly sense the depression in Qian Su's heart. Wait! Qian Suo was indeed very depressed. He had a powerful love flower, and as long as it was stimulated, his talent would double. Unfortunately, he couldn't activate it. Wait! Lin Ling had a mocking smile on his face. Not only did the Ashura sword formation not stop, it became even crazier. He wanted to see how long this Thousand Locks could last. Stop for a moment. Thousand Locks roared as if he had been suppressed to the point of losing all reason. The martial stage was completely silent. A moment later, loud laughter rang out. Can the battle of pride be suspended? This was too ironic. As for Luo Xinxiang, she looked at Lin Ling in surprise. When Lin Ling defeated her, she had a feeling that Lin Ling was very, very strong. He was so strong that she could only look up to him. Even Qian Suo was not as good as him. And the facts before her eyes had proven everything. Looking at the one-sided battle, the vice deans of the three great academies all had different expressions. The faces of the people who had started the bet were also ugly. Qian Suo, just admit defeat. Otherwise, this battle will never end. Finally, the vice dean of the Zhongling Academy spoke. As he said this, his heart was filled with a bitter smile. He was the one who proposed the bet, and the one who admitted defeat was him. But what could he do? If he did not admit defeat, Lin Ling would continue to fight until Qian Suo vomited blood. Qian Suo would not be able to escape defeat sooner or later, and it was even possible that he would be seriously injured in the end. Therefore, for the sake of insurance, it was better for him to admit defeat. How could Qian Suo not know the final result? After blocking Lin Ling's attack again, he shouted unwillingly, "I admit defeat." As soon as his voice fell, the entire arena was silent. A dark horse against a dark horse, and this was the ending? This was too inconceivable. At this moment, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the Ashura sword formation flew back and landed behind him. Then he strode away, not saying a word throughout the entire process. At this point, he did not need to say anything. Victory and defeat had proven everything. Qian Suo must have been very humiliated. After all, Qian Suo's loss could be said to be the first in the battle of pride. Qian Suo looked at the departing Lin Ling. His eyes were red. He was not reconciled. His hand was still holding the acacia flower, but the flower was very ironic at this moment. He looked at Luo Xinxiang, but unfortunately, the latter was looking at Lin Ling. He stood there stupidly. Finally, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted, becoming the most disappointing dark horse. Damn dark horse trash, you made me lose so many divine crystals. Who proposed the bet? I really want to chop him to death. Without any suspense, what followed was a wave of resentment. On the Lotus, the vice president of the Zhongling Academy was unusually silent. His face was very gloomy. He was the one who proposed the bet, and now he had no face to see others. Unfortunately, he did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much that his talent had reached the 5th grade. He was also a victim. He could even see the resentful gaze of the vice president of the Heavenly Saint Academy. Obviously, the vice president was angry at him for proposing the bet. I am indebted to you all for your divine crystals. 10 million divine crystals was actually a small amount to the vice president, but it was a big deal to gain face. Lin Ling had once again won glory for the resplendent academy. Of course, he did not expect Lin Ling's Ashura sword formation to be so strong compared to the last time. He could control it as he wished, and his sword could move as he wished. If this continued, Lin Ling would have a chance to compete for first place. The crowd who were angry because of the loss also reacted at this moment. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had already reached such a height. One must know that the three strongest second generations were the most eye-catching, and the three dark horses were also the most promising. However, Lin Ling was one of the dark horses. It could be said that in this pride tournament, the first place would be given to one of them. Therefore, this was a record to be proud of. Could Lin Ling really compete with the strongest second generation of the half-step True God realm? Lin Ling, good job. Now, our resplendent academy has two dark horses who have won glory for us. However, Lin Ling and Si Xuanmei will have a battle sooner or later. I wonder who will be left behind. In the past, the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy felt that Lin Ling's ability was not enough and did not have the qualifications to stand above their heads. But now, they felt that it was enough. The way they looked at Lin Ling had turned into worship. Of course, Si Xuanmei and Genji also stared deeply at Lin Ling, feeling that Lin Ling was becoming more and more mysterious. From the start of the battle until now, Lin Ling seemed to be very calm, so calm that it made them feel a little pressure. After 2 intense battles, the 4th round had finally come to an end. The 4th round was obviously the Resplendent Academy's martial stage, where Genji and Lin Ling rose. The 5th round was called the semifinals, and the remaining geniuses were getting fewer and fewer. The elimination round was also getting more and more intense. Of course, many people felt that these 6 people were the ones who should not be provoked. They were Heavenly Saint Academy's number 1 second generation, Meng Lu, Song Ling Academy's Tian Kuang, Resplendent Academy's Genji, and the 3 dark horses, Si Xuanmei, He Shi, and Lin Ling. Chapter 2571. This was a clash of ultimate martial Daoists. In the 5th round, Lin Ling quickly drew his opponent. As soon as he walked up, the second generation from the Heavenly Saint Institute smiled bitterly. He vaguely remembered that Lin Ling had once said, "If you're not convinced, come fight me." At that time, there were many voices of opposition, and he was one of them. Now, the heavens had given him a chance. But how could they fight? I admit defeat. Under Lin Ling's astonishment, his opponent gloomily admitted defeat. How unlucky. I wanted to make it to the 6th round, but I fucking met the dark horse Lin Ling. That opponent lowered his head and left unwillingly. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and left the stage. As they looked at the blue-robed youth, countless people felt complicated emotions. They also remembered Lin Ling's words. If they were not convinced, then come and fight. However, apart from those 5 people, who else could fight Lin Ling? The 5th round was obviously not Lin Ling's martial dais. Instead, it was the martial dais of the Zhongling Academy's Tian Kuang because his opponent was the 2nd-ranked genius of the Resplendent Academy. Unfortunately, the 2nd-ranked genius was also defeated. However, the battle between the two of them was also extremely intense. Many cultivators nodded in satisfaction as if they were witnessing the rise of a new star in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The 6th round followed closely behind. Yu Yu also quickly went up on stage, causing many people to start paying attention to her. This beauty did not reveal anything, but she actually made it to the 6th round. As expected of Lin Ling's woman. Of course, she also successfully passed. When Lin Ling stepped onto the stage, his expression was very calm, but his heart was filled with boredom. This time, he wouldn't admit defeat again, right? Sure enough, he hadn't even ascended the martial platform when a voice admitting defeat drifted down. Lin Ling didn't even need to ascend the martial platform and directly entered the 7th round. However, the number of people started to dwindle, and the chances of clashing with those powerful second generations were also increasing. Si Xuanmei against He Shi. When this voice resounded through the sky, everyone's emotions reached a peak. Lin Ling's drowsy expression immediately vanished, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Finally, a good battle. Dark horse against dark horse, who would be the king? This was also the 2nd time a dark horse was pitted against a dark horse after Lin Ling. On the martial stage, 2 dark horses appeared and faced each other from a distance. As for the geniuses of their respective academies, each and every one of them supported the dark horses of their respective academies. Even the 3 vice deans were the same. Their faces were solemn. Junior brother He Shi greets senior sister Si. He was a sincere person. First he bowed. There's no need to speak nonsense. Let's see who's the real deal. You and I are at the same boundary, and my talent is greater than yours. But you have the ultimate stone Dao, stone heart. So, just erupt with your full strength. Xianxia was like a fairy with a sword on her back. Her words were extremely cold. All right, I won't look down on Xianxia's senior sister. He stood up straight, and a calm aura emanated from his body. I won't underestimate you either. To be able to become a dark horse, his strength should not be underestimated, so Xianxia did not underestimate him. The two people's auras were on the verge of exploding, colliding like meteors. Black Rock made the first move. His figure moved like a gust of wind. Between his punches and kicks, the martial stage shook continuously. Countless leg shadows shot towards Xianxia like meteors. What a powerful martial art. In just one breath, He was able to unleash 3,000 types of leg techniques. On the high platform, Vice Principal Gong exclaimed in shock. Blackstone's talent was very ordinary, but his foundation was the strongest among all of them. It was impossible not to admire him. This was a battle between an ordinary genius and a prodigy. Was the talent of the heavens chosen more powerful, or was the accumulation of ordinary geniuses more powerful? Myriad star matchless body. Seeing this, Xianxia unleashed her rank 5 awakened godly body. As a peerless genius, she would not waste her time on weak martial arts. Hence, her foundation in martial arts was not as solid as Blackstone's. However, her strength lay in her innate talent. There were no more than 5 people in the second generation of the Resplendent Academy who possessed a 5th grade talent. Terrifying starlight shot towards He, colliding with He's leg shadows, causing terrifying shockwaves to surge into the sky. The 10,000 Mammoth's unrivaled physique is a divine physique that can absorb the talent of an opponent. Far away from the martial stage, someone exclaimed, "What a heaven-defying awakened godly body." However, He's talent was very ordinary. Even if Xianxia absorbed it, it would be useless. Instead, powerful martial arts became He's trump card to challenge Xianxia. Her talent is even more powerful than the last time. Whoosh! In the distance, Lin Ling frowned and said. Hearing this, Yu and the others started to worry, for Lin Ling Xianxia had become so powerful. If Lin Ling fought with her, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? Rumble! At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out. The leg shadows and the meteors were evenly matched. However, Xianxia immediately used another powerful trump card. It was the power of ice and soul power. Seeing that, Yu and the others gritted their teeth in anger. That was Yuer's talent. The combination of soul power and ice was formless and colorless. It gave people a terrifying pressure. He had already sensed the terrifying soul power. His innate talent, anti-demon godly body, was also activated. He raised his palms to the sky and stood in a horse stance on the martial stage. There was a calm wind. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. He had actually blocked the soul power attack. However, after being hit by the formless energy, his head flew back and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He is indeed a dark horse. He just collided with Xianxia's 10,000 mammoth peerless body, and then he immediately blocked the soul power attack. Both of them are terrifying dark horses. Many people from the 3 great academies were shocked. At least 99% of the second generation did not dare to fight with these 2 people. Even the second and third generation of the second generation in the past had a serious expression on their faces. It was undeniable that these 2 people's strength was not weaker than theirs. After being injured, He's aura did not decrease. Instead, it became stronger. He leaped up with his right hand behind his back. Looking at Xianxia on the martial stage, he punched out. The fist energy exploded and could break a world. That punch was like a cannonball smashing down. It created a circular shockwave in the air. Unstoppable! That punch also represented the fist intent. It was unstoppable. At that moment, The geniuses around the martial stage were shocked by that punch. They felt as if they saw a huge palm forcing them to kneel. In fact, Xuanmei felt it even more. Her expression was serious. She finally drew her sword. Clang. She unsheathed her sword. The sword's body was like a crystal. A second-grade immortal treasure. That's the sword of Immortal Plum Sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in Qingzhou. Magnificent Sky Divine Sword. This sword has the second-grade chaotic force. Although Xuanmei can't control it, she can still use almost 10% of her sword heart. The three vice deans could not help but stand up. That sword was very famous. It was the symbol of the top 10 sword immortals in Qingzhou. Now that it was in Xuanmei's possession, it seemed like Xuanmei had prepared a lot for first place. Sword heart. Seeing this scene, the crowd could not help but gasp. Chapter 2572. 3/4 of the Immortal Sword. At this moment, the sword was sparkling and translucent, but a quarter of it had turned white. Xuanmei raised the sword and pointed it forward. In the sky, the huge shadow fist paused for a moment before exploding. Strong winds swept out like a tornado. Broken. She broke that fist with one sword. That sword strike was so breathtaking that many people were incomparably shocked. As expected of senior sister Xuanmei. She's stronger than I imagined. However, I won't lose so easily. More blood flowed out from the corner of Heisher's mouth, but his fighting spirit surged as he threw out a second punch. Nothing can't be destroyed. This punch was even more domineering, as if it could break mountains and rivers. You're still going to lose. Unfortunately, after Xuanmei threw out her sword, she became even more arrogant. She was like a sword that was isolated from the world and wanted to sweep through the 9 provinces. 2/4 of the sword in her hand had turned white. She swung her sword horizontally. Clang. At this moment, all the martial artists around the martial arts platform had their swords broken. Obviously, all the swords in the surroundings had been broken. Boom, boom, boom. The huge shadow fist was broken again, causing Heisher's expression to change drastically. On the other hand, Lin Ling shook his head instead. He knew that Heisher had lost because he was utterly unable to resist Xuanmei's sword. If the battle continued, then Heisher would definitely be injured. It was even to the extent that if Xuanmei was a little more ruthless, then Heisher would probably be crippled. However, Lin Ling's worries were useless because Heisher wasn't someone who would admit defeat easily. He attacked again. Third move, nothing can't break. The entire sky was filled with Heisher's roar. He turned into a fist, wanting to destroy everything. A gigantic black fist smashed into the ground, destroying everything in its path. That punch had actually caused the face of the second-ranked genius of the second generation to turn ashen. They couldn't take that punch because it was Heisher Exen. This meant that Heisher was definitely the second generation of the third generation in the 3 great academies. Stubborn. Sensing Heisher's resolute will, Xuanmei snorted and raised her sword. The surroundings quieted down, as if the wind and clouds were frozen. Suddenly, sword intent shot up from the ground. It was Jianxin. Xuanmei's sword had already turned 3/4 white, and she ruthlessly slashed out. A streak of sword light slashed through the sky with the speed of 2 realms. At this moment, countless people were nervous. Stone heart against sword heart. This was a clash of ultimate martial Daoist. Was it the rock that was stable? Or was the sword sharper? This seemed to be a battle between a spear and a shield. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and a strong light burst forth. Then the world fell silent. At the same time, a figure sheathed his sword and slowly left the martial stage. It was a figure in a snow-white robe, like a fairy. It was Xuanmei. Drip. At the same time, the sound of blood dripping could be heard. On the martial stage, Heisher stood there with a pale face. His left hand was touching his right arm. His right arm had been cut off and was bleeding. How ruthless! Everyone was stunned for a moment, then their eyes flickered continuously. Blackstone's arm had been severed by a single strike of the sword, and as a result, Blackstone's ultimate path of stone would definitely be reduced greatly. So, it would be impossible for him to utilize the stone heart technique again. This meant that he was also destroyed. In this clash of dark horses, Blackstone had been defeated. What a pity! This was originally a very good inspirational story. Unfortunately, a diligent genius can't compare to a genius with great natural talent. Yeah, Xianxia even has an immortal treasure. Her sword heart must have surpassed the first level of chaotic energy. Some ancient experts sighed and shook their heads, feeling pity for Blackstone. Blackstone held his severed arm and left the martial stage step by step. At this moment, he had fallen from the divine stage and become an ordinary person again. Blackstone, trash, you actually embarrassed our academy. I thought highly of you, but you've disappointed me in the end. After being defeated, a large number of angry curses drifted out. Blackstone had stood above many geniuses, making them look up to him and worship him. Now that he had fallen, they naturally hit him while he was down. Stepping on a dark horse felt pretty good. Blackstone gritted his teeth when he heard this, and he didn't say a word. It was as if the curses around him were more painful than losing his right arm. Moreover, his will to fight had obviously withered, and it was likely that this would be the end of his life. However, when he came to a corner and was about to silently lick his wound, a cold laugh sounded out. "You're so weak? How dare trash like you challenge me?" This made him raise his head, and he was shocked to find that it was Lin Ling who had spoken. Lin Ling was looking down on him. "I'm already a cripple. If you want to laugh, laugh all you want." Blackstone smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You're indeed trash. I've been waiting for you to challenge me, but after you lost your will to fight and your martial heart. It seems that you've thought too highly of yourself. You seem to have forgotten that you originally had nothing, and now you have nothing. What's the big deal?" Lin Ling's disdainful voice sounded again. Boom. However, this sentence made Blackstone's heart roar. Then he stared at Lin Ling in the distance. He was not a genius, but he had accumulated a lot of experience. He had cultivated diligently and painstakingly, so from the beginning, he had nothing. If the Pride Tournament had not made him a dark horse, he would still be a passerby. Since he had nothing, then he had nothing to lose now, so what was the big deal? Since he could go from nothing to a dark horse, then he could make a comeback in the future. His eyes instantly lit up. The lost will and fighting spirit gradually boiled over. What? Look at Blackstone. Some people noticed Blackstone's high fighting spirit and they exclaimed. He had just fallen off the altar, but he stood up again. This was not something that anyone could do. "I will fight you, Senior Lin Ling." Blackstone looked at Lin Ling and said respectfully. Lin Ling smiled faintly and did not say anything. He seemed to be mocking Blackstone, but in fact he was also giving Blackstone pointers. He wanted Blackstone to accept his defeat. What an interesting guy. With just a few words, he restored Blackstone's fighting spirit. This Lin Ling is not simple. He can see through people's nature. No one knew about Lin Ling's previous actions, but the Imperial censor saw it and could not help but smile deeply. There were no more exciting battles in this round, and the 8th round followed closely. As the number of people decreased, the number of exciting battles increased. Number 1, without a doubt, only 5 people were born. But the top 10 rewards were not bad, so the others fought hard for it. The 8th round was very ordinary, so the 9th round came quickly. There were only a few dozen people left. This meant that the chances of meeting the strongest second generation were much higher. Of course, meeting Xianxia and Lin Ling was something that the second generation did not want. Especially Xianxia, and Lin Ling was ranked after her. Who would have thought that this guy would make it to the end? Genji looked coldly at Lin Ling, a sinister smile on his face. He hoped that Lin Ling would not meet him too early. Otherwise, Lin Ling would definitely regret it. Not long after the 9th round began, it was Lin Ling's turn to draw lots. Chapter 2573. A showdown between the strongest swordsmen. Lin Ling has always encountered weak second generations. I wonder who he will encounter this time? If I meet the 3 strongest second generation heirs, it'll be interesting to watch. Yeah, Now there's only one dark horse left. Lin Ling will definitely be eliminated. Many people were looking forward to it. Even the three vice deans had solemn gazes. They had a feeling that Lin Ling's opponent this time was definitely not simple. This was indeed the case. When Lin Ling's opponent appeared, the heavens and earth fell silent. It was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. This was because Lin Ling's opponent was Si Xuanmei. This was the competition for the king of dark horses. Who was the number one dark horse? Boom! Cheers immediately burst out from all around the martial stage. Si Xuanmei was the former number one rookie of the second generation. Her rise was like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. She was the senior sister of countless second-generation disciples. Moreover, she had a fifth-grade talent, and with an immortal sword in hand, she could erupt with sword heart. Her strength was enough to contend for the number one position in the world. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was the genius with the fastest cultivation speed in the history of the Resplendent Academy. In the Pride Tournament, he had defeated all his opponents and was not to be underestimated. At this moment, no one knew who would be able to stay behind. On the martial stage, Lin Ling and Si Xuanmei were already there. They looked at each other in silence. Everyone knew about the grudges between the two of them, and it wasn't something that could be explained with just a few words. Both of them wanted the other dead. Lin Ling did it for Yuer, while Si Xuanmei did it to wash away her shame. I believe that only one person can leave this battle alive. Finally, Si Xuanmei opened her mouth. Her fine black hair danced in the wind, and her white clothes were purer than snow. If not for the fact that her words were too heartless, she would definitely be a devastatingly beautiful woman. Although they knew about the grudge between the two of them, they did not expect Si Xuanmei to be so ruthless. This made many people feel like cicadas in winter. As expected, after Si Xuanmei's rise, she had to get rid of one dark horse after another. Before it was Heisher. Now it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, be careful of Si Xuanmei. Far away from the martial stage, Black Stone clenched his left fist and looked at the martial stage worriedly. He knew that when Si Xuanmei fought with him earlier, she did not use her full strength at all. That sword only transformed 3/4 of its original form. I approve. At this moment, before Lin Ling could say anything, a woman in her 40s spoke. She was the immortal plum sword, Si Xuanmei's master. She knew that if Lin Ling did not die, her disciple would not be able to resolve the knot in her heart. Therefore, she could only sacrifice Lin Ling to the sword. If she could surpass Lin Ling, her disciple would definitely soar into the sky and become famous in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. What do you mean you approve? Don't tell me you're going to fight? A voice suddenly rang out. It was none other than Red Jade Tiger from the martial god camp. Naturally, he was supporting Lin Ling, so he mocked, Qing Prefecture's 10 great sword immortals? You're one of the top 10 shrews. Ha! Hearing that voice, many people couldn't help but laugh. Sword immortals were ethereal like immortals, but now, they were as vicious as snakes and scorpions. How dare they call themselves sword immortals? The immortal plum sword snorted coldly. Her high cheekbones made her look extremely mean. In fact, even if you didn't speak, I would speak. Since that's the case, then I agree. At the same time, Lin Ling spoke himself. I knew you would agree. Si Xuanmei was not surprised by Lin Ling's answer. She drew her sword directly, and a cold and merciless aura filled the air. However, she only held her sword and did not attack. However, the people around the martial arts platform immediately felt a terrifying pressure surging out. The rolling pressure began to attack Lin Ling. Could it be that Si Xuanmei plans to use her sword from the start when facing Lin Ling? They've fought before and are familiar with each other's strength. Therefore, sometimes the simpler the better. This is a clash of swords. Many people said solemnly. The clash of swordsmen was as proud as snow. One moment, it could be calm and peaceful, but the next moment, it could be earth-shattering. This was also the specialty of swordsmen. Because of this, no one dared to underestimate swordsmen. The rolling pressure assaulted Lin Ling, making him feel as if his entire body was being cut by knives. He knew that Si Xuanmei planned to kill him with one strike. What a ruthless method without any mercy. And Si Xuanmei had the sword heart, so she could erupt with the first level of chaotic force. Her sword was indeed terrifying. Most importantly, Lin Ling sensed that Si Xuanmei, other than that sword, had also cultivated a powerful sword technique. The combination of the two gave Si Xuanmei the confidence. Clang. Thinking of this, Lin Ling also attacked. He knew that he had to erupt with 70% of his strength. With the broad ancient sword in his hand, numerous black swords flew out. The Shura sword formation had arrived. The Shura Qi immediately resisted Si Xuanmei's immortal sword. It was like a clash between a devil and an immortal. Shura sword formation, a 5th-grade boundary origin martial art. Unfortunately, you've only cultivated 49 swords. You've only scratched the surface. Staring calmly at the sword above Lin Ling's head, Si Xuanmei said confidently. The sword in her hand also began to change. The white color had spread to 2/4. The powerful aura collided with the Shura sword formation. Instantly, the Shura sword formation swayed as if it was being blown by a strong wind. Lin Ling and Yue was killed by me. I know you hate me. Unfortunately, what can you do to me? Sensing that Lin Ling's aura had weakened, Si Xuanmei said calmly. She actually used words to provoke Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was not moved. Instead, the swaying Shura sword formation once again rose up and floated around him. At this moment, his entire body was burning with flames. A shocking change had been triggered. His cultivation level was no weaker than Si Xuanmei's. Everyone could see that Lin Ling had erupted with all his trump cards. It was the Shura sword formation and the path of fire. Brother Ling, you can do it. Yu and Xian Yuangu secretly clenched their fists. Lin Ling would definitely not lose this battle for Sister Yu. Lin Ling's strength should be able to fight against a half-step true immortal. Unfortunately, he's still too weak against the ultimate sword Dao's sword heart. Far away from the stage, among the strongest second generation, someone said calmly. Currently, Lin Ling could only fight Si Xuanmei to a draw. The premise was that Si Xuanmei did not use her sword heart. As expected, Si Xuanmei's cold smile deepened. Her sword changed again. The white color had spread to 3/4 of the sword. This sword had cut off He Shi's arm. There was no doubt about its power. Is that all? Si Xuanmei even questioned. Her words were mixed with the pride of a swordsman. At the same time, Lin Ling's footsteps seemed to be blown by a strong wind as he quietly took a step back. He's lost. He's definitely lost. Lin Ling is inferior to Si Xuanmei in terms of the aura of a swordsman. That small action immediately made many people shake their heads. Even the 3 vice presidents were the same. Vice President Gong sighed softly. Si Xuanmei and Lin Ling were both dark horses. Unfortunately, a mountain could not hide 2 tigers. Lin Ling could only be eliminated. Regarding this, there was nothing he could do. Is that all? However, Si Xuanmei's strength was not limited to that. Instead, it became sharper and sharper. It was as if her sword was soaring into the sky. Her sword was trembling, as if it was activating an uncontrollable power. Her long hair also danced wildly at this moment. How terrifying! Si Xuanmei has turned into a sword. Moreover, she's a sword immortal. Chapter 2574. A Clash of Swords. Look, her sword is starting to turn completely white. Is the final sword coming out? Even more people were looking forward to seeing how stunning the final sword attack would be. When he defeated He Shi, the immortal sword had only transformed 3/4 of its original form. If it transformed completely, it would definitely be a sword heart that surpassed the first level of primal chaos. Rumble. Cracks began to appear on the martial platform, as if it had been slashed out by countless swords. One had to know that the martial platform had always been there, but no matter how powerful the attacks were, the martial platform was still safe and sound. And now, cracks had appeared on the martial platform. Even the universal Flow King Stone was left with a sword scar. How terrifying! That sword might have been able to sever 10 realms. Even the number one heavens fanatic of the second generation, who had been silent all this time, frowned. As expected, the strength of someone who could be called a dark horse was not to be underestimated. Looking at Lin Ling again, his body was even more unstable, as if he would be pushed back at any time. However, the Shura sword formation also charged forward, and all the swords were aimed at Si Xuanmei. The sword's willpower was also roaring. It was like the Azura Demon King, unafraid of the immortal sword. Without Si Xuanmei, Lin Ling would definitely be the strongest swordsman in the Pride tournament. Unfortunately, Lin Ling is weaker than the strongest swordsman. Vice Principal Gong muttered to himself. The Ashura sword formation, a 5th-grade sword technique, was indeed not to be underestimated. Many people nodded. It seemed like Lin Ling had lost in the confrontation between the strongest swordsmen. Is that all? Si Xuanmei still said the same sentence. Her clothes fluttered. Her jade-like hand held the immortal sword, and it looked like a light slash. She had finally drawn her sword. When she and Lin Ling clashed, she didn't need any moves at all. All she needed was a single sword strike. This sword is even stronger than the one that defeated me before. The moment the sword appeared, Blackrock's face immediately revealed a look of worry. He was once again shocked by the sword. In fact, many people were shocked by Si Xuanmei's sword. When the sword came out, the universe moved. It possessed the might to slay 10 realms with a single sword strike. The speed of the sword light had also reached the speed of 2 realms. Even if Lin Ling wanted to dodge, it was clearly impossible. However, Lin Ling had never thought of avoiding it. Even if the pressure from those swords made his body feel like it was being cut by knives, making his steps unsteady, he still controlled the Azura sword and charged forward. For in Yuer, Lin Ling, the sky was filled with sword shadows. Lin Ling also slashed out once, but it was separated into 49 swords. Everyone held their breaths when they saw this. Had the battle between the strongest swordsmen begun? It's useless. Far away, the immortal plum sword was the first to let out a cold laugh. Sure enough, Si Xuanmei's sword seemed to be able to cut through everything, and it had the power to move unhindered in the universe. Kakaka. Lin Ling's Ashura sword formation was completely severed, and this was a terrifying thing. One must know that Lin Ling's previous sword formation was unstoppable. Just 1, 2, 10, 20. Gradually, there were 40, and even 41, 42. Lin Ling's powerful trump card was slowly being destroyed at this moment. People could almost see Lin Ling being split into 2 halves. Especially the warriors from Tating Commandery and Wofi Commandery, they were extremely excited. Some even planned to pick up Lin Ling's head after Lin Ling's death. Moreover, many people were shouting, 43, 44. Brother Ling. As for Yu and Xian Yuange, they could not help but shout. Immortal Plum Sword sneered and said to herself, your humiliation is about to be washed away. For this day, you have sacrificed a lot. In fact, Si Xuanmei also thought so. She was very happy, and she wanted to roar to the sky. She wanted to laugh proudly. Her humiliation was washed away. She was the number 1 rookie of the second generation. She was the king of the dark horses and the strongest swordsman. Boom. When the 47th Shura sword was completely destroyed, Vice President Gong sighed softly. Lin Ling was defeated. However, how could the last sword be as weak as everyone thought? Boom. A sudden change occurred. 1 sword to break 10 worlds. When the sword fell, even the immortal sword was about to be broken. It was enough to shock Qingzhou. Sword Heart. Vice President Gong was still shaking his head, but he suddenly stood up with his eyes fixed on the sword. The crowd also opened their mouths wide. They saw Si Xuanmei's sword being cut down by the sword in the sky. It broke into pieces inch by inch and turned into sparkling fragments. The black sword was like the sword of the Demon King, and it still slashed down. Boom. At this moment, the entire martial platform was cut into 2, as if it was punched down by someone. It should be known that the martial platform's hardness was comparable to that of 10 worlds. Therefore, this was the first genius to break a martial platform in the Pride tournament. As for Si Xuanmei, She held the immortal sword and stared ahead. The martial platform that was cut into two was actually cut with her at the center. Under countless shocked gazes, the blue-robed young man stepped forward, holding the ancient sword diagonally. The tip of the sword turned into the void, and bright sparks filled the air. You think you can defeat me? Unfortunately, no matter how strong you become, you escaped from me in the past, so you will always be my defeated opponent. Cold! The young man's cold voice floated out from his mouth. Sword heart. You actually have a sword heart. See, Xianxia's eyes widened. Her sword heart had not reached the first level of the chaotic force. She had relied on the immortal sword in her hand to barely reach it. However, Lin Ling's sword heart was comprehended by himself. It was at the same level as hers, but it was obviously stronger than hers. I can't accept this. Roar! See, Xianxia roared angrily. And Yue was even more unwilling. Lin Ling stopped and slashed out with his sword, cold and emotionless. A sword mark appeared on Xianxia's neck. It was a deep sword mark. She firmly stroked the sword mark, and her eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling, kill me. Without Lin Ling, she would definitely be the #1 monster in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Without Lin Ling, she would have a glorious future. Unfortunately, she caused Yuer's death, and in the end, all of this became a dream. Even in her dreams, she would never have thought that her junior sister's man would be so terrifying. Junior sister, you have a good man. Plop. Her head fell down, and she died with her eyes wide open. The dark horse, Xianxia, was defeated. The #1 dark horse was born, the strongest swordsman, Lin Ling. Looking at Lin Ling, who was leaving the stage step by step, the crowd was silent. Although they knew that Lin Ling was a dark horse and that his strength was not weak, when Lin Ling erupted with his sword heart, they knew that Lin Ling's strength was so terrifying. Especially that last sword strike. It could be said to be the sharpest sword strike of a swordsman. Sword heart. This guy is the third genius in the Pride Tournament who has mastered the ultimate sword Dao and has reached the true realm of Dao. Is this his trump card? He's really the king of the dark horses. Even the 3 strongest second generations let out sounds of surprise and began to pay attention to Lin Ling. In the 3 academies, the geniuses of the Sword Dao department looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Of course, there were also many people who stared at the severed stage. Chapter 2575. The semi-finals had arrived. This guy is actually so strong. Heisher smiled excitedly. He was happy for Lin Ling and proud for Lin Ling. Heisher couldn't defeat his opponent, but Lin Ling had defeated him. The strongest dark horse has been born. In this proud world competition, only 4 people have the qualifications to be proud of the world. On the huge lotus platform, the censor couldn't help but laugh. The person who could be called a dark horse was indeed someone who could create miracles. He was looking forward to seeing who would be the next world-defying. After Lin Ling's stunning battle, the following battles were clearly overshadowed. In this battle, Lin Ling had undoubtedly alarmed the 3 great academies and entered the top 5 of the second generation. Brother Ling. After Lin Ling returned, Yu and the others immediately rushed forward and hugged Lin Ling. Previously, they were worried to death. Although they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, they really didn't know if Lin Ling could win against Xianxia, who had sword heart. In the sacred land of the rainforest, I have weathered many storms and waves. How can I, Lin Ling, lose to a loser? Lin Ling immediately said with a smile when he sensed his 2 wives' worries. We know that Brother Ling is the best, but we were still very worried before. Yu raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. Every time she saw Lin Ling fighting a life and death battle, she wished she could fight in place of Lin Ling. She knew that Lin Ling was seeking justice for Yuer. Lin Ling had always protected them, making them feel touched and guilty. How could I not think the same when you guys are participating in the competition? Lin Ling looked deeply at Yu and Shen Yuange, then smiled gently. Killing Xianxia could be considered as fulfilling one of his wishes. You didn't die last time, and you still dare to be so arrogant this time? Do you really think that you don't have to die? And this time, no one would dare to step forward. The Pride tournament had finally entered the semifinals. Dream Flow versus Li Erniu? I admit defeat. Lin Ling versus Wang Sanbang? Don't call my name, I admit defeat. Fuck, I actually met Lin Ling. Without any suspense, as long as the 4 people fought, their opponents would all admit defeat. Of course, there were also those who didn't believe in heresy. They believed that the strongest 4 were indeed tigers, but even tigers had times when they dozed off. For example, the person that Lin Ling met did not admit defeat, which made Lin Ling interested. Although the opponent's strength was not bad, it was not enough to enter Lin Ling's eyes. However, when Lin Ling touched his chin, that person immediately ran out of the martial stage like a frightened bird. It seemed that if he had been 1 step slower, he would have fainted from fright. Just like that, the 4 of them began to gradually draw closer to each other. The strongest world pride also quietly arrived. Countless people stared at the 4 most dazzling people, waiting to see who would be the Pride tournament. Dream Flow, Sky Saint Institute's strongest 2nd generation. His origin was a mystery, and so was his strength. Rumor had it that he could fight against a true god. Tian Kuang, Songling Academy's strongest 2nd generation. His strongest point was his speed. He had not experienced any tough battles since the Pride tournament, but he was worshipped by many. Genji, Resplendent Academy's strongest 2nd generation. Invincible in the dark, he could raise his cultivation by a large margin. Lin Ling, the king of the dark horses, was the monster with the fastest cultivation speed in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Compared to the seniors before him, he had encountered many tough battles, but with an unstoppable winning streak, he rushed straight to the semifinals. Of course, compared to the previous 3 seniors, Lin Ling's foundation was still weaker. Many people estimated that Lin Ling was ranked 4th, which was the final limit. Of course, even so, this was an achievement that would spread through the world. Lin Ling is so handsome. I think he's the most handsome among the 4 strongest 2nd generation. Yeah, Tian Kuang is too violent, Meng Lu is too strange, Genji is too ugly, Lin Ling is a swordsman, and he's the most elegant. Bullshit, I like Meng Lu. I think his sleepy look is very attractive. The semifinals had not yet begun, but many girls were already admiring him. Brother Ling, look at you flirting with girls again. Yu could not help but complain when she heard those voices. Lin Ling shook his head gloomily. He was flirting with girls? He felt wronged. However, he also looked at the 3 strongest 2nd generation. He ignored Genji because he knew that if he used his full strength, Genji could only be trampled under his feet. Meng Lu was the only one he could not see through. That guy's background is not small. At this moment, Thousand Chances Queen's voice suddenly sounded, which made Lin Ling curious. He has the aura of one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, the Tomb Guardian tribe. Thousand Chances Queen said solemnly. 9 prefectures' 10 evils? Lin Ling's expression changed. He knew that the 9 prefectures' 10 evils were the Creator Alliance and the Immortal Temple. Now, there was another one, the Tomb Guardian tribe. The tribe that guards the ancient god's mausoleum. This tribe also drifts in the universe. No one knows where they came from, but the things they have are extremely mysterious. Thousand Chances Queen said. Looks like he's my only opponent in this Pride tournament. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He was determined to get the disaster-releasing pill, which was the first prize of the Pride tournament. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would clash with Meng Lu. Of course, he was looking forward to it. Currently, he was not afraid of a half-step true god, but he had not fought a true god before. He hoped that Meng Lu would not disappoint him. While he was quietly waiting, the drawing of lots had begun. The first battle, Lin Ling against Gung Lu. Gung Lu, Peak World King, 5th grade talent. Moreover, he was a genius that could display his talent to the limit. He had also fought before, and with his talent, he was able to raise his realm by 40%. Lin Ling, 9th stage World King. To be honest, this was the lowest realm in the Pride tournament. However, his strength could not be measured by his realm. All of his trump cards were incomparably powerful. Of course, between the two, everyone favored Gung Lu. Lin Ling could raise his realm, but so could Gung Lu. Gung Lu had more. Lin Ling had the sword heart, but Gung Lu had the talent. If Lin Ling's sword could not hit Gung Lu, then everything would be an illusion. Vice President Gong, your resplendent academy is very unlucky. The two strongest second-generation talents are facing each other. Looking at the results of the lot drawing, the two vice presidents of the Heavenly Saint Academy were very happy. Originally, if Lin Ling and Gung Lu were to challenge different opponents, then Resplendent Academy would have a high chance of winning first place. Unfortunately, the heavens did not follow their wishes. Ever since the Pride Tournament began, our Resplendent Academy's luck has always been bad. Vice President Gong said unwillingly. Lin Ling had eliminated Si Xuanmei, and now Gung Lu had eliminated Lin Ling. How could their luck not be bad? What a joke! Even if they enter the finals, do you think they will be a match for Meng Lu and Heavenly Crazed? This is the heavens allowing your Resplendent Academy to see clearly. You should choose to leave one person behind. Song Ling Academy's vice president laughed. Vice President Gong also looked at the stage. That's right. Between Lin Ling and Gung Lu, Resplendent Academy had to leave one person behind to fight for the finals. After all, the two of them were not weak. If either of them was injured, it would be detrimental to the finals. Chapter 2576. In the Dictionary of Life, there was no such thing as admitting defeat. AI, the palm is flesh, the back of the hand is also flesh. Vice Principal Gong sighed. Without a doubt, the one remaining was Genji, the one admitting defeat was Lin Ling. After which he sent out the news, causing Resplendent Academy to shout. Lin Ling, admit defeat, don't waste senior brother Genji's Jieyuan, he needs to be in his best condition for the finals. Yes. That's right, Lin Ling, you are not senior brother Genji's match. Yes. Lin Ling, for you to be able to come this far, we all admire you, but one must know one's limits, you will not be able to enter the finals. Yes. Although Resplendent Academy's geniuses all worshipped Lin Ling, they also felt that Genji was stronger. Voices sounded out, causing Lin Ling to frown. He wanted to admit defeat. Opposite him, Genji was already standing there, hands behind his back, his face filled with pride and arrogance. Lin Ling was the king of the dark horses, but now even he had to give way to him. Although he agreed to fight with Lin Ling, but once Lin Ling admitted defeat, it was the same as losing to him. Winning without a fight, this was not bad at all. He might even be able to suppress Lin Ling until he lost all will to fight. I refuse. Yes. However, just as Genji was having all sorts of thoughts, Lin Ling spoke slowly. You're so confident? Gage said with an evil smile. Have you ever seen a fighter not confident in himself? Lin Ling retorted, causing Genji to be speechless. AI, Lin Ling, I know you are unwilling, but everything has a priority. Genji is the second generation's number one, representing Resplendent Academy. He is your senior brother. No matter what, you have to give way to him. On top of the huge lotus, Vice Principal Gong advised Lin Ling. He didn't have any opinions about Lin Ling. On the contrary, he valued Lin Ling a lot. Unfortunately, for the sake of Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling had to give way. Senior brother Lin Ling, we know that it wasn't easy for you to win all the way to the semifinals, but for the sake of Resplendent Academy, you should admit defeat. Resplendent Academy will definitely reward you. Many geniuses from the Resplendent Academy also voiced their dissatisfaction. Lin Ling actually refused to admit defeat. Wasn't he being too tactless? The vice president personally asked for it. You Lin Ling are too arrogant. Can you compare to Genji? You can't even compare to a single strand of his hair. The others were still polite, but there was one person whose words were extremely unpleasant. Everyone immediately looked over and found that the one who spoke was a hunchbacked old man, and beside him stood a delicate woman. Xia Ren and Lu Hongyan? Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others narrowed their eyes. In the past, Xia Ren wanted to seize Lin Ling's market. He had his disciple Lu Hongyan compete with Lin Ling in terms of pills, but in the end, Lin Ling won. Xia Ren was also a former first generation of Resplendent Academy. He had the qualifications to speak. That old fart. Xian Yuangur cursed. That old fart was obviously adding insult to injury. Lin Ling, get down here. On the Resplendent Academy side, a few geniuses wanted to flatter Xia Ren, so their words were even more impolite. Truly an unappreciative fellow. He thinks he's very strong, but in reality he's just trash. Lin Ling's heart is too vicious. He knows he can't get first place, so he wants to drag senior brother Genji down and waste his energy. If that's the case, our Resplendent Academy will be ranked last. Quickly admit defeat. More and more people began to yell. The other two academies were watching the show, but they also thought that Lin Ling should admit defeat. Voices rang out, making Yu and the others feel indignant for Lin Ling. Lin Ling relied on himself and walked step by step to the semifinals, but in the end, Resplendent Academy did not even give Lin Ling a chance. This was too unfair to Lin Ling. Could it be that Genji would definitely be able to get first place, but Lin Ling couldn't? Seeing Resplendent Academy's decision, the experts from the 6 camps frowned. This Lin Ling's luck was really bad. Although he had soared to the skies, he had been overshadowed by Genji. He had to give way to Genji. This is an insult to Lin Ling. Our martial god camp's people, even if our strength is inferior, we will not admit defeat so easily. Chi Yuhu clenched his fists in anger. In the end, this is a pride tournament between the 3 academies, so it's also Resplendent Academy's matter. Martial God Camp can't interfere. 8th Jew Lord said. Hearing the support, Genji smiled. Lin Ling, are you still not going to admit defeat? In terms of cultivation, you're weaker than me. In terms of talent, you're also weaker than me. I don't know why you still have the face to stay here. At this moment, he seemed to be looking down on Lin Ling from a high position. Furthermore, Lin Ling was the king of the dark horses, but even the king of the dark horses had to give way to him. This showed how powerful he was. Lin Ling was simply his stepping stone. In the days to come, Qing Zhou would definitely spread the story that the king of the dark horses, Lin Ling, gave way to the 2nd generation Genji. Not bad at all. In my dictionary, there's no such thing as admitting defeat. But just as Genji thought that Lin Ling would be forced to leave under the pressure, Lin Ling's firm voice rang out. What, this guy's skin is too thick. I used to admire him, but now, I feel that he's too selfish. Admit defeat. Hearing this, many of the Resplendent Academy's geniuses couldn't help but curse. Vice President Gong's pupils constricted as anger rose in his heart. Because Lin Ling didn't admit defeat, that was throwing his face. I would like to ask Vice President, why should I admit defeat? However, before Vice President Gong could speak, Lin Ling looked over. His eyes were clear and clean. He didn't seem to know the reason why he admitted defeat. At this moment, the crowd's anger boiled. Wasn't this nonsense? Lin Ling wasn't Genji's opponent. If he didn't admit defeat, it would only waste Genji's energy. AI. Vice President Gong was originally angry, but looking at Lin Ling's clear eyes, his anger dissipated. In Lin Ling's eyes, he saw persistence and determination. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling had already pulled out his sword. If I lose, I'll leave Qing Zhou. His voice was like a declaration, causing countless people's faces to freeze. Qing Zhou, this was the place that all the world's martial artists yearned for. This represented the affirmation of martial arts. However, if Lin Ling lost, he would leave Qing Zhou. This also meant that Lin Ling would no longer practice martial arts. At this moment, no one spoke. They were all shocked by Lin Ling's courage. Even the 2 strongest 2nd generation geniuses were the same. Moreover, they couldn't understand why Lin Ling would gamble on martial arts just to not admit defeat. Was it worth it? This was a battle without any suspense at all. As for Vice President Gong, he opened his mouth and sighed. He was suddenly disappointed in Lin Ling. Good. The battle that we agreed upon must be carried out even if the sky falls and the earth rends. Lin Ling, my impression of you has changed. On the stage, Genji suddenly laughed out loud. His body was covered in black light, like tentacles. At this moment, he was so black that it was dazzling. However, the crowd was only shocked, not terrified. Chapter 2577. There was no miracle. I, Genji, came from the southern border and used only 100 years to defeat countless experts. 500 years to dominate the southern border, 600 years to become the lord of 1,000 realms, 700 years to enter the resplendent academy, 300 years to become the second generation, and 50 years to become the first. My talent soared, and when I reached the 5th grade, I felt that I was invincible. I could defeat 80% of the half-step true god realm experts. I don't know why you won't admit defeat, but I know that if you want to continue, the price will be your life's worth of martial arts. Following Genji's words, the entire arena was in an uproar. It seemed like Genji's cultivation was not even enough for 1,500 years. The most terrifying thing was that he used 50 years to become the second generation's first. Moreover, according to the crowd's estimation, Genji could defeat 70% of the half-step true god realm experts, but the reality was that he could defeat 80%. This was close to being invincible among the half-step true god realm experts. You've only defeated a bunch of weaklings. Lin Ling was not moved by Genji's words. He slowly pulled out his sword and pointed it at Genji. Hee, facing you, I don't even need to use 50% of my strength. The punch you gave me in the past, today, I will return it to you 100 times. Genji laughed coldly, and the black fog around his body began to spread. He began to make his move. Moreover, he did not intend to prolong the battle. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling cleanly and make Lin Ling leave Green State forever. The first and second generation of the Resplendent Academy are going to clash. I'm looking forward to it, but I feel that it will be hard for Lin Ling to win. He can't win at all. Although they knew that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt, the crowd was still looking forward to this battle. Facing Genji's heaven-defying talent, how would Lin Ling deal with him? Evil light secret body, a 5th grade awakened godly body, but it is the strongest among the 5th grade talents. Lin Ling's heart of the sword can cut through the darkness. Facing this kind of talent, unless one has the cultivation of the true god realm, everything else is like paper. The other two vice deans said indifferently. They were even more pessimistic about Lin Ling. No way, Lin Ling is actually not doing anything? Right at this moment, someone exclaimed. This was because Lin Ling was standing on the stage, allowing the darkness to invade him. Being invaded by the darkness meant that he would lose without a doubt. Was Lin Ling stupid? Could it be that he was so stubborn about wanting to fight because he wanted to lose beautifully? Even Vice President Gong's eyes narrowed. Then he became even more disappointed. The terrifying darkness enveloped Lin Ling without any suspense. At this moment, in the endless darkness, Lin Ling stood there indifferently, his face as calm as an ancient well. Genji's talent was indeed terrifying, but there were exceptions to everything. For example, against a true god, his heaven-defying talent was useless. It was also because sometimes, powerful strength could overturn everything. Last time, you were lucky enough to escape. That was because Ancestor Dragon Granny came, and I took the initiative to withdraw my innate gift. Otherwise, do you think you would have been able to punch me? Now, take a look at the terror of my darkness. Let me tell you, Lin Ling, unless you kneel down, you will never walk out of this darkness. Come and fight, Lin Ling. In the endless darkness, a voice filled with disdain floated out. Genji was like the king of darkness, dominating everything. In his darkness, everyone's life and death was under his control. This was Resplendent Academy's strongest second generation. Relying on your innate gift won't allow you to go far. Genji, if you think you can rely on your innate gift to defeat all the second generations, then your end will only be the second generation. Lin Ling stared ahead and slowly opened his mouth. The two dantians in his body were currently fusing together. Can you only say such words to show off? Let me tell you, no one has ever walked out of my darkness. Laughter once again floated out. Genji only had disdain for Lin Ling. In truth, Lin Ling also knew how fierce Genji's innate gift was. Thus, he didn't erupt with the space-time flames, but instead planned to use brute force to break through the darkness. His current strength was invincible in the half-step true immortal realm. He didn't believe that a mere Genji would be able to stop him. The sword in his hand began to burn. Since the start of the Pride tournament, he had been slowly erupting with his strength. This wasn't because he wanted to hide his strength, but because there was no opponent that could make him erupt with greater strength. Now, Genji barely had the qualifications. The two Danshians were wildly fusing together. One was at the 9th stage of the World King Realm, the other was at the 8th stage of the World King Realm. After fusing together, their strength had already entered the ranks of the true immortal realm. Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword, becoming sharper and sharper. Unfortunately, Genji didn't sense it at all. Even those outside of the martial stage didn't know this. They shook their heads and sighed. There were also people cursing Lin Ling for not knowing what was good for him. As for the powerhouses of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, they all looked at the darkness of the martial stage with dignified expressions. In the World King Realm, no one had ever been able to walk out of the darkness. Lin Ling was no exception. Darkness was the symbol of invincibility. Vice Principal Gong, in my opinion, this Lin Ling needs to be crippled. He has openly disobeyed your orders. Someone said as they looked at the Lotus stage. Everyone's complexion changed. How ruthless! They discovered that the one speaking was Xia Ren. The hunchbacked old man said with a dignified expression. But his eyes shined with a sinister light. He clearly wanted to use this chance to eradicate Lin Ling. Hearing this, Vice Principal Gong fell silent. To be honest, he thought highly of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had rejected him in front of everyone this time, and he couldn't put down his pride. A vice principal couldn't even command a genius of the academy. How could he continue to be a vice principal? But to cripple Lin Ling? He definitely wouldn't agree to this in his heart. Let alone crippling Lin Ling, even if Lin Ling wanted to leave Azure Province, he still wouldn't agree. This was also the reason why he was disappointed. Lin Ling was bound to lose. After losing, he would have to leave Resplendent Academy. This was something he didn't want to see. This made things even more difficult for him. Lin Ling didn't retreat in the face of a strong opponent. How can we cripple him? Don't tell me that our Resplendent Academy is filled with people who admit defeat in the face of a strong opponent? At this moment, someone supported Lin Ling. It was Ancestor Longpo. He, a fellow who doesn't even put the vice principal in his eyes. How capable can he be? In my opinion, he will only exhaust Genji's strength. In the end, he will still kneel in the darkness. Xiaoren said sinisterly. What if Lin Ling doesn't kneel in the darkness? Master Xiaoren, don't tell me you will kneel in front of everyone? Ancestor Longpo said coldly. So what if I do? If Lin Ling kneels in the darkness, won't you, Ancestor Longpo, kneel in front of us too? Xiaoren immediately retorted. However, Ancestor Longpo didn't hesitate and nodded. Don't talk about kneeling. Even if he kneels, giving you 3 slaps won't be a problem. She knew that it would be difficult for Lin Ling to defeat Genji. However, she also knew that even if Lin Ling lost, he wouldn't kneel. Lin Ling had a backbone. Alright, Vice Principal Gong will bear witness to this. The wrinkles on Xia Ren's face trembled. His smile became even more sinister. He seemed to know that Vice Principal Gong wouldn't cripple Lin Ling, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. However, he knew that if Lin Ling lost, the infamy he would bear would be heavy. Chapter 2578. Walking out of the darkness. No one has ever been able to walk out of Genji's darkness talent. At the critical moment, Xia Ren's words were like adding oil to the fire. That's right. Facing Genji's invincible talent, Lin Ling had no chance of succeeding unless there was a miracle. However, why did Lin Ling still have to bite the bullet? Was he toying with them? No miracle can be born. It was unknown who shouted this sentence, but it caused the resentment of the Resplendent Academy to surge to the heavens. Yu and the others clenched their fists. They never thought that Lin Ling, who had won such an honor, would be cursed like this today. But at this moment, a change finally occurred. No one had ever walked out from the darkness, but Lin Ling of the past could. Today's Lin Ling can still do it. The darkness suddenly surged like a tide, causing the surrounding sounds to disappear instantly. What happened? Look at the darkness. someone exclaimed. Of course, he didn't need to say anything because many people had seen it. Suddenly, an incredulous thought rose in their minds. Could it be that Lin Ling was about to charge out of the darkness? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. One had to know that within the 3 academies, in terms of talent control, if Genji claimed to be number 1, no one would dare claim to be number 2. Other than the 2 strongest second generations, no one else had the confidence to rush out from the darkness, not even 10%. At this moment, sword light flashed, as if lightning was leaping in the darkness. That sword was blinding. The darkness that was even more stable than the void was forcibly sliced apart at this moment. It was so terrifying. Rumble. Next, a figure rolled out of the darkness like a rolling gourd. It felt as if someone had kicked him out. When the figure fell off the stage, everyone saw that it was Genji. Boom. This scene was as shocking as the heavens themselves. But before they could recover from their shock, a young man in a blue and white robe slowly walked out from the rolling darkness with a sword in his hand. He was like a storm that was about to sweep through the world under the calm night sky. His sword was still huge, but it was telling everyone. No one could walk out of the darkness? Now there was. It was the Dark Horse King, Lin Ling. Looking at the youth who was like a sword god, all the experts on the Lotus platform stood up. Around the martial arts platform, those martial artists who were sitting cross-legged also stood up at this moment. Their mouths were wide open. Had a miracle really happened? Impossible. Genji's talent is invincible within the World King realm. His sword heart cannot be broken and his martial arts are also difficult to break, unless he is at the true divinity realm. Vice President Gong said solemnly. He stared at Lin Ling in disbelief as if he wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. Everyone's hearts rumbled like thunder. They couldn't understand what was going on. You broke my darkness. On the stage, Genji crawled up from the ground, pointing at Lin Ling and exclaiming. His talent in darkness had always been successful, yet he had failed today? He couldn't believe the result in front of him. This isn't the first time. Unfortunately, Lin Ling slowly raised his sword and said indifferently. These words made many people suck in a breath of cold air. Could it be that Lin Ling had also broken Genji's talent? When this fellow fought Si Xuanmei, did he still hide a hidden card? Lin Ling, I want you to lose. Hearing this, Genji's face turned red and blue. This should be his moment of glory. He wanted Lin Ling to be cleanly defeated and then prove that he was the strongest second generation of Resplendent Academy. He wanted everyone to know that their expectations of him were correct. However, he didn't win cleanly. Instead, he disappointed everyone. It was as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face by Lin Ling. Of course, it wasn't just him. Those who supported Genji were also ruthlessly slapped in the face. Even Vice Principal Gong was the same. Was this the Lin Ling that he wanted to abandon? Darkness return. Genji roared. The darkness on the martial arts platform was like a tide, swallowed up by him. You broke my talent but don't think you've won. I can only say that you are stronger than I imagined. Now that my boundary has risen, I have already surpassed the World King realm. That is a boundary that you need to look up to. After darkness return, Genji's strength climbed higher and higher. His world essence was terrifying. This result caused the people who were previously shocked to become energized at this moment. That's right. Genji's strength wasn't his talent, he had other powerful methods. Defeat him. Many people felt like they had been slapped in the face by Lin Ling, thus they roared out in anger. Even Vice Principal Gong subconsciously clenched his fists. Although he valued Lin Ling, Lin Ling's counterattack made him lose even more face. Thus, he wanted Genji to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Genji was originally at the peak of the World King realm, but now he's 2 realms higher. Someone immediately shouted out. It could be said that even if Genji didn't use his talent, just the power of his world essence was enough to crush all the other second generations. Lin Ling, didn't you say you wouldn't admit defeat? Let's see if you'll still admit defeat. Genji, beat him until he admits defeat. Beat him until he kneels down and admits defeat. Do your best. Within Resplendent Academy, many geniuses roared out. As you wish. Genji's voice became low and deep, like a dark lion roaring. His long hair became like a sea urchin, a ghastly sight. With a single step, the entire martial stage cracked open. It was terrifying. A strength that surpassed the World King realm by 2 realms. This was absolutely a half-step true immortal. This was the strongest strength that had erupted since the Pride tournament began. Even the other first generations in the distance had dignified expressions. This was a second generation? This was clearly a powerful generation, alright. Bang. Genji shot towards Lin Ling like a cannonball. With one hand behind his back, he punched out, seeming overbearing and confident. Following his terrifying punch, a dark lion appeared in front of Lin Ling. Its giant claws ruthlessly swept out, causing darkness to sweep through the martial stage like an astral wind. Still not enough. Increase my strength by 3 realms. Another roar came out from Genji's mouth. He punched out again. Another dark lion appeared, shocking the world. This dark lion was clearly even more terrifying. This was because it surpassed the World King realm by 3 boundaries. Genji can surpass 4 realms. Someone said in a dignified voice. This was because they had seen the most terrifying Genji before. And this was indeed the case. Genji's world essence strength climbed higher and higher, gradually surpassing the World King realm by 4 realms. He punched out with both fists, causing a storm of darkness to appear. 3 lions appeared in 3 different directions around Lin Ling, their claws ruthlessly sweeping out. 3 different directions, this sealed off all of Lin Ling's escape routes. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling could win. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Bang. In the end, the strength of all the lions gathered and exploded. Bang bang bang. The terrifying strength caused the martial stage to explode into small islands. This was the second martial stage to be destroyed after Lin Ling. Chapter 2579. Lin Ling in the midst of eruption. Terrifying, worthy of being the strongest second generation of Resplendent Academy. A half-step true god expert said with a pale face. Facing such a terrifying power, even they could only swallow their hatred in the underworld. Lin Ling, you deserve it, now you know how strong senior brother Genji is. Damn Lin Ling, he obviously can't win against Genji, but he forced him to erupt with such power. This is a waste of Genji's energy. Damn. Senior brother Genji is noble, Lin Ling is lowly. Damn. At this point, no one thought that Lin Ling could win. Genji landed on a broken martial stage, his breathing was a bit rushed, he had erupted with 90% of his strength, although it was a waste of his strength, he was very satisfied, at least he let everyone know that he, Genji, was the strongest. He opened his arms, looking up at the sky. Coming out of my darkness, Lin Ling, you are the first, but under my full strength, no one can win against me, not even in the World King realm. Miracles are not so easy to give birth to. His voice was filled with strong confidence, but it was also filled with confidence, as if he was proud. However, just as his voice fell, a cold voice sounded out. I'm sorry, miracles are not so hard to give birth to. The voice was calm, but it was like thunder, striking deep into everyone's heart. Everyone looked over, only to see Lin Ling holding his sword, blocking in front of him. That sword had actually blocked all of Genji's Dark Lion's attacks. He was like an undefeatable god of war, with a single sword, he had actually blocked the attacks of a 4th-level World King. At this moment, Genji's pupils shrank. How could this be? This was absolutely impossible. He was someone who could defeat 80% of a half-step true god. How could Lin Ling be so hard to deal with? You're only SOSO. At the same time, Lin Ling drew his sword. His sword slashed out. A power even greater than Genji's erupted. The sword light was like water. The power that Genji had unleashed before was cut apart like tofu. Lin Ling was completely unscathed as he calmly walked out from the dancing power. His long hair, his blue robe, his sword, it was a shocking sight. The shock this time was even more terrifying than before. How can you still not be defeated? Genji stared deadly at Lin Ling. He had already unleashed such power, But Lin Ling was still unharmed? He roared angrily, finally erupting with all his strength. A strength that surpassed the World King realm by 5 boundaries. His speed also increased, almost reaching the speed of 2 realms. A streak of darkness shot towards Lin Ling. The space immediately exploded, destroying everything in its path. A fist shot through the sky. It didn't contain any martial arts, it was just a tremendous amount of world essence energy, ruthlessly suppressing Lin Ling. Seeing this, countless people held their breaths. They clenched their fists, their palms covered in sweat. Was there still a miracle? There shouldn't be any this time. However, the answer was that there was. Because the current Lin Ling was the Lin Ling who was in the midst of his eruption. The erupting Lin Ling was so terrifying that it could even alarm the great Azure God dynasty. Bang! Lin Ling sheathed his sword and also punched out, but his world essence energy was even greater than Genji's. Bang bang bang! The two people's fists collided. Layers upon layers of dimensional storms swept out. Many people were sent sitting on the ground. However, their eyes were still staring straight ahead. Defeated 80% of half-step true gods? Lin Ling maintained his punching posture, but his mouth had a cold smile. Looking at Genji, his face was pale. After facing Lin Ling, he finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. His punch seemed to have landed on a mountain. There was no reaction at all. Instead, Lin Ling gave him a strong pressure. "I'm sorry, I'm invincible among half-step true gods." Bang! Lin Ling's world essence exploded. It was earth-shattering, and Genji was unable to block that punch. His body flew back. Lin Ling took a step. The stage beneath his feet crumbled into dust. He chased after Genji. "Genji, Resplendent Academy's 2nd generation #1. Not bad. To be able to force me to use my full strength, it's an honor for you to lose." Everyone around the stage could hear Lin Ling's tyrannical voice. Their hearts trembled. This was the erupting Lin Ling? How terrifying! Lin Ling defeated Si Xuanmei. He really did not use his full strength. Bang bang bang! Under Lin Ling's tyrannical voice, Genji was like a sandbag. He was beaten from the sky to the ground, then from the ground to the sky. The entire 3-ring city was shaken. As for the faraway 2nd ring city, the martial artists were shocked. They were extremely excited. Finally, they saw a battle that was beyond their imagination. These geniuses were truly terrifying. Of course, it was not just 2nd ring city. The entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty was watching this battle. Countless powerhouses had solemn expressions. A 9th stage world king. It was unknown if he relied on his cultivation method or talent to erupt with such strength. Was this invincible among half-step true gods? At the same time, Lin Ling had created a miracle. He was the genius who had jumped realms to fight, the genius who had jumped realms the most. "I admit defeat." After an unknown amount of time, a pained voice floated down from the sky. The faces of countless people froze. On a broken stage, Genji was kneeling there, his face bruised and swollen. In front of him stood a handsome youth, looking down at him. The entire process was calm and collected. Who was stronger and who was weaker from the current situation, it could be clearly seen. Admit defeat. These 2 words were clearly imprinted in the hearts of every Resplendent Academy's 2nd generation. It was like a resounding slap to their faces, leaving them speechless. Even Vice Principal Gong's face was red from the slap. He wanted Lin Ling to admit defeat for the sake of Resplendent Academy's honor. But now, Lin Ling had told him just who was the strongest 2nd generation of Resplendent Academy. Just who should admit defeat. I'm old. Vice Principal Gong muttered to himself. At this time, towards Lin Ling, he only felt a deep sense of guilt. He didn't even dare to look up at Lin Ling. This youth who had fought so resolutely because he didn't want to admit defeat was now proud and powerful in his heart. "I was wrong." Vice Principal Gong was the first to speak out. Then, in front of countless people, he knelt down towards Lin Ling. "This." The crowd cried out in alarm. As the vice principal, his strength was monstrous. With just a move of his leg, he could shake the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty. But now, in order to admit his mistake, he actually knelt down on one knee? No one knew of Vice Principal Gong's painstaking efforts. When he wanted Lin Ling to admit defeat, it wasn't because of Lin Ling, but because of Resplendent Academy. Therefore, if he didn't admit his mistake now, their Resplendent Academy might lose a powerful genius. If this genius were to leave, it would be a loss for Resplendent Academy. The other two academies would definitely be more than happy to snatch this genius away. Those who misjudged Lin Ling before, apologize now. There was also a senior who shouted loudly. After saying that, he took the lead and knelt down on one knee to apologize to Lin Ling. The entire Resplendent Academy was silent, but soon, a large number of geniuses also knelt down on one knee. Sorry, we were wrong. Although they had scolded Lin Ling before, it was for the sake of Resplendent Academy. They didn't want to lose face in front of the other two academies, so they wanted Geng to enter the finals and win glory for them. Chapter 2580. Meng Lu vs. Tian Kuang, the Battle of the Spotlight. Following that, a large number of youths knelt down. The scene was spectacular. Brother Ling. When she saw this scene, even Yu Yu became emotional. Lin Ling had once again done something that would cause one to be deeply moved. This moment belonged to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, stared at the crowd emotionlessly. Without a word, he left the battle stage. Previously, he did have some resentment in his heart. However, Vice President Gong had personally knelt down to apologize. This made his anger disappear. After all, Vice President Gong was a prominent figure. Since he was willing to put down his pride and admit his mistake, how could Lin Ling be calculative? Moreover, Lin Ling was not that kind of person. As for Genji, he was still kneeling on the stage. His face was pale and filled with panic. Through the previous battle, he knew that Lin Ling's strength was definitely 6 realms above the World King realm. He could not help but think of the previous battle. Could it be that Lin Ling had defeated him at that time? Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed bitterly. He had willingly given up his position as the second generation's strongest. He even had a feeling that Lin Ling had already stepped into the first generation. Moreover, the first generation was not Lin Ling's limit. Even the Great Azure God Dynasty was not Lin Ling's limit. Losing to such an opponent, what was there to be unsatisfied about? Ironically, such a strong opponent had actually admitted defeat for him and allowed him to enter the finals? At this moment, he felt that he had lost face. At this moment, the entire shattered stage was still silent. The people from the other two academies looked at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. Many ancient martial artists looked at Lin Ling with serious expressions. They thought of how Lin Ling had risen step by step from the 200,000 second-generation geniuses to the finals. All of this was like a dream. Moreover, in terms of cultivation time, Lin Ling was actually the #1 genius of the Pride Tournament. This was because his growth time was the shortest. Xiaoren, why aren't you kneeling? At this time, a sneer suddenly sounded. It was Ancestor Dragon Granny. At this moment, she was more excited than anyone else. She and that damned old man Xiaoren had a grudge for many years. She had always been unable to find a way to make the latter suffer, but now, thanks to Lin Ling, she had a way. Therefore, she rubbed her hands and walked out with a sneer. Ancestor Dragon Granny, what are you doing? Seeing Ancestor Dragon Granny's smiling face, Xia Ren's face turned pale. He looked at Ancestor Dragon Granny with a look of panic. Earlier, many people from the Resplendent Academy had knelt down to apologize, but Xiaoren hadn't. But now, did he want to escape this calamity? Everyone can see the promise you made earlier. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word. Ancestor Dragon Granny smiled sinisterly, causing many experts to smile and look at Xiaoren. You're ruthless. Xiaoren also knew that with so many experts present, he had no choice but to kneel. Hence, he knelt down without hesitation. Ancestor Dragon Granny arrived in front of him, blew on her palm, and viciously slapped him. But the crisp sound of the slap seemed to land in Xiaoren's heart, causing his old face to turn red. He was an exceptional talent in the past, and he was also a boundary master. He was highly respected, but now he was slapped in the face in front of countless eyes. What a stinky face. Your old face is thicker than a city wall. My hand actually hurts from slapping you. What made him explode was that Ancestor Dragon Granny had slapped his face and actually despised his old face for having too many wrinkles and thick skin. Then, he saw Ancestor Dragon Granny take off her shoe, which made him subconsciously ask, "What are you doing?" "I like to slap with my shoe." Ancestor Dragon Granny used her actions to answer him. Using a shoe to slap his face was indeed much more refreshing. Xia Ren's eyes were red. The reputation he had built for his entire life had been thrown away. The crowd roared with laughter. Being slapped in the face by the sole of a shoe, Xia Ren didn't need to show his face in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty anymore. Perhaps tomorrow, when others met him, they would ask him if it felt good to be slapped in the face by a shoe. After 3 consecutive slaps, Ancestor Dragon Granny's heart was carefree, incomparably carefree. There was nothing more satisfying than using a shoe to slap your opponent's face in public. She didn't expect that Lin Ling would actually accomplish what she had dreamed of her entire life. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. They never expected that Lin Ling would enter the finals. In their hearts, Lin Ling's image had already been raised infinitely. Especially the other 2 vice presidents, their faces were the most solemn. Was he invincible among half-step true gods? It was hard to estimate who would be the winner of this world's #1. Thinking of this, they immediately felt a huge pressure. Vice President Gong, who was at the side, immediately felt refreshed after apologizing. Lin Ling entering the finals was clearly better than Genji. Their academy's chances of winning first place had greatly increased. "What's wrong, my 2 old friends? I can see that the sweat on your foreheads is bigger than soybeans. There's really no need to panic. The finals haven't started yet, so it's hard to say. However, our resplendent academy's luck is really bad. The strong geniuses have all been eliminated, leaving Lin Ling behind in the end. However, his strength has exceeded my expectations. You guys were right to remind me to leave one person behind between Genji and Lin Ling. Although I made the wrong choice, if I didn't, how would I be able to see the explosive Lin Ling?" Vice President Gong couldn't help but laugh. The other 2 vice presidents' faces were gloomy, unable to find words to refute. After all, they only knew a little about Meng Lu and Tian Kuang's strength, so they were lacking in confidence. The semi-finals would soon be Meng Lu and Tian Kuang's battle. This was a battle that would be the focus of attention. These 2 were the most famous among the second generation, and their strength had always been a mystery. Now that the 2 strongest were facing off, it seemed like they couldn't hide their strength anymore. Even Lin Ling was looking at the 2 indifferently. Since the start of the Pride tournament, the only person he was wary of was Meng Lu. Moreover, Meng Lu's appearance was also beyond his expectations. Perhaps he was Lin Ling's strongest opponent after coming to the martial god realm. Therefore, he also wanted to see how strong Meng Lu was. Lin Ling, who will win between the 2 of them? Other than Lin Ling, no one knew who was stronger, so Xian Yuange asked curiously. "The one facing me in the finals will undoubtedly be Meng Lu," Lin Ling said directly. "Is he really that strong?" Xian Yuange and the others were surprised, but like Lin Ling, they were looking forward to the battle even more. Under everyone's gaze, 2 figures appeared on the stage. One of them had long hair like a blade, giving off a tyrannical aura. He was tall and sturdy, and his hands were also extremely long. It was Tian Kuang. "I think that in this Pride tournament, the 2 of us are the strongest." Tian Kuang was the first to speak. His tone was calm, but it was domineering. Previously, he had seen Lin Ling's strength with his own eyes, but he wasn't afraid at all. This made people wonder if Tian Kuang was stronger than Lin Ling. Chapter 2581. The Demon God's Tomb. Meng Lu's voice was extremely strange. It was neither male nor female. Coupled with his white hair, it gave off a mysterious feeling. Most importantly, he floated on the martial stage like a god. "Meng Lu, I know you are strong, but I want to know where my limit is. I've fought True God Realm experts before, and I've defeated them, but I feel that you're stronger than a first-level True God Realm expert. In this proud world tournament, Only you have the qualifications to make me respect you. The rest of the trash don't even have the qualifications to make me look at them, including Lin Ling. Tian Kuang's voice constantly floated out. This was the most he had spoken since the start of the tournament. Because only Meng Lu had the qualifications to make him speak so much. You give me the feeling that you are very strong, so I am also looking forward to seeing your strength. As for the others, they are nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. Meng Lu also spoke. Just as Tian Kuang thought, the others were all trash. Hearing this, the crowd immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. These two strongest second generations were really arrogant. Moreover, they didn't even put Lin Ling in their eyes. Then, there was only one explanation. Their strength was enough to fight a true god. As for Lin Ling, he was only an invincible half-step true god. The two were different concepts. From the start of the Pride tournament, these two people seemed to be above the other second generations. They didn't seem like second generations at all. The Imperial Censor also spoke. Their strength should be able to fight a first-level true god. No matter what, these two are terrifying monstrous geniuses. The great Azure God dynasty can't let them go. The Grand Council official also spoke. The Imperial Censor nodded. Now, there should be many powerful forces that are moved by them. The great Azure God dynasty was very powerful in the Azure province, but there were many forces that couldn't be underestimated. For example, the Heavenly Court, Fortune Travel Manor, and Flying Dragon Organization. These were all organizations that were spread throughout the 9 province. Even if the great Azure God dynasty wanted to eradicate them, it was beyond their reach. Begin. A cold shout instantly sounded out, as if the horn of battle had been blown. Tian Kuang took the lead. His entire body emitted smoke. The smoke seemed to drift, but it was like a blade that could cut through the world. His cultivation was at the peak of the World King realm, but it had obviously risen by several realms. At least 6 realms. There are already 7. Sensing the terrifying Jiyuan aura, many experts shouted with solemn expressions. Far away from the stage, Genji's pupils constricted. They were both second generation first. Why was the difference so huge? He finally knew that even if he'd entered the finals, he was obviously not a match for those 2 people. First madness. Tian Kuang roared again. In the end, he increased his cultivation by 7 realms, and his body instantly vanished. With a speed that surpassed that of 2 realms, he shot toward Dreamflow. What a fast speed. This is the fastest speed I've seen since the Pride tournament. Countless second generations clenched their fists in disbelief. As for Meng Lu, he floated in the sky with his white hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were half closed, and there was a cold look in them. He reached out with one hand, maintaining the posture of a clenched fist, but his 5 fingers suddenly spread open. Rumble! Circle after circle of white ripples shot out from his hand, and they continued to expand, as if they were going to envelop San Juan City. Elementary Grade 5 Boundary Martial Art, Divine Ripple Clouds. With this martial art, everyone knew that no one from the second generation would be able to stop him. Since the beginning of the Pride tournament, he was another genius with a 5th-level martial arts. At the same time, Lin Ling's expression changed. Because Meng Lu's cultivation realm increase was even more terrifying, reaching 8 realms. Meng Lu must have trained in some powerful martial art, or his talent gave him such an advantage. One must know that Lin Ling had 2 Dantians, so the second Dantian could raise 8 realms. But Meng Lu could do it too. How could Lin Ling not be shocked? The white ripples were very fast, causing Tian Kuang's expression to change. He roared in his heart, and his speed reached the limit. 3-realm speed. This guy! Even the 3 vice deans exclaimed in surprise. 3-realm speed. It could be said that with this speed, none of the second generation could attack Tian Kuang. After the 3-realm speed, Tian Kuang was getting closer to Meng Lu. His claws grew longer, and it was a shocking sight. Just 1 claw, and the battle would be over. The power of that claw would definitely be able to destroy 10 realms, or even more. Tian Kuang's martial arts and talent seemed to increase speed and strength, but in reality, he had already reached the level of 3 berserkers, and was even stronger than before. He made it! In just an instant, many people exclaimed. The white ripples were dodged by Tian Kuang, and they shot into the distance, causing the distant sky to split open. I won! Tian Kuang had a confident smile on his face. In a battle with Meng Lu, unorthodox martial arts were useless. The only way was to go all out from the beginning. This was because using unnecessary battle techniques might cause him to lose even faster. But in the next moment, a terrifying aura spread, causing Tian Kuang to look up, and his eyes narrowed. The sky in front of him had unknowingly turned into the land of the Tomb of the Gods. Tombstones sat in the sky, and paper money fell from the sky, giving off an indescribable feeling of loneliness. In the distance, a huge snow maple tree swayed, as if it was a testament to the ancient war between gods and demons. The Tomb of the Gods and Demons. Moreover, this terrifying scene was seen by everyone on the ground, causing their bodies to tremble. What talent is that? No one knew what Meng Lu had done. At this moment, a group of people dressed in white, carrying coffins, sprinkling paper money, and sobbing as they passed through the sky. This was a funeral procession. This talent is really powerful. It looks like a 5th grade talent, but its potential is limitless. Even Lin Ling felt great pressure. This strange talent, I'm afraid even a stage 1 true god expert would be affected by it. Queen Qianji immediately said, as expected of the Toon Guardian clan. But she was lucky to have met the Toon Guardian clan in the past, so she was familiar with the 9 states' 10 evils. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, not many people knew about the Toon Guardian clan. The 9 states' 10 evils were the most mysterious and terrifying existences. To most people, they only appeared in rumors. What's the use? Tian Kuang was able to become the strongest 2nd generation of Zhongling Academy, so he was no weakling. He roared and rushed forward again. However, wisps of white flames floated in front of him, blocking his path. But he was confident in his strength, so he still rushed forward. He avoided the flames, but when he was getting closer to Meng Lu, the flames moved. It seemed slow, but it enveloped Tian Kuang at the speed of 2 worlds. Tian Kuang had the speed of 3 worlds, so he could have avoided it. But there were too many strange flames around him, and as they floated, there was a rhythm of heaven and earth. He could avoid the first wave, but he could not avoid the second wave. Boom, 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 boom. After coming into contact with the flames, Tian Kuang seemed to be fine, and his body was unharmed. However, his face turned pale in an instant. He realized that his soul was being burned by the flames, and it was burning bit by bit. The flames were not harmful to the physical body, but directly to the soul. He was sure that even a wisp of flames would be able to kill a half-step true god expert. Chapter 2582. A truly formidable opponent. 5 berserkers wounding the heavens. Tian Kuang roared to the sky and used his strongest trump card. It was as if he had gone berserk and became even crazier. However, he did not lose his rationality. Using the sudden increase in strength, he charged out of the fire circle and pounced on Meng Lu. Tian Kuang is indeed worthy of his name. Go! Seeing this, the morale of the Zhongling Academy's geniuses soared. Even their dean was the same. Tian Kuang was obviously good at close combat. As long as he got close, even a first-level true god would be wary. As he got closer and closer to Meng Lu, the focal point of the battle was about to begin. However, Meng Lu seemed to have entered dreamland. He was still floating in the sky, looking mysterious. He muttered to himself, 5 berserkers wounding the heavens. As expected of the Kuang clan. This is a method to kill 1,000 enemies but injure 800 of your own. Go! He instantly saw Tian Kuang's strengths and weaknesses. This method of forcefully exploding strength was actually a double-edged sword. It's enough to defeat you. Go! Tian Kuang's voice was filled with domineering aura. His left eye flashed. It was the berserk light. He gently placed his right hand under his body and swept it toward the sky, causing the sky to darken instantly. Very quickly. 3 realm speed. and the strength was enough to kill a first-level true god. Most importantly, although the claw seemed far away, it appeared in front of Meng Lu in an instant. Meng Lu was going to lose. Everyone had the same thought. That claw was too terrifying. Is it over? Go! Yu and the rest were also solemn. However, Lin Ling kept staring at Meng Lu. Finally, he shook his head. Not necessarily. Go! Among the crowd, there were not many who thought that Meng Lu would not lose. Lin Ling was one, and so were the 3 vice deans and other experts. And the truth was as such. A sudden change occurred. Just as Tian Kuang's giant claw was about to hit Meng Lu suddenly raised his hands to the sky and looked up at the sky. An indescribable sound came from his mouth. It seemed to be a prayer. The terrifying thing was that the space around him froze. Time and space had stopped. His entire body turned white, so white that it was dazzling. And at this moment, that terrifying claw finally swept over him. But just as it touched him, something strange happened. Tian Kuang, who was still hundreds of meters away, was pulled by a mysterious force and instantly appeared in front of Meng Lu, unable to move. Dreamflow, on the other hand, was like a god of the underworld. His right hand slowly reached out, passed through Heaven Kuang's body, and suddenly grabbed. A multicolored light appeared in his hand. When he pulled it back, he suddenly clenched his fist. Crisp sounds rang out at the same time. Countless people saw the multicolored light explode, and a large amount of memory fragments scattered out. Soul extraction. At the same time, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Tian Kuang's soul had already dispersed. Tian Kuang is dead. His soul has been destroyed. The experts on the gigantic lotus said solemnly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that the light that exploded was Tian Kuang's soul? What was going on? They clearly saw that Tian Kuang was about to defeat Dreamflow, but the moment he touched Dreamflow, Dreamflow suddenly pulled Tian Kuang closer, and then his soul was extracted. This Dreamflow was too heaven-defying. In long-range attacks, Dreamflow's methods were stronger, but in close combat, he would die upon contact. Invincible. This was invincible. Unless it was a mid-stage true god expert suppressing him with a huge force, even if they were of the same realm, they would be his match. Without a doubt, this invincible battle shocked the great Azure God dynasty. The eyes of many hidden forces flickered, and they were considering extending an olive branch to Dreamflow. The experts of the great Azure God dynasty were puzzled. What was Dreamflow's background? His methods were actually so strange. Dreamflow wins. When the voice drifted out, everyone also began to accept reality. But who was the number one of the Pride world? They were also clear at a glance. The finals begin. After everyone was shocked for a full 2 hours, a voice immediately drifted out. However, many people looked at Lin Ling and seemed to have guessed that Lin Ling did not dare to go up. Of course, no one mocked Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling and Dreamflow were not geniuses of the same era. Lin Ling was not a match. This was normal. As for the 3 major academies, apart from Heavenly Saint Academy, the people from Resplendent Academy and Songling Academy were all ashen. The Pride Tournament was clearly Heavenly Saint Academy's martial stage. They could only be supporting characters. Come up, Lin Ling, kill me, and the Pride Tournament's #1 is yours. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly drifted out. Dreamflow, who was in the sky, looked indifferently at Lin Ling and said, "This surprised many people." Dreamflow was challenging Lin Ling? He was already recognized as #1. Why was there a need to challenge him? Moreover, Lin Ling was weaker than Tian Kuang. Was this battle meaningful? However, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He did not speak and walked step by step toward the martial stage. Lin Ling's actions also surprised everyone. No one thought that Lin Ling would really accept. This Lin Ling dares to accept the challenge? Even Vice Principal Gong found it hard to believe. He felt that Lin Ling admitting defeat was a very normal thing. Why is Big Brother Ling going up? Of course, it was not only Vice Principal Gong who did not understand Lin Ling's actions. Even Yu and the rest were the same. One had to know that Lin Ling had previously told her that Dreamflow could defeat a large number of first-stage true gods. This made her realize that Lin Ling was probably not the other party's match. Therefore, she guessed that Lin Ling would admit defeat. In reality, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling was invincible in the half-step true god realm and could fight with a first-stage true god. However, to defeat a first-stage true god was a little difficult. In an instant, the entire three-ring city was in turmoil. The martial stage was already shattered. Therefore, both of them were floating in the sky, attracting countless gazes. Now, these two were the two strongest second generations. One was ranked number 1 and the other was number 2. There was no need to doubt their strength. Of course, the number 1 was obviously more powerful and had unfathomable might. I knew you would definitely go up. You wouldn't give up such an opportunity because your eyes are different from others. You're very calm and don't have any fear towards me. In the sky, Dreamflow was the first to speak. Lin Ling looked at the other party and couldn't help but sigh. This Dreamflow was indeed powerful. This was because Dreamflow's eyes were also very calm. However, there was a cold glint in the calmness. This kind of opponent gave people a mysterious feeling. This was a truly formidable opponent. I have a feeling that you want to kill me. Therefore I'm here. Lin Ling said indifferently. In fact, other than this reason, he also wanted to know where the mystery of the Toon Guardian tribe lay. Previously, when Dreamflow defeated Tianquang, it gave Lin Ling the feeling that Dreamflow was like a porcupine. He couldn't move, and the moment he moved, his soul would be stolen. How did you know? After Lin Ling's voice, the always mysterious Dreamflow's eyes flickered. Chapter 2583. The Invincible Meng Lu. Hearing this, Meng Lu fell silent and looked deeply at Lin Ling. In fact, among all the second-generation descendants, the only one he feared was Tianquang. But now, he discovered that this Lin Ling wasn't simple. This was because Lin Ling seemed to know something. Disregarding everything else, there weren't many people who knew about Underworld Masters. Underworld Masters were also a type of boundary master, but they specialized in the Underworld Dao. This was also the mystery of the Toon Guardian clan. You're right, and I do want to kill you, Meng Lu finally said. Is it the 4 great commanderies? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Lin Ling, my opinion of you has changed. Meng Lu smiled for the first time, causing the crowd to cry out in alarm. Could it be that Meng Lu, who had never placed Lin Ling in his eyes, now considered Lin Ling to be a more formidable opponent than Tianquang? That's right, someone from the 4 great commanderies used a large sum of money to hire me to buy your life. Of course, the 4 great commanderies aren't enough to enter my eyes. Those who would pay a large sum of money for your life are ambitious and ruthless. Meng Lu said. Sovereign Marquis. Lin Ling's eyes immediately lit up. However, he'd just finished speaking when Meng Lu roared with laughter. But aren't you underestimating me too much? Do you think mere divine crystals can move me? That's an insult to me. I want to kill you for another reason. These words clearly startled Lin Ling. He frowned and said, Is it because of your origin? You know more than I thought. Yes, I need to guard a tomb, but the tomb can't do without a master. Originally, I wanted to guard Tianquang's tomb, but I discovered that he didn't meet my requirements, so I thought of guarding your tomb. As for the reason, it's because you're a 9th stage world king, but you're the 3rd generation of the 2nd generation. In terms of brilliance, you're indeed above Tianquang. So that's how it is. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The Tomb Guardian clan was one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils. Their style of doing things was strange. They needed to guard the tomb of an expert, and Dreamflow had chosen him. You knew that I wanted to guard your tomb, so why did you come up here? Could it be that you think you can defeat me? Or have you found a way to break my invincibility? Dreamy Flow added. After their conversation, he also knew that Lin Ling was not a simple person. When he thought about how Lin Ling had started from a nameless nobody and ended up in the finals, he began to value Lin Ling even more than Tianquang. And that kind of emphasis was not on strength, but on scheming. Lin Ling's scheming was even more terrifying than Tianquang's. No. However, Lin Ling nodded honestly, which stunned Meng Lu. Then why did you still dare to come up here? Are you not afraid of death? You can understand it that way. Alright, enough nonsense, let's fight. Lin Ling shook his head as his fighting spirit boiled. You really want to fight me? Meng Lu was still in disbelief. Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Ling shook his head speechlessly. Although Meng Lu wanted to kill him, Lin Ling felt that Meng Lu was also an honest person, so Lin Ling did not hate him. Of course, although Lin Ling did not hate him, he would not show mercy. Because this was a battle of life and death. And also because this was a battle where Lin Ling had stepped into the true immortal realm. If he refused to fight, then he had a feeling that he would not be able to break through the true immortal realm. Although the people on the ground did not know what they were talking about, they vaguely heard that Lin Ling seemed to admit that he was not Meng Lu's match. He's not Meng Lu's match, but he still dares to fight? Is he crazy? Didn't he see Meng Lu's invincible technique? I think he's not even as good as Tianquang. He'll be defeated in one move. Countless voices rang out, and everyone was shocked. Vice President Gong frowned. He also did not understand why Lin Ling wanted to die. As for the Sovereign Marquis and the powerhouses of Grand Court Commandery, they sneered. They were already prepared to collect Lin Ling's corpse. Red Jade Tiger, this guy from your Martial God Battalion is very similar to you. He knows that he is invincible, but he still wants to fight. He won't turn back until his head bleeds. What a stubborn man. Lord Eighth said. Red Jade Tiger was secretly sweating on behalf of Lin Ling. Even he did not know how Lin Ling would break through invincibility. Under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, the finals began. An oppressive atmosphere filled the sky. What was terrifying was that Meng Lu treated Lin Ling even more seriously than he treated Tianquang. He directly sent out a mysterious funeral procession. The demon god's tomb appeared in the sky once again. This mysterious talent could affect a martial artist's mentality. If a martial artist's mentality was unstable, at least 40% of their strength would be suppressed. Moreover, with the appearance of the demon god's tomb, Meng Lu's strength increased greatly. Lin Ling can't even block one move. Meng Lu is actually using his full strength from the start. Is he going to kill Lin Ling cleanly? Not necessarily. I feel that Meng Lu is respecting Lin Ling. That's why he didn't play with Lin Ling. Instead, he gave Lin Ling a clean cut. A series of exclamations could be heard. In the sky, Lin Ling smiled. He naturally knew that Meng Lu respected him as an opponent. In fact, Lin Ling knew that Meng Lu believed that Lin Ling was inferior to Tianquang. However, Meng Lu was indeed a terrifying opponent. He was calm, composed, and decisive. Even if such an opponent was weaker than Lin Ling would not underestimate him. Not to mention that Meng Lu was stronger than him. At this moment, Lin Ling also saw Meng Lu raise his hands and clench them into fists. It seemed that he was going to activate the 5th grade martial art. Most importantly, Meng Lu had both hands. Looks like this guy is going to kill me without any hesitation. As for the might of that martial art, Lin Ling had seen it before. Killing him wouldn't be difficult at all. After all, Meng Lu had raised his strength by 8 boundaries to the peak of the World King realm. God Ripple Cloud, Dark Ripple Cloud. Meng Lu coldly shouted. He was like a god of the underworld. His fists opened wide. Black and white waves of light rushed towards Lin Ling, their speed reaching the speed of 2 realms. Before they even approached Lin Ling, the terrifying pressure made it difficult for the martial artists on the ground to breathe. Black and white, this was even stronger than Tianquang's. There was no suspense in this battle. Lin Ling could raise his strength by 6 boundaries, but Tianquang had raised his strength by 7 or even 8 boundaries. Yet, hadn't he still been defeated? And reality was the same as imagination. The destructive waves of light immediately submerged Lin Ling. He's dead. This wasn't an evenly matched battle to begin with. Looking at the sky, countless people shook their heads. They weren't surprised by this result. Vice Dean Gong sighed. Even now, he still didn't understand why Lin Ling wanted to continue fighting. This was simply throwing away his life. No, Big Brother Ling can't be defeated. This must be fake. Yu and Xianxia shook their heads. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. As for falling flower flowing water and the others, their eyes widened. They had followed Lin Ling from the martial god battalion and had witnessed Lin Ling create miracles. In their hearts, Lord Lin Ling was the most incomprehensible genius they had ever seen in their lives. However, after such a genius came to the Pride Tournament and met an even more invincible genius, would Lord Lin Ling perish? Chapter 2584. Flame Coffin Descends. Her. Only those who had enmity with Lin Ling felt that everything was normal and even wished to see this scene long ago. But right at this time, in the sky, the two black and white light waves did not penetrate the horizon. Because in front of the two light waves, a wretched figure holding a sword blocked the black and white light waves. What? In that instant, the people who shook their heads previously were shocked like celestial beings at this moment. One had to know that terrifying light wave could kill all half-step true god realms, but Lin Ling blocked it. Even Meng Lu's eyes flashed. But he could also tell that although Lin Ling blocked his attack, it was clearly a deathbed struggle too. I thought that a miracle would be born, but it's merely a mantis blocking a chariot. Someone stared at the sky and suddenly let out a gloating voice. Clearly, many people also discovered that Lin Ling was indeed a deathbed struggle. But even so, Lin Ling still used his sword to block the two light waves. That fighting spirit and tenacity made countless people admire endlessly. You all should learn more from him. No idea which academy's senior looked at his disciples and said at this moment. Those disciples nodded one after another. For Lin Ling to be able to become a dark horse, what he relied on was not luck, but fighting spirit and willpower was the basis of his pride. At this time, blood overflowed from the corners of Lin Ling's mouth. His eyes were red, and the boundary essence within his body was also roaring crazily. Meng Lu's attack was indeed terrifying, the power was too powerful. However, he had already prepared to refine all of the harvests he obtained from the Nine Dragons realm previously. And now, borrowing these divine crystals, his realm was also constantly rising. He knew that with his strength not long ago, he was bound to lose. Therefore, his only chance was to break through realm. Otherwise, he would have long erupted with wind and cloud transformation, rising 3 realms again, and dodging that black and white light wave. The gap between me and him is too great. If my realm doesn't rise, this is an unequal battle. Therefore, raise your realm for me. Lin Ling roared in his heart. But in everyone's eyes, his life was in danger. The merciless light wave was going to drown him at any time. The sword in his hand began to tremble, as if his strength was exhausted. A flash in the pan? Many people sighed and shook their heads. Boom. But the moment they shook their heads, a terrifying aura finally erupted. The strength of a 10th level world king surged outwards, unstoppable. With that enormous power, Lin Ling's sword became even more stable. Moreover, the Ashura sword formation flew out with the heart of the sword mixed within. Together with Lin Ling, they blocked the 2 waves of light. This miraculous scene caused everyone's eyes to widen. Lin Ling actually broke through? But at the same time, a strange matter occurred. Lin Ling broke through to the 10th level of the World King realm, but the strength within his body continued to surge out, becoming increasingly strong. Even Meng Lu sucked in a cold breath. Unknowingly, he had taken Lin Ling to be an opponent as powerful as Tian Kuang. However, was that all Lin Ling had? It had to be known that Lin Ling's first Dantian had reached the 10th level of the World King realm. At this time, the remaining power of the divine crystal was rushing towards his second Dantian. The second Dantian began to crazily rise from the 8th layer of the Realm King realm. Pressure was truly worthy of being the best lubricant for advancement. 9th level of the World King realm, 10th level of the World King realm. The boundaries of the 2 Dantians were equally divided. Of course, the first Dantian was clearly more formidable. However, the fusion of the 2 Dantians had caused Lin Ling's strength to more than double. This caused the originally unfair scales to begin to tilt. Go! Meng Lu was indeed worthy of being called a calm genius in battle. As he saw that the situation wasn't right, he immediately waved his hand. Countless mysterious flames fluttered out, like wisps of ghostly fire. These flames could easily wound a first-level true divinity powerhouse and burn their souls. Most importantly, Lin Ling couldn't avoid them. And these flames and waves of light joined together to suppress Lin Ling. Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone's breathing quickened, their complexions brilliant. They never imagined that Meng Lu would erupt with such a method against Lin Ling. This method was even more ferocious than what he had used against Tian Kuang. In truth, they didn't know that in Meng Lu's heart, Lin Ling had already surpassed Tian Kuang. Lin Ling, he is the second strongest of the second generation. Even if Tian Kuang hasn't died, he still isn't Lin Ling's match. It was unknown who shouted out, but this caused all the martial artists present to fall silent. That's right. Before this, Tian Kuang hadn't dared to receive the attack of the waves of light, but Lin Ling had. Moreover, he had persisted until now. This seemed to explain everything. Most importantly, the aura that erupted from Lin Ling's body was even more formidable than Tian Kuang's. What a pity, what a pity. If Meng Lu wasn't here, Lin Ling would have been the proud number one. But many powerhouses also shook their heads in pity. This was because these two attacks were already suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling absolutely wouldn't be able to block them. Of course, Lin Ling also saw the flames floating towards him. The aura of these flames let him know that this was a middle 5th grade martial art. This was a martial art that only a true divinity could cultivate. Thus, he couldn't block it. Boom. Before the flames even got close, Lin Ling spat out another mouthful of blood. The waves of light had also begun to injure him. At the same time, the mysterious flames that filled the sky sealed off all of Lin Ling's escape routes. He had nowhere to run. Finally, the flames gathered together as if a demon god had awakened, causing the sky to become incomparably resplendent. The earth immediately fell silent. This time, Lin Ling should have been completely defeated. Is it finally over? Ah! Meng Lu also let out a light breath. He didn't know why, but the pressure that Lin Ling gave him was increasing. This guy who had repeatedly created miracles seemed to be omnipotent. Now that he saw Lin Ling completely die, he finally felt at ease. Of course, while he was satisfied, he also felt a bit of regret. It seemed that he was somewhat reluctant to kill such a monstrous genius like Lin Ling. From now on you, Lin Ling, will become my Meng Lu's first tomb. Even if countless powerhouses enter the demon god's tomb in the future, you, Lin Ling, will always be the first tomb. Ah! Meng Lu said as he looked ahead. Thank you for your love, but I have no plans to be your tomb. However, just as his voice fell, an indifferent voice floated over from the other side. At the same time, multicolored flames appeared in another part of the sky. There, a youth carrying a flame coffin slowly walked over. He held a sword at an angle, looking like a demon god that had awakened from the demon god's tomb. He was Lin Ling. A flame coffin, a blue robe, and an ancient sword. This strange and demonic scene undoubtedly shocked Three Ring City into silence. Before, Lin Ling had faced 2 great attacks and had nowhere to retreat. Yet, he hadn't died. Just what had happened? At this time, Lin Ling was slowly walking forward, but the mysterious flames around him were rapidly shooting towards him. However, Lin Ling's steps didn't stop. He seemed to be motionless, but he strangely avoided these flames. The entire process was as light as clouds and as smooth as flowing water. Speed of 2 realms. This time, no one made a sound, but Meng Lu was the first to cry out in alarm. He had always given off a mysterious aura, but this was the first time he had revealed a surprised expression. And because of this, the pressure that Lin Ling gave him was growing increasingly great. Chapter 2585. Death upon contact. Those flames have 2 realm speed. Lin Ling seems to be able to dodge them easily, but he definitely has 2 realm speed or even surpassed it. This means that if all the second generations were to attack Lin Ling at the same time, Lin Ling would be able to dodge them with his speed. It's the mysterious flaming coffin behind him. I didn't expect Meng Lu to be as mysterious as Lin Ling. Many people realized that Lin Ling seemed to be getting stronger and stronger in the battle with Meng Lu. And this kind of genius who got stronger the more he fought was obviously more terrifying than those geniuses with strong innate talents. Most importantly, this was originally a one-sided battle, but Lin Ling seemed to be starting to create one miracle after another. Lin Ling could be called the king of miracles. Not only has his speed increased, even his strength has increased. The flames coming out of his body give off a feeling that we can't underestimate him. The three vice deans also spoke one after another. Every cloud has a silver lining. Lin Ling seemed to have quietly risen. Vice President Gong's body trembled, his hands trembling with excitement. The flaming coffin had descended. This gave him an intuition that Lin Ling seemed to be blowing the horn for a counterattack. Although he still didn't know if Lin Ling could win, he knew that Lin Ling would definitely make his move. This martial art of yours is very powerful. It actually raised your strength by 3 realms. In addition to your previous increase in strength, you're twice as strong as Tianquang. At this time, Meng Lu spoke again. His words surprised Genji the most. He then laughed bitterly. Compared to Lin Ling, the difference was like heaven and earth. You could have used this mysterious flaming coffin from the start, but you didn't. You wanted to borrow my attack to break through. Meng Lu said again. He was from the Tomb Guardian clan and was unpredictable, but the flaming coffin gave him an extremely mysterious feeling. Lin Ling didn't deny it and nodded directly. Right now, he was in his strongest state. He had used all his trump cards and was preparing for the final clash. It's my turn. Lin Ling carried the flaming coffin on his back. Borrowing the flaming coffin's endless power, he held his sword and shot at Dreamflow. Dreamflow's long-range attacks were very powerful, so the only way to defeat him was to engage in close combat. Upon seeing this, Meng Lu's expression turned grave as he analyzed the situation in his mind. Compared to Tianquang, Lin Ling's boundary essence was twice as strong as Tianquang's. However, his speed was slightly slower. After all, Tianquang had the 3-realm speed. Of course, although Lin Ling's speed was a bit slower, Lin Ling's overall strength was even more terrifying. This was because Lin Ling possessed Sword Heart. Death Blaze. Dreamflow shouted out loud. The mysterious flames that controlled the demon god's tomb all rushed towards Lin Ling. Previously, Tianquang had the 3-realm speed, but even he couldn't avoid the flames burning his soul. Lin Ling definitely couldn't avoid it either. He could avoid the first, but he couldn't avoid the second. True enough. The mysterious flames that filled the sky surrounded Lin Ling. Seeing this, everyone clenched their fists. They were extremely nervous. Their thoughts were the same as Dreamflow's. Lin Ling was clearly about to be burned by the flames. However, Lin Ling still carried the flame coffin as he shot forward. The flame coffin had a terrifying power gushing out, allowing him to avoid the flames. Some flames even blocked off all of Lin Ling's paths. However, even though Lin Ling seemed to have no way out, he still walked forward. This feeling was as if Lin Ling was an illusion. He had clearly created another miracle. Dreamflow's pupils trembled. He cried out in disbelief, "You are also an enchantment master." Before, the biggest reason why Tianquang couldn't avoid his flames was because those flames were arranged according to the enchantment. That was the underworld array. But Lin Ling had avoided it. Moreover, his footwork was strange. It was clear that he had seen through his enchantment. Lin Ling, you can do it. Amazing. From no hope, you've gradually risen to 90%. This Lin Ling is indeed the king of dark horses. Under the ground, voices of admiration sounded one after another. Lin Ling had clearly used his willpower and strength to completely convince those geniuses. Most importantly, those who admired Lin Ling were not only from the Resplendent Academy, but also the geniuses from the other 2 academies. However, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to Dreamflow. Next, he would face the invincible Dreamflow. Previously, Tianquang had also approached Dreamflow, but in the end, his soul was scattered. This made everyone know that Dreamflow was a hedgehog. Touching him would result in death. His talent and ability were truly heaven-defying. At this moment, everyone's breathing stopped. They wanted to see if the invincibility could be broken, and also wanted to see if Lin Ling was a flash in the pan. "You can do it!" Yu and the others all shouted. They were even more nervous. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also drew his sword. All of his realm essence condensed on the Azura sword formation. He abandoned the 48 swords, and with sword heart and the flame coffin on his back, he stabbed toward Meng Lu. This sword could be called a sword from beyond the heavens. The power of this sword could kill a first-level true god. Fire Dao and Sword Dao completely merged at this moment. The two ultimate martial arts also intersected. Even Lin Ling did not expect that he would display such a terrifying sword. However, whether it could defeat Dreamflow, he was still not sure. What a sharp sword! Dreamflow's white hair danced wildly, like a demon god standing in the sky. Even now, he had to admit that Lin Ling was terrifying. If he did not have that invincible ability, he admitted that he was not Lin Ling's match based on his own strength. He muttered to himself and chanted the sacrificial words. The mystery of the Tomb Guardian tribe was also completely revealed. His entire body turned white, like a god, but also like a demon. Those who touched it must have triggered the forbidden. At the same time, the sword also arrived. The most crucial space-time was about to be triggered. However, Dreamflow's talent was indeed terrifying. The moment the sword touched Dreamflow's body, a strange aura spread out. Soul extraction. In the distance, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly as he sensed a mysterious sacrificial power enveloping his body. Time also stopped at this moment. By the time he reacted, a Tomb Guardian god had already appeared in front of him. It was Dreamflow. His expression was emotionless as his right hand slowly reached towards Lin Ling's body, wanting to extract his soul. At this moment, everyone's expression was solemn as they once again witnessed Dreamflow's heaven-defying ability. This was true invincibility. Lin Ling, defeated. His soul scattered. This was the thought in everyone's heart. Dreamflow's talent was certain to kill anyone who touched it. Impossible. How can there be such an invincible talent in the chaos of the universe? Is it really untouchable? There must be a flaw. Lin Ling's body could not move, but his mind was thinking intensely. Even Li Xiaoyao of the past had never seen such a heaven-defying talent. However, he believed that there was no such thing as an invincible talent. The reason why he was invincible was because he had not found his flaw. All-encompassing demonic eyes. In a flash, Lin Ling shouted in his heart. His left eye became demonic as countless talismans flickered. He did not believe that there was an invincible existence in the world, so he wanted to use the all-encompassing demonic eyes to see through everything. Chapter 2586. Number 1 in the world. Even Dreamflow believed that Lin Ling's soul had already dissipated. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to discover that it was extremely difficult to extract that soul. This was because Lin Ling's soul was too massive, as if it was connected to his body like tree roots. If he didn't have the innate talent of the Tomb Guardian clan, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to touch souls, let alone soul extraction. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would be such a monstrous genius in all aspects. Physical body, talent, speed, attack, fire path, sword path, and even soul. However, although it was difficult to get it, it only took more time. As for Lin Ling's soul, it was as if it had left the water's surface. Even the people on the ground could see a huge light emerging from Lin Ling's body. But at this moment, Lin Ling's pupils changed. He seemed to be able to control his sword. There is no such thing as invincibility. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's furious roar rang out like a fury that could burn the heavens. His sword hummed and shot towards Meng Lu's forehead. This was because Dreamflow's innate talent was very heaven-defying. Touching any part of the body would cause one's soul to be extracted. Only the hair-sized area between one's eyebrows was safe. That was the place to break the invincible realm. Not good. Sensing the cold sword, Dreamflow seemed to be pleasantly surprised from a dream. His expression changed drastically as he quickly let go of Lin Ling's soul and retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sword had already pierced between his eyebrows. Boom! As if the taboo of the ceremony had been broken, the entire sky exploded, and strands of mysterious energy spread out. Meng Lu's face was pale, and a sword hung between his eyebrows. You lost. Almost at the same time, a proud voice drifted out as if it had alarmed the 9 regions. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling held his sword in one hand, the tip of the sword pointed at Meng Lu's eyebrows. Meng Lu stood there, blood flowing from his forehead, his eyes filled with disbelief. Many people would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. The words, "You've lost," were still ringing in their minds. The invincible dream flow had actually been broken by Lin Ling. One had to know that from the very beginning, the gap between Lin Ling and Dreamstream was very, very big. It was so big that no one thought that he could win. There was no hope at all. However, Lin Ling relied on his willpower and fighting spirit to narrow the gap step by step. He broke the dream flow in everyone's hearts and finally turned defeat into victory. This Lin Ling was worthy of being called the King of Miracles. My strength is already in the first generation, and I'm not weak in the first generation. The reason why I can't dominate the first generation is because my cultivation base is too weak. In my opinion, all the second generation are just chickens and dogs. No one can defeat me, but you. A dispirited voice came out of Dreamflow's mouth as he stared at Lin Ling. Why didn't you kill me? Lin Ling's sword only needed to move forward a bit more, and he would have been killed. I didn't fight you because you're invincible, but because I want to fight myself. I want to challenge the limits, I want to fly higher, I want to dominate the 9 states. So, I just need to win. There's no need to kill you. Lin Ling muttered to himself, put away his sword and stood up. The biggest reason why he fought was not because of his opponent, Dreamflow, but because of himself. Only by being fearless, only by stepping over the knot in his heart could he walk toward a broader sky. His opponent was himself. I didn't expect to meet such a terrifying genius in Qingzhou. I'm sincerely convinced. Lin Ling, I believe that it won't be long before you leave Qingzhou. Dreamflow looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling saw him as an opponent, but not as a mortal enemy. He also saw Lin Ling as the most terrifying opponent in his life. Until now, only Lin Ling had succeeded in breaking the invincibility. He even thought that no one in the same realm could break his invincibility in this lifetime. In this pride tournament, you, Lin Ling, have already surpassed the rest of the world. In the end, he personally admitted that Lin Ling was first. The ground remained silent. After a while, an uproar rose and fell. Everyone watched as Lin Ling went from a nameless nobody to the King of Dark Horses, to the King of Miracles, and then to the second generation of the Pride Tournament. The entire process was soul-stirring and memorable. Good. Vice President Gong of the Resplendent Academy was so emotional that his eyes were moist. Old Gong, we're sincerely convinced by this genius of your Resplendent Academy. Even the vice presidents of the other 2 academies spoke solemnly. After such an intense battle, they also believed that Lin Ling deserved to be called the Pride Tournament. Lin Ling. After a brief moment of silence, the entire land was filled with cheers. Those who were familiar with Lin Ling all had tears in their eyes, and they were extremely excited. Of course, those who wished to see Lin Ling dead were extremely gloomy. Lin Ling had almost died several times, but Lin Ling was lucky enough to escape death time and time again. Moreover, he was getting stronger and stronger. This junior must be killed. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice muttered to himself as he rubbed his fingers with his hands behind his back. In the past, although he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he wouldn't do it personally. He also wouldn't spend the effort to kill Lin Ling. Now, however, he felt that it was necessary to put in some effort to kill Lin Ling. He's already the #1 enemy of our commandery. If we don't kill him, he'll be a nightmare for our commandery. The sovereign of the Grand Court Commandery muttered to himself. After a cold snort, he strode away. Obviously, everyone had their own thoughts, but soon, a faint laughter drifted out. Lin Ling, the champion of the Pride Tournament, can enter the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. I, Chiyuhu, will present the Marshal's seal to Lin Ling on behalf of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. From now on, Lin Ling is the Marshal of the Martial God Battalion. Qiyu waved his arms and laughed proudly. Boom! Countless people were shocked. The Marshal of the Martial God Battalion, the leader of the 6 battalions. This also meant that Lin Ling was now a member of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This was the identity that all the geniuses in the world yearned for. The sovereign of the Grand Court Commandery, who was about to leave, trembled violently. Lin Ling had become the Marshal of the Martial God Battalion. It would be difficult for him to kill him. What a wonderful battle. Even I'm nervous. Lin Ling, very good, very good. At this time, the censor stood up and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He looked as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. This was because even he thought that Lin Ling was bound to lose. However, Lin Ling seemed to be hiding a secret that allowed Lin Ling to turn defeat into victory. You have become the champion of the Pride Tournament. At the same time, you will be rewarded with the disaster-releasing pill and 3,000 Renhuan pills. Moreover, you can enter Second Ring City. After that, the censor announced the rewards. This made countless people breathe heavily. Those rewards were priceless. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling said lightly. With the disaster-releasing pill, he, Lin Ling, had the chance to step into the true God realm. However, don't be too complacent. There are countless experts in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. There are many people who are more powerful than you. The censor said again. Lin Ling nodded. His cultivation level was not the highest in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Therefore, he would not be complacent. After receiving the rewards, the group of people left one after another. However, at this time, a smiling voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling, are you interested in reporting to the Flying Dragon Organization? If you become an assassin of the Flying Dragon Organization, not only will you be able to wash off your wanted list, but you will also have the Flying Dragon Organization as your backing. This voice was very strange. It seemed to be secretly reminding Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling smile slightly. He did not say anything and nodded lightly. Chapter 2587. The reactions of all the major forces were shocked. Of course, the forces that had enmity with Lin Ling were also considering whether they should shake hands and make peace. This year's Pride Tournament is undoubtedly Lin Ling's stage. Not only has he become famous in the Great Qing Divine Dynasty, he has even taken over the position of Marshal of the Martial Gods camp. If all of this is true, the Deyuan Mansion cannot afford to offend him. Although the Deyuan Mansion has a grudge with him, it is not too big and can be resolved. Understood. It's good that you understand. No matter what, you have to let him vent his anger. You have to endure the beating and scolding. In the past, Great Yuan Mansion's Yuan had provoked Lin Ling and was killed by Lin Ling. The Great Yuan Mansion was furious at that time. A mere Lin Ling dared to be so arrogant? Was he courting death? But now, they didn't dare to be arrogant. They wanted nothing more than to curry favor with Lin Ling. Looking at his background and talent, he can't be compared to Meng Lu, but he's still one. This guy has so many secrets. No matter if the space-time divine steel is with him or Queen Qianji, I must get it. The Sovereign Justice Marquis strode away. He coveted the space-time divine steel, so he would definitely not let Lin Ling go. Everyone left, but the people of Three Ring City were still talking about it. They were all shocked by how Lin Ling had turned defeat into victory. In fact, many people couldn't understand how Lin Ling won. However, Lin Ling had used his willpower and fighting spirit to create miracles time and time again. They felt that Lin Ling could win because he relied more on his willpower. When the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy left, they held their heads high and puffed out their chests proudly. What are you so proud of? If it was Lin Ling, we would admire him, but you? Just a bunch of clowns. That's right, you guys made Lin Ling admit defeat and let Genji go to the finals. Your faces are really thick. The one we admire is Lin Ling, not you fence-sitters. The geniuses of the other two academies spoke in disdain, causing the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy to open their mouths, unable to refute. As for the crowd, Genji followed silently, his heart laughing bitterly. At that moment, Meng Lu also left. However, he had a somewhat dispirited look on his face. He had suffered quite a blow. Meng Lu, although you're from the 9 states 10 evils, it doesn't mean that you're the strongest monstrous genius. You must learn to be courageous. We, the Gravekeeper clan, sent you here to gain experience. We want you to see yourself clearly. At this moment, a faintly discernible voice sounded in Meng Lu's mind, causing him to be shocked. How could the pride of the Tomb Guardian clan disappear from his body? I know. Next time, I will defeat him. As expected of one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, Meng Lu immediately adjusted his mentality after experiencing a defeat. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others had returned to the rainforest market. Even the second generation of the Resplendent Academy is back. It seems like they didn't get a good ranking in the Pride tournament. That should be the case. Compared to the other 2 academies, the Resplendent Academy is still a little weaker. Your information is too outdated. I just received news that the shopkeeper of the rainforest market got a good ranking. That can't be. I often go to the rainforest market. That shopkeeper is very young. He got a good ranking? Heavens, such a person is actually by my side? What's his ranking? Did he enter the top 10? Number 1 in the Pride world. In the streets and alleys, the rogue cultivators were chatting with each other. TSK, number 1 in the Pride world. That's a lot of gold. This shopkeeper must have entered the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. I have to curry favor with him. Many cultivators were heading towards the rainforest market. One had to know that they could only stay in First Ring City because their status was too low. Obviously, getting to know a junior with great potential like Lin Ling was beneficial to them. For a moment, the business of the rainforest market was booming. Many people came because of the reputation. This made Gong Yangjiang smile. It was as if he saw countless divine crystals floating towards him. He discussed with Lin Ling and planned to open a rainforest market in Second Ring City. They even planned to open a branch in Third Ring City. Lin Ling naturally agreed and handed it over to Gong Yangjiang to manage. His current status and strength had greatly increased. He also had the qualifications to do so. Not long after, Vice Principal Gong came personally. Lin Ling, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. A voice immediately sounded out, causing everyone in the market to be overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. The vice principal's strength was monstrous. He could be said to be the person in charge of half of Fifth Ring City. Greetings, Vice Principal. Greetings. However, Lin Ling replied indifferently. Yu and the rest smiled bitterly. It seemed that Brother Ling was still blaming the vice principal for abandoning him. However, this was normal. Brother Ling was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. After being abandoned, Brother Ling would definitely hold a grudge. Vice Principal Gong quickly looked at Ancestor Longpa. He knew that Lin Ling seemed to be giving Ancestor Longpa a lot of face. Ancestor Longpa understood and said, Lin Ling, this time, you have won great glory for the Resplendent Academy. The Academy intends to reward you with 50 million divine crystals and can satisfy any of your conditions. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. A verbal apology was not practical. Only a reward was a sincere apology. Then, he pondered for a moment and said a large number of materials. Vice Principal Gong felt dizzy. Lin Ling had listed no less than 200 million kinds of materials, and many of them were extremely precious. Their total value was probably no less than 50 million divine crystals, and even if one had divine crystals, they might not be able to buy them in a short period of time. This guy. Vice Principal Gong shook his head helplessly. However, if he wanted Lin Ling to let go of his prejudice against him, he had to pay these treasures. Moreover, he was the one who was wrong first. Okay. In the end, Vice Principal Gong nodded and said with a smile, from today onwards, you are part of the Resplendent Academy's first generation. In the Academy, other than the few forbidden areas, you can walk freely. Moreover, you can enter Three Ring City. Thank you, Vice Principal Gong. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. That smile made Vice Principal Gong feel bitter. This stubborn brat finally stopped complaining about him. At this time, Lord 8th and Chiyuhu arrived and congratulated Lin Ling. Chiyuhu looked at Lin Ling with satisfaction. I didn't expect that in such a short time after leaving the martial god barracks, you would not only become a second generation, but also the strongest second generation. Thinking back on it, it all feels like a dream. In the past, the martial god barracks had supported Lin Ling to enter the Resplendent Academy. At that time, Chiyuhu's greatest expectation for Lin Ling was that Lin Ling would become a genius of the 3 great academies. Who would have thought that not only would Lin Ling succeed, but he would also perform a feat that exceeded his imagination. Now, he was very satisfied. Very satisfied. Even Lord 8th was extremely satisfied. When Chiyuhu had introduced Lin Ling to him, he didn't think highly of Lin Ling. However, reality had proven that his judgment was inferior to Chiyuhu's. Now, he raised both hands in approval of Lin Ling accepting the marshal's seal. In fact, Lin Ling didn't care about the marshal's seal from the beginning. However, he had to give Chiyuhu face. Chapter 2588. The tyrannical song sword evolved into an immortal treasure. Although we agreed to let you inherit the martial seal, the martial god battalion belongs to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. 3 months later, you must go to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and receive the martial seal. Red Jade Tiger said. He seemed to be even more excited than Lin Ling. Lord Marshal, why do I feel like you're throwing a mess to me? Said Lin Ling helplessly. Chiyuhu's pupils constricted. What kind of mess was that? That was the position of marshal that countless strong cultivators dreamed of. He and 8th Ju were completely speechless towards Lin Ling. After talking with these ancient powerhouses for a long time, Fortune Manor's Sunset Glory also came to congratulate him. Of course, Lin Ling also asked about the Immortal Temple, but he was still looking for it. However, after Lin Ling became the champion of the Pride Tournament, Fortune Manor would work even harder to find it for him. This was an unchanging fact. That night, Yu and the others congratulated Lin Ling. After the banquet, Lin Ling hugged his 2 wives and went to sleep. Looking at his 2 lovely wives, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He didn't plan to sleep, but to check his cultivation. Currently, both of his Dantians were at the 10th stage of the World King realm. His strength could defeat a 1st stage true god. Then he swallowed the disaster unleashing pill. He could clearly feel that the world spirit in his Dantian had changed. It began to transform into a world river, and the world essence's power became even greater. Moreover, Lin Ling split the pill's efficacy into 2, allowing both of his Dantians to slowly increase. Of course, Lin Ling knew that it would take some time before he could truly break through. On the 2nd day, someone from Resplendent Academy delivered materials and divine crystals. These divine crystals are all yours. Lin Ling didn't plan on taking the divine crystals himself. Because he had swallowed all his savings, there was still a lot of unrefined spiritual energy in his body. Therefore, he planned on giving them to Yu, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, and the others. After all, the rainforest market had always been under their care. They followed him, and as a lord he had to do something. My lord is mighty. We are going to step into the ranks of the 2nd generation too. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others were all excited. For the next 3 months, all of you will work hard and strive to enter the top 100 of the 2nd generation. As for Yu, you must enter the top 10 of the 2nd generation. Lin Ling poured cold water on her. Sir, you want us to enter the top 100 among 70,000 people in 3 months? Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others cried out in surprise. If you can't do it, then you're not qualified to follow me. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently and said, only pressure will generate motivation. Only then will we fight to the death. Hearing this, Falling Flowers Flowing Water and Swords group shuddered. If it was someone else who said this, then they would definitely be disdainful, but these words came from Lin Ling's mouth, so they firmly believed it without a doubt. This was because Lin Ling had led by example and repeatedly faced the pressure head-on. Other things aside, the battle with Dreamstream was the best example. My lord, I will definitely enter the top 100 in 3 months. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Chess Boy, D by MO, and the others all nodded solemnly. In a distant place, their masters were extremely depressed when they learned of all this. Chess Boy, D.Mo, and Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword all had masters, but no matter how their masters spurred them on, Chess Boy and the others were lazy. On the contrary, Lin Ling's words made these guys' fighting spirit soar, and they even dared to challenge the impossible. Who was their master in the end? In the following days, Lin Ling also focused on helping Yu and the others improve their strength. Yu and the others had cultivation resources, and with Lin Ling's guidance, their ultimate martial arts also quietly improved, and they all stepped into the true realm of Dao. Yu even comprehended the heart of 5 elements. Of course, Lin Ling himself was not idle. He used the materials given by Vice President Gong to forge the tyrannical Song Sword. His sword was currently at the level of a precious weapon, but it was no longer compatible with Lin Ling's strength. If they fought, the sword would break easily. Therefore, he upgraded the tyrannical Song Sword to the level of an immortal treasure, and it was a 5th grade immortal treasure, which increased the chaotic energy by 2 to 5 levels. One had to know that a 1st grade immortal treasure would increase the chaotic energy by half a level, while a 2nd grade immortal treasure would increase the chaotic energy by 1 level, and so on. The chaotic energy was like the heart of sword, and its attack power was extremely strong. Lin Ling did not upgrade the tyrannical Song Sword in other areas, but only focused on increasing the attack power. That was because swords were known for their attacks. After spending a long time, the new tyrannical Song Sword was finally forged. It was completely black, and the Azura Chi was extremely strong. At the same time, Lin Ling also cultivated the Azura sword formation to the 2nd level. A total of 81 swords. When the sword formation appeared, the sky changed color. Moreover, among the 81 swords, there were 2 swords that could not be underestimated. One was the Heart of Sword, and the other was the chaotic sword brought by the tyrannical Song Sword. It could be said that in 3 months, Lin Ling's strength had increased by 30%. He knew that Meng Lu, geniuses like geniuses must have also increased their strength, but in terms of the difference, no one could compare to Lin Ling. 3 months later, the day to receive the marshal's seal had arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Ling walked out of the Yulin market with Yu and Xian Yuan beside him. When the 3 of them came out, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people on the street. Some handsome young men who came here for the first time almost wanted to walk over to Yu and flirt with them. However, the cultivators beside them immediately reminded those guys, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Those were actually Lin Ling's women? Lin Ling, this name was at the outermost area of Qingzhou. He was an emperor-level figure who dared to provoke him. Lin Ling, I'm here. At that moment, a steady voice suddenly sounded, and a short and strong young man walked over from afar. It was He Shi. The battle between you and me can finally begin. After He Shi arrived, he first bowed. That respect was not feigned. Lin Ling's gaze immediately swept over him, and he could not help but smile. Looks like you've recovered in these 3 months, and your heart of stone has also improved. Although He Shi had lost an arm, he had recovered with the help of rare treasures. Most importantly, his heart of ultimate martial path, which had disappeared, had also recovered and improved slightly. He Shi was calm, but he could not help but smile proudly when he heard that. From falling from the spiritual pedestal stage to rising again in just 3 months, this was not something that anyone could do, so he was also proud, which was rare for him. However, there's no need for you to fight with me. However, Lin Ling quickly spoke again. What, senior brother Lin Ling, could it be that you're afraid of me? He Shi frowned and said. Although he was confident that he was not Lin Ling's opponent, his strength had increased greatly, and he should be able to give Lin Ling a headache, so he thought that Lin Ling was afraid of him.